Hey guys. This is what if Naruto was in the Warring States era. Senju Hashirama's dream to unify all of the warring clans of his country under one village remained just that, a dream. Generations later, the ninja world still consists of pure clan affiliation. Enacting peace through understanding has fallen to the side. A catalyst is needed for any kind of change to occur, and it is all found in a little boy, for better or for worse. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 1. Welcome to my world. The days of constant conflict between the ninja clans of the world never came to an end. The two legendary heads of the clans Senju and Uchiha, Hashirama and Madara, never came together to form the place that symbolized their dream of peace. No, the ninja clans, Senju and Uchiha included, continued to loan their strength out to the individuals willing to pay them the most for their skills, constantly coming across each other during the course of their work and doing battle. The perpetual warfare seemed as if it would never end, as Hashirama and Madara and their ambitions had been the closest examples to any kind of real peace being established in the world. Days, centuries passed. One man traveled the world during a time of savage bloodshed and endless war, braving the dangerous lands as he discovered the truth of the chakra in every living being and eventually spreading his ideals of peace. All over the elemental nations, people took his message to heart, and this was the closest that the world had ever come to peace. With his death came the end of his peaceful dream, but he always knew that it would be impossible for him to complete his goals of universal harmony in one lifetime regardless. Putting his dream into the hands of his youngest son and subsequently jading the eldest went down as the cardinal mistake in the legacy of the most powerful man to ever live, and set into motion events that affected the world for centuries. The years dragged on. The shinobi sect broke into clans with different beliefs in the Rikudo Sennin's message, and the relations between these clans eventually devolved into nothing but combat between each other, nothing but victory and defeat. The world was a much different place now, even if a lot of it was similar to the days of the past. The status quo was violence. Pointless violence. And it was everywhere. Something drastic had to happen if the world was ever going to change. Peace could never occur without understanding, and the only thing that the other clans understood about each other for certain was that they would sooner stick a knife in your back than shake your hand. Achieving a lasting peace between all of the clans was not a dream that died with the friendship of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, but no other attempt had ever come as close. It didn't stop the dream from remaining in the minds of some, and it never stopped them from working to bring it to reality. There was one thing that was oftentimes left out and neglected when it came to telling the stories of the Rikudo Sennin and his legendary feats that culminated in his great peace. In order to form his beliefs and discover his personal truth that he shared with all others, he had to travel the world in a time of vast turmoil. Braving the dangers of his time and growing as a man in a hostile land, he was forged physically and spiritually into a man of mythical proportions. These things did not fall in line for him neatly, and his power and purpose did not come easily or overnight. Legends, even on that level, had to begin somewhere. And usually their beginnings were far more humble than the stories ever figured to trace back to. The large rolling, forested hills that surrounded the village of the Uzumaki clan played host to one rather disgruntled mother looking for her only son. Around 30 years of age or so in her appearance, she had fair, lovely skin, long red hair that reached down past her waist, and pretty violet eyes. Her attire consisted of a sleeveless white blouse with a high collar underneath a long green dress. Not exactly attire befitting of a ninja. More like that of a housewife, really. That boy, she said to herself as she walked along in a huff, searching around for her beloved child. How many times do I have to tell him to stop leaving the village? I don't know where he gets it from. The least he could do was not leave alone, even though the land surrounding the village that was their home and the entire country of Yuzu-no-Kuni in general was markedly safer than the nearby mainland of the elemental nations that they were to the east of. It was still dangerous for a little boy to be out there alone. Ninja or not, he was still only 10. But that was only by proxy. The only reason he was a ninja was because he was old enough to be deemed one by the society they lived in. Conscripted to be a shinobi of the Uzumaki clan of which they were a part. He hadn't been on any missions outside of the island. He had never fought a real battle against a shinobi or taken a life on purpose. None of the kids his age really had to before, fortunately. This was an advantage of the fact that their nation was a small island, as well as due to the fact that they were allies of the feared Senju clan. They were too far out of the way to engage in battle with more often than not for the more aggressive clans in the world, and the fact that attacking them meant incurring the wrath of the most powerful clan of ninjas in the world kept them in relative peace. The Uzumaki clan was definitely the clan that engaged in the least amount of direct wars against other clans, even though they took a high amount of missions. Their life expectancy was much higher than other clans. Instead of the usual average expected age of 30, many reached the ripe old age of 50 years old. Some even got beyond that. But back with the Uzumaki clan mother searching for her child. Fortunately for her, he wasn't that hard to track. The trees were marked with nicks and cuts and holes, probably from Naruto practicing with his kunai and shuriken as he wandered. Eventually stopping as she was tired of doing all of the walking to look for her son, the mother just sighed and held her temple as a vein began to pulse on her head. A short growl gave way to a booming raise of her voice. "Naruto, you little SO, get your ass over here right now. If I actually have to keep looking for you, I'm not cooking the you-know-what that you like tonight." Her voice reverberated through the woods and echoed into the open air for what seemed to be miles around, and all the while she simply stood there with her arms crossed underneath her bosom, tapping her sandaled foot on the ground impatiently as she counted down in her head from 120 seconds to be fair. But eventually that time ticked down to the precious final seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 She stopped counting when she heard a distant rustle of leaves and a constant chanting of "na-na-na-na-na-na-no." Facing in the appropriate direction with her best scolding face, she put her hands on her hips well in advance as a little yellow-topped blur rushed into sight from the trees and slid to a dusty stop, bumping his face right into her stomach before bouncing off and falling down onto his backside. A short little boy 10 years of age, Naruto looked up at his mother with a wince after running into her. Spiky blonde hair and bright blue eyes, he dressed himself in a black t-shirt with the red swirl mark Uzumaki clan insignia right in the center and a pair of orange shorts. He just stared up at his mother with a fearful wide-eyed expression and didn't move a muscle, as if he was sitting down in front of a predator that would only attack him if she felt his movement. She didn't look it at first glance, but in her time doing missions, Naruto's mother had been one of the finest kunoichi that their clan had to their names. A woman with scary skills and a nasty temper to match, the red-hot-blooded habanero of the Uzumaki clan. He'd seen this woman's performance firsthand sometimes on a handful of low-key missions that he ran with her around the island. Naruto just called her mom though. "Okay mom, I'm here," Naruto said, jumping back up to his feet in a panic as he clambered around in front of her. "You were just kidding about that whole dinner thing, right? Right? We're still having the miso ramen with the pork in it, right?" "I don't know," Kushina said undecidedly, turning her eyes away from Naruto as she seemingly ignored all of his hopping around. "I mean, you keep disobeying me whenever I say." She then slammed a hard fist down on top of Naruto's head to floor him. "To stay in the goddamn village and stop running off all by yourself, Tebane." "Heh." Naruto grinned through the tears welling up in his eyes from the hit. "You did it again, Mom, with the databang." "And never mind that," Kushina replied, though her cheeks did grow slightly rosy at being called on her verbal tick by her son. "Honestly, Naruto, listen to your mother, or if you're really going to run off when I told you not to, at least pick a better day for it. Preferably one that wouldn't result in him possibly being punished by her withholding the favorite meal of his that he knew in advance she was going to make that night." "Where do you even go all of the time?" she asked again. Naruto didn't have some kind of super secret training spot. He did his thing all over, never really in one place in particular. "I'm just taking a walk sometimes." A delicate, crimson eyebrow raised in skepticism at the youngster's excuse-making. "A walk where you use your weapons on the trees for target practice and come back all beaten up and smelly more often than not." "I take really enthusiastic walks," Naruto ventured before realizing that Kushina wasn't budging on her stern stance. "Sorry, Mom," he said, still sitting on the forest floor with a big bump on his head from his mother's love tap. "I have a good reason. It's just, well, I don't know." Kushina's expression softened as she heard Naruto struggle for an excuse as to why he kept running off farther and farther from the village on a whim. She knew why already, but she also knew that he'd never admit the reason out loud, even to her. "Kami, he looks so much like you, Minato. I wish you could see him." This time, Kushina's hand rested on Naruto's head and rubbed his hair. "Come on, Naruto, let's go home." XXX, late afternoon, Uzumaki clan village. The village that was the Uzumaki clan's main base of operations was rather large due to the amount of people that lived there. There were more civilians than ninjas due to the fact that only Uzumaki clan members were shinobi, but the safety ensured by the clan that was the centerpiece of the settlement led it to be a rather sprawling society. The main point of the village was a gigantic river that ran straight through the center that separated the settlement into two halves. One half was meant for the Uzumaki clan, the other half was meant for the civilians, and it was where most of the citizens and businesses were situated. The Uzumaki clan side was a guarded, traditional castle of sorts. There were several bridges to the other side that were always guarded by at least 2 ninjas per bridge. Only clan members could make their way over to this side of the village, but civilians could be invited after being cleared first. A huge wall covered the riverbank to keep people from being able to swim across, and the castle itself was something of a small town. At the center of it was a hill that could overlook the whole village with a tall traditional mansion on it where the leader of the clan and overall village lived and worked. This was where Naruto and Kushina lived as members of the clan, but even as they passed the guards of the bridge that let them in, Naruto could feel cold eyes on him and his mother. He'd grown used to it from the adults, and he already knew why. He was taunted by other kids for it constantly. Kushina just gave them a chilling stare right back to deter them from looking at her child as if he were a pox cast on their people. To take Naruto's mind off of it, Kushina put her hand on his head and gave him a big grin while they walked on the paved clan streets on their way home. "So, did you just play in the woods all day or did you actually do anything useful today?" "I didn't just play." Naruto pouted up at her. He did more than play. He was a ninja for crying out loud. "I was totally doing something useful. Since you won't teach me any cool fuinjutsu, I've gotta do my own stuff." "Baby, fuinjutsu is dangerous," Kushina told him. "I taught you basic generic sealing, but if you can't even get the first 3 ninjutsu I taught you down, I can't responsibly teach you anything else. Now can you do the Bunshin no Jutsu?" "No," Naruto admitted begrudgingly. "But I can do the other 2. My henge is awesome, and I can definitely kawarimi. I can stick to stuff with my feet and water walk and all of that stuff." "That's good. Now get the Bunshin down and we'll talk." "Ray." Naruto knew his mom had cool stuff in her repertoire. Word on the street was that she'd been very, very good, heralded as one of the most powerful Uzumaki kunoichi not just of her generation, but ever, with special chakra even for their clan. He'd never seen her use it though, or any of her high-level techniques, even when she'd been training him. Then again, when they sparred he never did well enough to justify her using much more than what she'd already taught him how to do. It was just a mama lion playing with her cub from her perspective. He hated the Bunshin though. What need would he ever have for a jutsu that didn't even make a real copy? So what if all of his looked dead and colorless? A Bunshin wouldn't fool anyone that was actually good anyway. "Don't be in such a rush to grow up," Kushina told Naruto as they arrived at their quaint little one-story home. "Not too long ago, a kid like you would be on the battlefield right now." "That sounds so cool," Naruto said with a grin as he imagined taking down hordes of enemies with jutsu that he didn't even know were possible yet. His red-haired mother didn't share in his opinion. "No. Not cool," Kushina said, flicking him on the ear to make sure she had his attention. "We're lucky. Yuzu no Kuni is out of the way. There isn't any other clan in this country for us to fight tooth and nail with. Not like on the mainland. All they really got were bandits from the other populated areas in Yuzu no Kuni, and not many of them even knew how to use chakra." "You've been?" "Of course. It's terrible. Those battles are absolutely horrible," Kushina said, her eyes taking on something of a 1,000-yard stare. "Adults butchering children even younger than you, kids that were put on the battlefield to fight for their clan's name." She then realized that she was getting to Naruto mentally a bit and shook her head. "I'm just saying, don't think that this is some kind of race. You've got plenty of time to get involved in those things, because once you actually do start you're probably going to wish you could have gone a bit longer without going to the mainland." "On my missions?" "On your missions. Now go play and I'll start dinner." Kushina kissed Naruto on the forehead and went on inside of the house to start making food while he grumbled about the pretty public display of affection. Inside the house was fine. Not outside where people were watching. He wanted to look cool after all. Either way, Naruto hopped along down the street until he came across an open field where he could see a mess of red-haired kids all playing a pretty fast-paced version of King of the Hill. There wasn't any use in trying to run on over there and get himself involved because they just tried to keep him from playing, so he just sat down in the grass just outside of range and watched. Man, why is it always like this? It's not my fault, Naruto said, pulling at a few locks of his own blonde hair with a frown. Stupid old man, how could he leave mom like this? 10 years of age and he'd never seen his father one time. But Kushina was still head over heels in love with the man. Naruto didn't even know what he looked like, and for all he cared he hoped the bastard never came around. It was because of him that Kushina wasn't a ninja that did missions anymore. Either because of his father or because of his presence. His mother always used to tell him just what a powerful shinobi his father was. About how he was possibly one of the most powerful people in the world. She made him think that he was a superhero or something, but then Naruto started interacting with other members of the clan and heard many, many things. A female ninja in the clan wedding an outside shinobi was against their customs. Naruto's father wasn't part of the clan, he was a wandering ninja from outside with no known ties to any clan, and with the fact that Kushina had no living family, there was no one to give their union blessing. She was sort of on the outs, and that made Naruto complete black sheep material by inheritance. Namikaze Minato. That name was known in the village because he was supposed to be an extremely dangerous man. This was Naruto's father. If you saw the flash, that was your ass. Naruto had no idea what that meant, but he'd heard adult male clan members say it enough for it to stick with him. Also it rhymed, and anything that rhymed tended to be more memorable by default. But a lot of good his dad's reputation as a fearsome shinobi did when he hadn't shown his face one time in Naruto's entire life. Still, Kushina swore by him, and repeatedly reassured Naruto that his father was a good man, and that he loved him dearly. Naruto was beginning to doubt that, but for the sake of keeping Kushina in the highest spirits, he never let her see him down in the mouth for too long about anything, including that. His musings were brought to a close when he felt a set of knuckles grind into the side of his head for a noogie. You left the village again, didn't you? A girl's voice asked as she let go once Naruto pushed her hands off. I could sense you leave, you know. Well, goody for you, Naruto bellowed before turning around to face his attacker. Why do you gotta be so mean all the time, Karen? Stupid mind's eye of the Kagura. She could sense anything for miles around, and it would only get stronger over time. Meanwhile he was begging for something above bunshin level from his mother. Karen had red hair much like the vast majority of the rest of the Uzumaki clan, hers being long and straight on the left and spiky and a bit messy on the right. She had red eyes and brown-framed glasses and wore a tan short-sleeved jacket with a black shirt underneath that exposed her stomach, short black shorts, and black stockings that went down to her black sandals. I'm not being mean. I'm toughening you up for ninja life. The young girl argued back in return, something that Naruto just rolled his eyes at. As if she were that much better than him. At least she was able to start learning the parts of her family's branch of ninjutsu though, so she had that over him. I felt you run off, and then I felt Auntie Kushina go off to get you. So how much trouble are you in? I'm not in trouble, Tabeo. Today. He meant that he wasn't in trouble today. Not really anyway. You're always in trouble, Naruto. If it's not with Auntie Kushina, it's with my mom. If it's not with her, it's with someone else. By now Naruto had turned back around to ignore her, something that she wasn't really alright with. What's out there that you're always running off for anyway, huh? It's a secret, Naruto said with a big grin. If nobody around here wants to play with me or train with me or whatever, I can do that too. Who needs em? Suddenly, she sidled up to him with big doe eyes, trying to adjust her glasses to look cuter in order to persuade him. You can tell your cousin, right? She wasn't pretty enough, or nice enough to him on a regular basis for something like that to work. But Karen, you're all my cousins and stuff. Okay, your favorite cousin then? How could he say that she wasn't his favorite cousin without incurring her wrath? Hell, most of them didn't even claim him, and she only really did it suited her, like right then. Luckily, he was saved from such a fate by the Vei children that he'd been watching play just moments earlier. Hey Karen! One boy shouted as the rest of the kids seemed to be done with their game. Nagato-sama is on his way up to the mansion. Let's go see him before he makes it in. He and the other kids with him spared a glance Naruto's way before ignoring his presence altogether. Once again, something he was already used to. This was basically their way of letting them know that he wasn't invited. Karen's eyes lit up at the thought of the village leader and being around his absurdly powerful chakra. Without a second thought she got up and ran over to them to join them, but before getting too far she turned around to Naruto one more time. Are you going to leave the village again tomorrow like you do every day? Naruto just deadpanned a stare at her before smirking slightly. Maybe. XXX, the next day, Yuzuno Kuni countryside, it was harder than normal to get out of the house today without getting caught by Kushina, but he was just too clever for his mom sometimes in his own humble opinion, and made it back outside of the village and far beyond, having been traveling through the trees fairly quickly for 4 hours. By now he'd been doing this for just around 2 years or so, and he had to think he'd been everywhere that there was for him to explore in the wilderness of Yuzuno Kuni. He didn't go to other towns that lay around the coast and things, but when it came to the interior of the island nation where his village was situated he'd seen his share. But nothing was more interesting than what he'd come across more or less a year ago, the place that he was off to on this very day. Upon finding a deep ravine that was hidden away by a substantial thicket, Naruto grinned and began tying the large amount of rope he had managed to sneak out of the house with him around a very sturdy tree before securing the other side snugly around himself so that he could safely lower himself down the hundreds of feet into the dark. Good thing I brought lanterns and stuff, Naruto thought to himself as he pulled a light from the bag on his back. It allowed him to look around the dank place and find when he was getting close to the bottom. He couldn't free himself from his makeshift harness quickly enough for his tastes, doing so hurriedly before running over to the source of a low rumbling noise in the chasm. Jumping up onto a rock where he sat down, Naruto turned his light forward to scan ahead of him. "Hello? You there?" His light bounced forward and revealed a gigantic red-orange wall that seemed to be moving as if it were alive. "Oh, come on! I can see you. How could I miss you? You're the size of a mountain." A sigh that sounded like a great wind tearing through the crevice sounded out before a booming voice filled the great hole in the ground. "Go away, boy. You're useless to me. Far too weak to be any kind of a threat, far too small to eat and be worth anything more than a bug caught in my throat." Naruto frowned and jumped up from his seat before walking around the long end of the big furry orange wall, until that wall broke off into a long paw, and then a gigantic head with pointy ears, lined with black that trailed over to a closed eye. The light was shine on the eye until it popped open, angry and red. Naruto involuntarily took a step back at the intimidating sight, but just smiled and walked closer after the initial shock wore off. "Hi, Kurama. Sorry I haven't been here in a while. I was busy training before my mom could come looking for me. I don't care. You could have been gone for 50 years for all I care, and the amount of attention I would have paid to your absence would have been the exact same as right now. Go away. Why are you such a jerk, Fox? I know you're not that mean." A dark chuckle came from the titanic creature that Naruto was conversing with as if it were a regular person. "You keep thinking that. I can guarantee you're the only human being in the world that would think that. Such a foolish runt." The novelty of talking to the biggest FN fox that anyone else would ever see outweighed the constant insults and overall unpleasant attitude that Kurama had to life in general, at least for Naruto. His coolness factor more than balanced out the miserable bastard portion of his personality. "I brought some leftovers from last night for lunch," Naruto said, pulling out a big bowl of ramen from his bag and taking the top off. "You want some? It's good. Miso ramen with servings of pork." At that, Kurama's eye turned Naruto's way and stared at him for several seconds while the child didn't budge. "That smell was just too much. If you insist." As Naruto climbed up on one of Kurama's big paws, the fox lifted its head up off of the ground enough so that he could open his mouth for Naruto to pour it in. While for Naruto it was a pretty big serving, to Kurama it was the equivalent of using an eyedropper to hydrate a human tongue. But it wasn't about the portion, it was about the taste. It almost made him wish he were smaller so that he could enjoy it better. "I never saw a fox that liked ramen before," Naruto commented, stashing the bowl back into his bag and pulling out his own bowl for personal consumption. "You need some variety away from eating people every now and then," Kurama joked blackly as he settled back into his paws as a pillow to rest on. "Eventually the taste just blends together. I like the vitamin D deficient bodies better. Less crunch, easier to chew." Naruto didn't know how serious he was about that statement, so he just grinned uncomfortably and broke apart his chopsticks to begin eating his own lunch. That's great." Nobody knew about the presence of Kurama on Yuzuno Kuni with the exception of Naruto. And that was just because Naruto randomly came across him after falling into the ravine by accident one day. Falling to his death after being chased into a hidden pitfall by a massive bear, Naruto was saved by way of his landing on a bed of 9 gigantic tails. Naruto, after getting over his initial shock, innocently asked Kurama if he was stuck. Kurama almost felt the need to show Naruto just how trapped he was, but instead of causing a fatal cave-in that would destroy his temporary den, Kurama just told Naruto that he liked it there and not to tell anyone about him until he left, or he'd destroy his village. That was a year ago. And ever since then he had come back to find Kurama still there, just sleeping the days away until he dropped in to wake him up and hang out with him. Was it a shame that Naruto found a monster fox more willing to spend time with him than other human kids his age in his own clan? Probably. So Kurama, I was wondering, do you have a dad? Yes, because there's more than one gigantic fox running around the world. Sarcasm aside, there was no real reason to be so nasty to the kid. It was just a question, and for a human he wasn't afraid of him for what he was. That was strange. Strange enough to be intriguing. Father wouldn't be the correct term. I had a creator. So he wasn't around for you. Naruto could relate if that were indeed the case. All he could relate Minato to being was the guy that banged his mom and left her with the baggage. Not in so crude a way of speaking, but more or less such. The whole big talking fox thing was a bit weird for him, huh? No, the sage was around quite often. Kurama recalled, swishing his tails around in a bored manner. He had to be to keep the rest of us in line, I imagine. It was funny to remember the days back when he was a young Biju. Good times. Naruto stared at his inhuman acquaintance in awe. So there are more big, giant foxes out there? No, dumbass. Kurama said, using his tails to count off his brothers and sisters. There's a giant tanuki, a giant cat, a giant turtle thing, a giant monkey, a giant horse, a giant dolphin thing. What the hell was Kaku supposed to be? He didn't even know. A giant slug, a giant beetle, and a giant ox/octopus thing. Your family is weird, Kurama. I know. Especially since our creator is human. The most sickeningly powerful human that ever walked the face of the planet. And one of the very few humans in his long life that he'd ever respected. Why am I carrying on a conversation with the brat of a human? Possibly because he couldn't sense any negative emotions from the boy directed at him whatsoever. It was how Naruto managed to literally drop in on him to begin with when they'd first met. He still had darkness, of course. There was a deep pit of loneliness in the center of Naruto that no amount of loud talking and smiling could hide from Kurama's ability to feel it out. Let me just get a nap for a bit, Naruto said with a yawn, still resting on Kurama's paw. I've got to start going back home soon or Mom's gonna kill me this time. This is a long way out from the village. Kurama just snorted hot air through his nose and shut his own eyes as Naruto did the same. Whatever. If I shift around in my sleep and crush you under my chin, it's your fault. You'd feel bad and cry. I'd lick you off of my paw and go back to sleep. Head gross. XXX, Uzumaki clan village, clan grounds. I might kill him this time. Kushina muttered to herself as she took down the dried laundry from their backyard and quickly folded it on the spot. I seriously might. He couldn't wait a week before running off again? I've seen puppies that are easier to train. Naruto troubles again, Kushina? What's it to you, pal? Kushina barked, not even turning back around to face the calm voice that had remarked about her son. If he didn't break anything, fight your kid, or do anything that's actually bad, I don't want to hear you complain about him to me. Go do it to someone else like everybody else. Do you really think the village leader would complain about your kid behind your back? Especially when he's an old friend of yours? Kushina stopped folding clothes and turned around with a grin to see a familiar face sitting on the low-lying roof. A man with almost pale skin and chin-length red hair that covered his eyes. He wore traditional plated clan armor over black formal attire with long sleeves that covered his hands. He just sat there smiling and waiting for her to react somehow, which she did by walking over, hands on her hips as she looked up at him. Why, Nagato-sama? You don't have anything better to do than come pick on little old me? Dropping down from his seat on the roof, Nagato landed with a bit of a stumble, chuckling sheepishly at not looking very cool. I call it checking in, he said, getting a big hug from the spirited mother. Good to see you, Kushi. It's been a while. I wanted to stop in before the Senju clan meeting in about a week. No idea when else I'd have the free time. Being clan leader is a tireless job after all. Kushina commented glibly. I don't really get much to do with clan affairs anymore, as you know, so it's nice to know sometimes that I've got a friend up there somewhere. But I guess it does get lonely up at the top for a god after all. Don't you start calling me that now too. Nagato complained, revealing behind his red bangs a pair of strange purple eyes with ring ripple patterns in them. I actually like the fact that someone around doesn't always consider the Rinnegan first when they think of me. Because when I think about Nagato, I can't help but think back to the crybaby you used to be. Sticking those fancy eyes in your head all of a sudden can make me forget that. Back before Nagato had somehow awakened the Rinnegan, he and Kushina had been friends. Back then he didn't have many of them because of his personality. But after it became known during his early teen years that he had the Rinnegan, things changed popularity-wise for him, and to his credit he grew into it to the point where when it came time to select a new clan head he was chosen despite being under 30 at the time. Mostly due to the deterrent that the threat of the Rinnegan posed for potential enemies of the Uzumaki clan. Even so, even with people falling all over them to get on the good side of the man that had inherited the legendary eyes of the Rakuta Sennin, Kushina wasn't one of them and still treated him like regular old Nagato, something that he actually appreciated to keep him honest. By the time he became clan head a few years back, Kushina had already fallen out of favor for having Naruto with a roaming, clanless ninja, so it wasn't as if she cared about making more people angry. Thus she spoke on what she felt about what she was privy to with clan activities, and Nagato liked to use her as a sounding board of sorts for a completely unbiased opinion that wouldn't suck up to him. That, and he'd known her for his entire life and had seen how beautiful she'd become. She'd been a great active ninja. She probably still was. And she was a close friend of his. So, Nagato said, looking around as the lovely female redhead got back to working on the laundry. Where's your firstborn? Kushina chuckled darkly at the topic of Naruto being brought back up. Take a guess. Powerful as he was, Nagato felt the need to take a step back for safety just in case Kushina's temper wasn't level. Ran off again? Of course. It's his thing apparently. As annoyed by it as she sounded before she sighed and a melancholy look came to her eyes. Not that I can really blame him for not wanting to be around here with the way things are for him. It's the only thing I regret about being with Minato, what it's done to Naruto just for being born. A pretty big regret even if it was the only one she had. Most of the Uzumaki clan didn't claim Naruto as one of them because of the nature of his birth. Even though Kushina and Minato were married at the time of conception and birth, Naruto was perceived as a bastard. The fact that he didn't look like a single one of them didn't help either. It just drove the stake in further. You could remarry back into the clan. That would solve most of the hate. Nagato presented to Kushina as an option. If you married someone with enough pull, they could even shield Naruto from the way others treat him. For some reason it sounded like he was talking about himself, even if he didn't say it aloud. It'd be better than it is now. I'm not divorcing Minato. He could be dead. You haven't seen him in how many years? You know better. Kushina said with a ghost of a smile on her lovely face and a shake of her head. Shame on you. Sorry. It's just that you know what it's like on the mainland. If it wasn't for Dash. Kushina cut him off and explained everything he was about to say. I know. If it weren't for the Senju, the fact that we're our own island nation, and the fact that you having the Rinnegan scares the hell out of most of the superstitious clans out there, we'd be up to our necks in enemies. Fuinjutsu was that dangerous of an art to specialize in, and the Uzumaki clan was the best at it in the entire world. It was like they could speak their own language with the arrays, the hand seals, and the effects. Even the children were fairly decent at it. That made a lot of people afraid, for many reasons. Most prominent of them being that Fuinjutsu was the only known way to defend in earnest against the 9 forces of nature in their world that went by the collective name of the Biju, none of whom had been seen attacking in quite some time. Years and years. The Uzumaki clan had cornered the market, so to speak, on the best Fuinjutsu available. They were always coming up with more as well. And that was something that everyone wanted to keep an eye on. Every advantage available was more than welcome. It was a wild world out there. The conversation tapered off as Nagato had figured he'd overstepped his bounds even as village leader. Kushina was a married woman and was incredibly faithful, even though not a single person had seen Namake's Minato in Yuzuno Kuni in 10 years. It wasn't like he was welcome amongst their clan anyway. He was a vagrant ninja and everyone knew it. No clan, no pull in the world. The only thing about him was that he was apparently strong. Extremely strong. Hell, the only reason most people in the village didn't think of him as a myth was because Naruto was physical proof of his bloodline. Namake's Minato, the ninja so strong that his own physical traits managed to overpower the dominant physical traits of the Uzumaki clan in his offspring. It didn't need to be brought up to his wife to piss her off. Enough idiots had done that through the earlier years of their relationship, and even after she'd had Naruto and Minato had been more or less subsequently blackballed from returning. People had rather short memories as to how much of a scary badass someone could be when they were a new mother, and hadn't been in the field for years just to raise her son and make sure he was properly cared for. And Nagato loved her. But he could not have her. She was married with a son, and the son was a constant reminder of the man that took Kushina off the market before he was confident enough in himself as a ninja and a man to approach her as anything more than a friend. Even when he wasn't anywhere near them, the cloud of Namikaze Minato hung over the village. I just know that if Naruto could meet Minato, it would change his life, the way it changed mine. Ours, Kushina said, looking off at the sunset. One day he will. Every time the topic of Minato was brought up between Nagato and Kushina, hearing the way she spoke of him made his heart hurt. That was the way he wished that she would speak of him. In a better world, he would have been the one that she fell for. Naruto would be his son instead. So many things would be different. XXX, with Naruto, Yuzuno Kuni countryside, hidden ravine. Naruto couldn't tell the passing of time down in the dark ravine for two reasons. 1. There was no way he could see the position of the sun because of the cave walls and the trees that concealed the top of the ravine. The second reason was because he was dead asleep in the paw of a walking natural disaster that was also asleep. If he was awake, he'd be aware of the fact that the sun was going down, and he'd be freaking out because by the time he got home Kushina would be spitting fire at him. She'd be so angry. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about such things while sleeping, and he didn't seem like he'd be waking up any time soon. Neither did Kurama. Until one gigantic red eye snapped open upon the feeling of a disturbance in the air, just in time to catch sight of a swirling vortex appearing in the air at the back end of the ravine. From within it, a man appeared attired in a long, hooded cloak with an orange and black mask covering his face. The Kyuubi no Yoko. The strongest of the 9 Biju. Unlike with Naruto, Kurama sensed nothing but malice and ill intent from this man, and he stood up suddenly, prepared to kill the intruder. Who was this? He didn't feel anything at all 1 second, and the next he was right on him. Naruto fell off of Kurama's paw when he stood up and fell down onto the ground in a heap. Wah! What? Why'd that happen? Kurama, why'd you dash? He noticed that there was something wrong when he saw Kurama standing defensively, glaring and growling openly at something at the other end of the cave. Who is that? You've come to the wrong place, human, Kurama said threateningly, his booming voice bouncing off of every wall with menace. I'll give you one chance to leave the way you came. Or else what? The masked man asked, sounding amused at Kurama's aggression. Or else I'll show you a little something I like to call fuck everything in that general direction. You're aware that a Baijidama down here would cause an earthquake that would devastate this island, aren't you? Oh, I'm sorry. You're under the impression that I give a damn. With that, Kurama lashed out with several of his positively massive tails, impaling into the walls and pulverizing rock formations sticking out of the ground while the strange man seemed fast enough to dodge them all. What? It would take more than speed to avoid all of my tails. It was like he knew the direction they'd be coming from. The masked man blurred through hand seals and produced an offensive jutsu of his own to do battle with the monster before him. Katan, Gukaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Somehow from behind his mask he produced a mammoth fireball half the size of Kurama's head, but the deadly target of his choice merely swiped it out of existence with a paw. Die for me now, Kurama demanded as utilized his paw with the same swipe that destroyed the fireball to smash into the masked man, dragging the clawed appendage through the ground hard and fast enough to cause a miniature earthquake that brought large portions of the ravine down around him. Something was wrong though, as Kurama felt a malevolent presence open up above him. From in the air over his head, the mysterious attacker dropped from the same kind of portal that he'd originally appeared from. He is holding back. This is perfect. Trying for another quick-tailed assault, Kurama sent forth the last 2 of his tails only for the strange man to maneuver his body through them while falling before landing on one and running up the length of it. Reaching Kurama's body itself, he made eye contact with the gargantuan fox through the eye holes of his mask. How about a blast from the past, Kyuubi? Kurama couldn't see it from a distance, but once his attacker got close enough to look him in the eye and he saw the imprint of red eyes with 3 tomo patterns in them form in his mind, he did his best to shake off the control, thrashing about wildly into the walls, crashing harshly and bringing down chunks of rock able to crush a man. No! Sharingan! That damned eye! Naruto had long since become aware enough of what was going on to know that there was some serious danger going on around him. Dodging rocks, Naruto couldn't help but feel serious concern for Kurama. His roars as he tried to keep the genjutsu from taking hold. Kurama! Naruto turned his head and caught sight of the sinister culprit that was hurting the fox. "What are you doing?" "Oh, that's adorable," the masked man said in regards to Naruto as he saw the young Uzumaki clan member storming right for him, dodging rocks for dear life as he tried to get close enough to fight. "You're worried about a monster that wouldn't hesitate to snuff you out in an instant. But let me tell you a secret, kid. It was brave for Naruto to try and fight him, but had he been paying attention, he just subdued a gigantic fox with the power to tear landscapes asunder. Did he really think anything he could do would hurt him?" Nevertheless, Naruto ran up the side of a nearby rock spire before leaping right off of it at his new enemy, unsealing a Fuma shuriken that he unfolded and held by the center ring around his wrist. "Leave him alone or I'll dash." His threat died in his throat when his opponent didn't budge, and the swing of his weapon passed right through him as if he were a specter. He never felt the subsequent blow from the masked man that sank itself right into his belly, holding him up off of the ground just by the fist. Naruto choked and sputtered as his shuriken clanged to the ground. The masked man grabbed Naruto by the collar of his shirt and held him up to whisper in his ear. "The secret is, it's not the monsters the size of a mountain that you should be scared of. It's the monsters that look like me or you that are the scariest of all." By now Kurama had been subdued by whatever genjutsu had been cast upon him, rendering him docile, and the mysterious attacker then proceeded to do the exact same thing to Naruto. "You know, you look like someone I've met before." The kid looked just like Namikaze Minato. How funny would it be for him to use the son of that man to kick off his plans and set everything into motion? He was going to kidnap a child of the Uzumaki clan later, but this saved him risking Kurama attacking the village to obtain a proper vessel. Naruto's mere presence in the ravine also caused Kurama to hold back, making the battle easier than the masked man had anticipated. Besides, Naruto's chakra was abundant and powerful for a small boy. Even by Uzumaki standards, he was perfect. Yes, Naruto was going to help him save that rotting cesspool of a world that the ninja in general had turned it into. "Let me tell you something else while you're being such a good boy. Something I want you to remember as everything falls apart around you," the masked man said as he walked down the side of his elevated position. "All warfare since the beginning of the shinobi sect is based on deception. For years, every fool clan bastardizing the will of the Rikuta Sennin with their own machinations has made the world a battlefield. Brothers, sons, sisters, daughters, wives, mothers, fathers, husbands, everyone spills their blood for their selfish causes, and they have for centuries." After getting down from his rocky perch, the masked ninja walked over to Kurama and dropped Naruto in a heap right at the yoked Biju's feet before rolling up his shirt enough to expose his navel. With a few hand seals, he had summoned a ritualistic altar with Naruto at the center of it. The deceit of conflict cuts both ways. The masked man continued to the catatonic boy as he went through a long, careful chain of hand seals. "The bigger the lie, the more likely people will believe it. People will call for vengeance, and the lie spreads like a wildfire. The fire builds, devouring everything in its path. Our enemies all believe that they alone dictate the course of history." As he finished his chain of seals, a glow overtook all of Kurama's body and Naruto's, as well as the man placed his hand on his stomach and finished his jutsu, bathing the entire ravine in a blinding light. "And all it takes is the will of a single man. XXX. Naruto, you're in so much trouble." What a way to start a morning. Awakening with a start, Naruto rocketed out of his bed and bounced off of the ceiling before falling onto the floor, Kushina standing over him in a white yukata, much to his confusion. "Mom?" "Yeah, your mother," Kushina said flatly before beginning to put on a display of waterworks with a sniffle. "The woman that brought you into this world and nurtured you lovingly, gave to you of herself with all of her heart, and yet day after day you continue to disobey even the simplest request when all she wants is for her son to be safe and a splendid shinobi dash." Naruto hopped back up and hugged her tightly. "Mom, I'm so sorry, I didn't want to be gone so long you were worried. I wanted to come back sooner yesterday but I fell asleep and I lost track of time and dash. Got beaten up by some guy in a mask that did something to make Kurama freak out. Wait a minute, did that shit actually happen or was that a dream? And how did he even get home? He didn't remember walking, but he still had the feeling in his legs that he'd have after he trekked home from a venture to Kurama's temporary den. His stomach hurt like hell too now that he was awake enough to feel it. But it wasn't a sick, pukey kind of hurt or a physical one. It was like a burning feeling, like something being steadily seared into his being, if there was a way that someone could know what that felt like. Apparently Naruto cutting off the explanation of his own train of events from last night was enough for Kushina to believe she'd gotten the gist of what had happened. She'd heard it more than a few times before already. "I only tell you to do things that I do because I love you, Naruto," she said as she ran a hand through his hair. "I know." Naruto mumbled into her yukata. "I'll try. I don't want to do it to make you mad. It's just, I don't know," he said in a near repeat of his conversation with her from the day before. Kushina just smiled down at him and pulled away to exit his room. "You don't have to say if you don't want, but remember that you can tell me anything. No matter what happens. No matter how old you get or how strong you become, you'll still be my baby. And I'll still be able to kick your ass no matter what, so be good." She walked down the hall and shouted something back at him. "Make sure you wash your face before breakfast. You're filthy, the dirt on your face looks like whiskers." Naruto grinned at her until she vanished from sight in the doorway. Once he was certain that she was gone, he held his stomach with a cringe and sat down on his bed, looking out at the early morning sun. Kushina loved making sure he was up no later than 6:30 every morning, and he had no idea what time he'd gotten back last night. Was it a dream? He got beaten up. Losing a fight like that should have meant death. But he was alive, with an entire body that burned like fire on the inside, but he was okay. At least he figured he was okay. If it was real, then what happened to the guy? What happened to him that he was able to walk out of there and not remember it? What happened to Kurama? Naruto looked at his bag on the floor and then to his own doorway before making a decision. "Sorry, Kushina. He'd be home quick this time. I've got to go back." XXX outside, walking the Uzumaki clan streets trying to get herself to wake up properly for the day, Karen rubbed at her eyes underneath her glasses before sighing at the first specks of light peeking over the horizon. Why can't the day start at noon or something? The sun doesn't even want to be up right now. As she walked, she saw a little black and orange figure dart over the fence to his house and head off in a hurry to wherever he was planning on going so early in the morning. "Naruto," Karen said a bit distastefully. Other kids liked to ignore him, and even she ostracized him from time to time to fit in with the rest, but there was a reason she never tried to follow him despite being able to sense him. She just wasn't fast enough to keep up with him. When it came to training, she hated it except for when it came to using the mind's eye of the Kagura. She loved that jutsu. Speaking of which, she might as well get in a bit of practice by locking in on Naruto's chakra signature. She was used to how it felt, so it couldn't have been that hard. And it wasn't, but she wasn't expecting to get the equivalent of feedback overload in her brain due to being unprepared for the sheer amount of chakra that was inside of his body. That definitely hadn't been there yesterday. That's such strong chakra. And Kami, it was unstable. So scary. She had to tell someone, because something was wrong. There was something infinitely more powerful than Naruto inside of his body. There was something sealed in there. Something strong. Something bad. XXX, later that day, Yuzuno Kuni countryside, hidden ravine, Naruto knew the way back to Kurama's den by heart, and his body moved on autopilot, using every precious brain cell to try and dredge up a decent recollection of what happened last night. He was hanging out with Kurama. He went to sleep. He woke up and fell off of Kurama's paw. Weird guy in freaky full mask attacked Kurama, and instead of being smushed or eaten, he did something to mess with his head. Naruto tried to fight him, and got flattened. He made eye contact with the guy, and then he went dark. That didn't explain anything. As he came back to the ravine, Naruto got on his hands and knees at the edge and looked down into the dark as if he could see with no light down there. "Kurama!" Naruto yelled down the crevice, letting his voice echo until nothing of it remained. He just repeated himself, hoping to get some kind of answer. "Kurama!" He tried again, time and time again, but got no response until he found himself pulled up by the back of his shirt and turned around in the air to face the familiar visage of Kushina, who didn't seem surprised but still rather perturbed nonetheless. "Yeah, I followed you today," Kushina said, stating the obvious to break the ice. "I didn't think you could hustle like that, though. You made pretty good time for coming this far into the backcountry." Thanks?" "You're welcome." Kushina's smile was downright pleasant, but Naruto fell into what he considered to be an awkward silence as he remained off of the ground in his mother's grasp, at least until she felt her smile grow strained and she began slinging him around in a circle by his shirt. "What the hell is a Kurama? Why the hell is it down a ravine? And is this where you've been going every day?" A motion-sick Naruto didn't know which question to answer first. Wow, 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 wow. Mom, stop. Kushina's temper had officially reached a boiling point with him and his constant sneaking away from the village. And another thing. Why is your face still dirty? I saw you go into the bathroom before you tried to sneak out. I washed up and changed clothes after I took a leak. I'm not dirty. Then what's with the smudges on your cheeks, you sneaky smartass? What smudges? Kushina stopped swinging Naruto and set him down to observe his face up close, clutching his cheeks to look at the tanned flesh and the 3 horizontal lines on each cheek. Maternal instinct kicked in and Kushina licked at her own thumb before trying to stubbornly rub the marks off, ignoring Naruto's complaints to how it was gross. She did so to no avail. They stayed on as if they were parts of his actual skin. After trying and failing time and time again, Kushina just stared at Naruto's face. They're real, she said softly, confusing Naruto as it showed on his face. Naruto, where did you get those marks? Naruto hadn't seen any marks, even when he'd washed up that morning. He had been in such a hurry he hadn't bothered to give himself anything more than a passing glance in the mirror. What marks? Naruto asked. Mom, you're freaking me out. What marks? She just shook her head and looked over his shoulder at the ravine behind him. Naruto, what have you been doing in this place? What did you do last night? She was terrified. People didn't just get markings like that. There were clan markings, but the Uzumaki didn't have any. Markings like that also meant other things. Terrible things. She needed to hear something from Naruto. Something positive. Something to set her mind at ease, because looking at the marks that had popped up on his skin overnight had her fearing the worst in the pit of her stomach. I don't know. And this time when he said this, it wasn't because he was just trying to hide how he really felt from his mother. Naruto honestly had no idea what had transpired the night before. But whatever had happened after the man in the mask knocked him out put those marks on his cheeks, put that feeling in his body, and was making Kushina tear up right in front of his eyes. Damn that masked man! What did he do to him? What did he do to Kurama, XXX, Uzumaki clan village, clan leader mansion? A leader's work was never done for Nagato. After stepping into the office that morning he had to deal with all sorts of requests. Civilian merchants in town wanted to request the services of the clan to protect them while they went out to obtain goods from the mainland. There were even a good number of requests from clients on the mainland that had yet to be sorted and given a price. As far as things went, Yuzuno Kuni was the closest thing to ninja paradise that one could find in the world today. The status quo was good to their clan. They weren't the strongest or most feared, but they didn't have to be the way that things were for them. A knock came at the door and Nagato looked up to respond. Come in. After being prompted, a red-haired woman, his secretary/bodyguard, opened the door and poked her head in. You've got someone here to see you, Nagato-sama. One of the clan children, her name is Karen. Send her on in. The Rinnegan possessor said with an amicable smile as the nervous little girl was ushered in. What can I do for you today, Karen-chan? I doubt your parents want you trying your hand at a mission yet. He joked, somewhat. She was definitely old enough to take missions, though whether she was talented enough was another thing entirely. The nerves at standing before the most powerful Uzumaki clan ninja possibly ever started catching up to Karen, who had never spoken to Nagato before. Well, Nagato-sama, it's about another kid. Naruto. Nagato frowned at the topic. He may not have been fond of Naruto for lineage reasons, but people trying to find some excuse to complain about him was annoying. The last thing anyone needed was for the children to fall into that habit too. It would make it extremely difficult for Naruto to work with them when the time came. If you're having a problem with Naruto, I'm sure it's something that 2 clan ninjas such as yourselves can work out. No, it's not that. There's something wrong with Naruto's chakra, Karen said, wringing her jacket with her hands. It feels weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's like there's something else sealed inside of him. Whatever it is, it doesn't feel human. The mood then turned gravely serious. This was not the sort of thing that was to be joked about. How not human did it feel? It's the scariest chakra I've ever sensed in my life, Karen admitted, walking closer to the desk of the village leader. I thought I messed up and turned off my jutsu for a second before I tried it again, and it was the exact same. Nagato got up and walked around the desk before setting his hands on Karen's shoulders and giving her a reassuring smile. Thank you for telling me this. It's a very important thing that you did. Karen blushed at the attention and nodded as Nagato ushered her out. Go on home for now. After seeing her out and shutting the door behind him, Nagato sat back down at his desk and placed his hands on his temple, pushing his hair around his face. This was not good. This was not good at all. If Karen was right, if Naruto had two sources of chakra and one of them wasn't human, there was a chance that somehow the ultimate taboo of the shinobi world had been inexplicably committed. A Jinchuriki had been created. Chapter 2: No Place Like Home. Kushina was panicking in her mind. She'd had Naruto stripped to his boxers in the forest and had him generate chakra so that she could look for the anomaly that she'd expected to find on his body, and lo and behold, she found it situated perfectly around his navel. A seal that glowed from black to red every few seconds as if it were throbbing. It was so sloppy. Clearly intended to be used for the short term in how it was set up. A Shirsho Fuin, for a symbol seal. The pulsing color let her know that whatever the seal was holding back wouldn't be held back for long. What a sloppy job. Whatever was sealed inside of Naruto now was far too strong for a 4-symbol seal. Luckily for Naruto, his mother was there to come to the rescue. Diligently working on the spot, Kushina managed to improve and fortify the seal, at least doubling it in strength by merely doubling up on it. It was a simple fix, but that was the secret to what made Kushina's sealing style so effective compared to others. She was able to innovate using simple methods instead of trying to get needlessly complicated. After a bit of field work that caused her to roll back her sleeves to get the job done, Kushina had managed to innovate a new seal on the spot. A mother's love was a powerful thing indeed. "Your mom is the most awesome seal artist in Yuzuno Kuni," Kushina said, temporarily pleased with her work as she wiped some sweat from her brow and stood back to observe her work. The seal was no longer throbbing in colors and was now a solid, calm black, now taking the form of a swirl mark right on his belly with 2 array arches above and below that had 4 branches each. Hak no Furin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style. This is a really special seal, Naruto. You know how it works? Naruto asked, looking down at the new artwork on his stomach as he stood up off of the ceremonial throne that Kushina had somehow summoned so that she could properly perform the jutsu she needed to alter his seal. Of course I do, I created it after all, Kushina declared before pointing at the top array arch and then the bottom. It's a combination of a Shirsho Fuin, meant to seal any target into something else. I know what the Shirsho Fuin does, Mom. And now maybe he could begin trying to learn it himself since he'd seen it up close and personal on himself. Maybe replicate it if he was good enough? Poking at the seal got his hand swatted. Oh. Sure. Listen. Kushina ordered to stop Naruto from messing around. Now this one is different. Stronger. There's still something sealed away in you, but do you see this? The little yellow-haired boy nodded as he watched her point out the slight little space between 2 arcing arrays around the swirl mark over his navel. What is it? That allows whatever's chakra is inside of you to mix more evenly with yours. That way it won't hurt you as much and isn't as unstable, Kushina said, trying to keep things simplified. You were getting an overloaded rush of chakra from it before, but now it's more balanced. His body wouldn't have been able to handle the sheer raw chakra he was getting. By her estimation, it would have taken under a week for everything to go up in flames. Naruto's body would give out, the seal would fail and release the beast, and nothing that was around when it did would have survived more than likely. Now at least, that wasn't going to happen. Kushina really was great at what she did. Now more than ever, Naruto could be told that Kushina had been perhaps the most exceptional Uzumaki clan kunoichi there had been, and he would have believed it. The look on her face was one of complete seriousness, focused on something more important than herself as she continued to explain things to him. Whatever happened, someone did a horrible job of sealing whatever's in you. The older Uzumaki thought that it had to be on purpose. Honestly, a 4-symbol seal to hold back as much power as was in Naruto? Not a chance. Listen, Naruto, don't tell anyone how my seal works. I told you because you deserve to know. You need to know. What just happened to you is bad. What happened to me? I think you're a Jinchuriki. Q blank stare from Naruto. Power of human sacrifice. You contain a Biju. Confused tilt of head that finally pulled an annoyed eye twitch from Kushina. You've got a big-ass chakra monster in your stomach, and if it comes out you'll explode and everybody around when it comes out is going to die. Naruto understood that. The times when Kushina was blunt with him were the moments when he got things the easiest. What? Yeah, that's why we don't let kids mess with Fuinjutsu, Kushina said with a haughty sniff as she stood back up. Oh sure, back in the day you could go around all willy-nilly, sealing stuff into other stuff, because nobody knew how that crap worked. People still don't know how it really works. All people know is that it's an unwritten rule that everyone's followed since the Uchiha and Senju laid it down almost 100 years ago. No sealing chakra monsters into people. It's weird that that's the only thing we can't do when other people dash. Mom, you're talking a lot about nothing again. Oh. Sorry, baby. Still, if one knew the current political climate, it was amazing enough that those two clans ever managed to stop killing each other long enough to come to an agreement on this and impose their will over every other clan in whatever way they could by declaring that you couldn't create a Jinchuriki. Don't seal a goddamn biju in a human. That was taboo. Everyone accepted this except for those that were very power-hungry, but most clans were absolute garbage at sealing techniques. That was kind of why the Senju clan chose to make a tie with the Uzumaki clan back then as well. Senju Hashirama wed Uzumaki Mito and the union between the clans was formed. In actuality, it was like the Uzumaki clan was supposed to be the Fuinjutsu police and were meant to deal with anything suspicious seal-wise that the Senju came across elsewhere. In exchange, they weren't attacked outside of missions by other clans due to the threat of pissing off the Senju, and the Uzumaki clan hadn't fought a tooth-and-nail war that they'd been at the center of in almost a century. But now if Kushina was reading things right, and she knew she was because it was Fuinjutsu for crying out loud, Naruto was a Jinchuriki. That was almost worst-case scenario. If this got out, a lot of bad things were going to happen. But there was almost no way to hide it. The damn mind's eye of the Kagura users would tell there was something wrong with her son with just one routine security sweep of the village. Naruto told her everything on the spot. He told her about what he'd been traveling that far outside of the village to do every so often. He told her about Kurama, what Kurama was, and he watched her face pale as he kept talking about him. He told her about the masked man that he'd come across, and he saw his mother bare her teeth in hatred. In the end, all Kushina could do was grab Naruto and pull him against her in the tightest hug Naruto figured she'd ever given him in his life. He didn't know what to do other than to return it, but before he could realize what happened, she had picked him up and taken off running through the trees to get back to the village. There's nothing I can do for him here, Kushina thought to herself, eyes straight ahead in determination as she rushed through the forest, red hair trailing through the air behind her. This is bad. This is really bad. There's no way this is going to end with Naruto staying alive. Jinchuriki are taboo. When it slipped that there was something so potentially powerful within the grasp of the Uzumaki clan, the landscape would begin to change. There would be too many angry and hostile clans, fearful and quick to act. Status quo was king, and the creation of a Jinchuriki was the blade being held to that king's throat. This was all happening so fast. Kushina had been running for almost 20 minutes before Naruto's brain caught up with the actions of his mother. Hey, put me down. I can run by myself. You're slower than me and we don't have any time to waste, Kushina said sharply, admonishing that course of action. A lot of things are about to happen, but no matter what I want you to promise me you'll do what I say to the letter. This personality of Kushina was scaring Naruto, and the look in her eye showed that his usual spirited, fun mother was taking a back seat to the severity of what was going on. Alright. I promise. I'll do whatever you say. There are times in one's life when they can point out the moment where everything changed. The moment where you were set upon a path that you had no way of turning back from. For Naruto, it seemed like he'd been asleep during his, because now it seemed like nothing was ever going to be the same again. XXX, Uzumaki clan village, Naruto had to wonder if Kushina had been preparing for some kind of contingency plan in the instance of something like this happening. The moment they got back within the village limits, she took them to the riverside that led out into the ocean, taking them over to a merchant that was about to ship out on a trip to the mainland for business. It was a brown-haired man who kept it up in a spiky ponytail, and had a scar across the bridge of his nose. The man was just lazing in a chair on the docks until he noticed them coming. She didn't say anything to Naruto about what was going on, she just handed the man a scroll, gave him some short instruction, thanked him for accepting her request, and took him on. Naruto? Kushina said, getting his attention as they started walking back into the Uzumaki clan side of the village. You know what I said about the bunshin, and how I wasn't going to teach you anything until you showed me you could do it? Yeah? I was doing that for a reason, but that reason doesn't matter anymore, Kushina told him as she walked with him at a brisk pace. Bunshin is a low chakra jutsu and it's hard for our clan to master because most of us have strong chakra. I'm gonna show you a replacement for that, and I know you can do it, but I wanted your chakra control to be better. I just don't have the luxury of waiting anymore. This jutsu might save your life and I want to give you something just in case. Just in case what? Were things really about to get that bad? The rest of the trip was of Kushina telling Naruto about ifs and ors and what to do if this or that occurred. He'd never seen her so flustered before. Both of them were freaked out by the time that they got home. But straight to the backyard they went, with Kushina wasting no time in teaching him a ninjutsu, and one with only one hand seal to memorize, much to Naruto's delight. He would have been more excited, but the time had to be dedicated solely to making sure he'd learned it to her satisfaction. Eventually, Naruto found himself sweating on his hands and his knees, Kushina standing nearby keeping a watchful eye on him. Ha ha! I think I've got it. Kushina was pleasantly surprised at how Naruto had handled himself. She didn't let him know just how difficult the jutsu she taught him was supposed to be to learn, she just taught him how and let him practice. An hour into it he threw a tantrum and she thought that he would stop. But Naruto must have realized that something was wrong with his chakra control because the very next thing he did was work on the tree climbing exercise to find his sweet spot again. Then he returned to practicing the jutsu, with much better results, as he was making leaps and bounds and progressing with it. They'd started training before noon and didn't stop until near late afternoon. It was probably because he felt much better when he was putting his mind and body to use doing something else other than worrying about what was going to happen now that he was a Jinchuriki. That was the highest level jutsu I could teach you in the short amount of time we have left. Kushina thought to herself as she watched Naruto down on the grass trying to rest. It was tailor-made for you, especially now that you're a Jinchuriki. She smiled down at Naruto warmly. Good job. I knew you could get it. Rest out here for a bit and I'll start dinner. Naruto was too tired to give anything other than a thumbs up to her, still down in the grass as he tried to recuperate enough to get up under his own power and walk back inside. His mother had never been that much of a taskmaster when teaching him a jutsu, and he could see why. He learned it in one day, but damn, he didn't know, but she knew that he could take the fatigue. Getting tired was probably not going to be a problem for him for a long, long time. Maybe he could just take a nap outside for a minute or two though. Just for a little while. XXX After walking inside of their house, it wasn't very surprising for Kushina to find someone there waiting. She'd expected as much. There wasn't any way they'd go for very long without attention somehow being drawn to Naruto's condition. I didn't expect that you'd send yourself for this, Kushina said, moving to the kitchen to begin preparing a meal for herself and her son. Were you thinking that you being a friend would soften the blow or something? As she did so she moved past Nagato who had been leaning against a nearby wall the whole time. He's tough. Naruto, I mean. He gets it from you. Kushina didn't say anything as he followed her and watched her begin her cooking process. I watched for a while. Did you really teach him dash? Yes. Kushina cut him off, placing some vegetables on a cutting board that she began to chop. Each time the knife hit the board, the sound cut through the silence and caused Nagato to visibly wince, not that Kushina could see him. I did. You know what we have to do, Nagato said. If he's got a biju in him, we've got to see what's sealing it and find a way to get it out. He didn't want to sound so severe about it, but there wasn't any way around it. If we don't, it's going to get around outside of the country what's in him, and then all hell will break loose. That's why I taught him the jutsu that I did today. Kushina replied cryptically. Believing that Kushina understood the brevity of the situation, Nagato figured that she taught Naruto such a chakra-intrinsic jutsu that would have been fatal for anyone else to practice to the degree that they did in one day to tucker him out. Just in case he resisted. What Kushina actually meant was that she already knew that all hell was going to break loose the moment that it became clear that a biju was missing and that a Jinchuriki had been created. That was why she taught Naruto a jutsu that could protect him in the near future. But right now, how long will it take to extract it from him? She asked. Nagato shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen a seal as strong as his before. It looks like a 4-symbol seal, but it isn't. Using the counter to that seal to extract the biju from Naruto wouldn't work because it wasn't a 4-symbol seal no matter how much like one it looked like. We have 10 days until we're to host the Senju clan leader, or everything's going to go to pot. There would be too many questions that they wouldn't be able to answer to the more powerful clan, and even if they could, they wouldn't be able to excuse the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. Nothing would. Kushina stabbed the knife down into the cutting board deep enough to pin it to the counter. This is bullshit, Nagato. Taking the biju out is going to kill him. There wasn't any real information on Jinchuriki, But this much was certain. Separating something that intricately woven into a human being's vital system would more than likely kill whoever it was, even in Uzumaki. Even if it doesn't kill him, it'll ruin him. The thought of some sick bastard putting a biju into Naruto for whatever reason he felt inclined to do so made her blood boil. She wanted to take it out on something, on someone. I know that. Nagato snapped back. You think I don't? That thing is bonded to his chakra network already. The mind's eye of the Kagura can barely tell Naruto's chakra apart from the bijus from what we've gotten so far. The last time this was recorded as happening anywhere in the world, the last clan leader had to. He stopped himself from getting riled. Kushina was Naruto's mother, and she was smart when it came to Fuinjutsu. She already knew what this meant without him having to say anything about it to her. And so lay the burden of leadership. The clan itself had to come before Nagato's own feelings for Kushina and how his decisions would harm her. He didn't want to end a child's life, but if he didn't, Naruto would be the catalyst that would tear apart the mostly peaceful foundation that the clan rested on. It would be like the bad old days, back before Uzumaki Mito married into the Senju clan. They'd be alone on an island with enemies all around them again. I can't protect my own son, Kushina said with a bitter laugh and a sniffle. I couldn't protect him from being lonely. I couldn't protect him from being treated like a black sheep. I couldn't protect him from some freak in a mask, and I can't protect him now. She turned around with a look of killing intent in her eye. I could fight you, but I wouldn't win, and you wouldn't even kill me for trying. I can't kill you. But you can kill my 10-year-old son. He didn't have an answer to that. He couldn't even deny that he would. Lying wasn't really a trait of their clan members. Honesty and resolute devotion to something that they saw as personally worthy of such attention from them was, though. When one of them believed in something, they tended to be unwavering about it until the bitter end. For better or worse. I'll try to come up with a counter. I'll try to find some way to do it that won't kill Naruto or keep him from being a ninja again. But if I can't find one in 5 days, I'll have to begin the extraction process. Nagato assured her as best he could. He needed the 5 days before the Senju clan arrival to get the biju out of Naruto and away from there. That was how long the ritual would take. The ritual was necessary because the seal was new, and if Naruto died so soon after its placement, he could release whatever was in him dead center in the village. Killing Naruto quick wasn't an option for just that reason, and sending him away wasn't an option either because he would be tied back to them. It wouldn't solve the problem and would be an absolute nightmare for them when it came to clan relations from that day forward. Kushina just pulled her knife out of the cutting board and the counter and continued cutting up the ingredients for her to be dinner. Get out of my house, Nagato. She said nothing else, keeping her back turned to him and refusing to look his way or tear her attention away from what she was doing for a moment. This was not how Nagato wanted his conversation with her to end, but he hadn't expected anything else. For all of his power as the clan head, the most powerful ninja in the village, and the possessor of the Rinnegan, there were some things that he still could not do. Eventually he excused himself and left to begin getting to work on trying to decipher what he could of Naruto's seal that no one had ever seen before. He wanted to do it right to keep from releasing whatever it was upon them all. 5 days. Nagato said just before departing. That's all I can give you. I have to think about the well-being of the clan also. Where she'd been standing, Kushina's grip on the knife was tight enough for her to cut into the palm of her hand with just the handle. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks as she stared straight down at the counter. So in 5 days Nagato was going to begin the agonizing process of safely disposing of Naruto's biju. He wasn't going to even come close to cracking the seal. Kushina hadn't even finished it yet. She knew what she'd be spending the bulk of her time doing for that duration, though. If nothing else, she could work down the mechanics of her own creation better for Naruto's sake. Just because she didn't know just how to work the seal now didn't mean that she couldn't find out how to somehow for Naruto's sake. It was her design after all. XXX 4 days later, if things fell off for Naruto to be in his own village before, he felt like he had the damn plague or something now. His routine wasn't exactly routine anymore. He couldn't even sit off to the side and watch other kids play or train any longer. When he tried to do even that, they would eventually notice him and proceed to instantly move away from him. My parents say he's seriously dangerous. There's supposed to be something really wrong with him. You can tell now. Just look at those marks on his face. He could hear them whisper to each other as they scuttled away from him. It happened all over the Uzumaki clan side of the village. And he couldn't go back out into the forest. Doing that was what got him screwed over to begin with, and going back the second day didn't help him much, except that his mother kept him from probably exploding in a burst of city-smashing chakra in his sleep. Naruto ran his hand across his belly, thinking to himself about Kurama somehow being in there. Why did that man do that to him? To the both of them? It didn't make any sense to him. To seal Kurama inside of him and then just bolt? What was the point of it all? What did it accomplish other than mess up his life? As he walked through the streets passing the homes of other clan members just going on with their day, he could feel their attention on him until the moment he looked up at them in return. This was the second reason he was unable to leave and do his usual thing. He could tell when people were watching him. Well, everyone was watching him. Aside from that, after what he'd been putting Kushina through the last few days with his running off being the catalyst that set all of this in motion to happen to him, he couldn't just do the same thing she told him not to afterwards. Naruto clenched his eyes shut as he practiced taijutsu, punching at a tree in his yard. Why did this happen? Was it just me? Would it have happened to somebody else if it wasn't me? Just thinking of the times at night where Kushina would just hug him for whole minutes at a time as if she were going to lose him if she let go of him. This was all his fault, if I'd never gone out there. One of his punches happened to be errant in its performance, veering his fist off enough to scrape the skin clean off his hand down to the white meat. Naruto hissed to himself in pain and shook the hand out frantically before running inside to run some water over it to make it feel better. 5 minutes later he pulled his hand out of the flow to check over his stinging knuckles only to find that it had already stopped bleeding, and had even started to scab over in some places. He stared at his healing injury in awe, even as he pulled out something to wrap it with. So weird. Even after he'd finished and hid the ugly wound behind the medical wrapping, he stared at his right hand until his mother's voice roused him from his contemplation of his strange healing. "Naruto," she said to him, waiting at his room with a smile on her face and his backpack in hand. "I need you to run an errand for me. People are watching me, Mom," Naruto said with a frown on his newly whisker-marked face. Kushina rolled her eyes and placed the bag on his back before tugging on his cheek. "No one's going to do anything unless you try to leave the village. They're trying to keep an eye on you because we've never had a Jinchuriki here before." "Oh. Don't give me that frown, baby." Kushina gave Naruto a wide smile and kissed him on the forehead. "Everything's gonna be okay. I promise." She stroked his cheek for what seemed like an eternity before her eyes seemed to refocus, and she turned him around with a handful of money and a list. "All right, go over and put in a new order at the blacksmith and pick up my last request from him." It seemed mundane enough as she gently coaxed him out the front door. "Some of that is for me, right? All of the pickup is for you, Mr. Cuts Trees a Lot. The next order is for me," Kushina informed him, grinning while flexing a delicate bicep. "Mama trains too, you know." She kept a strong face until Naruto had hustled off and vanished down the street. At that point she leaned on the doorframe and ran a hand up her forehead to smooth her crimson locks back. "Okay, you've got 20 minutes to get him before the sensor shift change. Any later than that and you'll have every ninja in this village on your heels." From inside of the house a shadowy figure came into the main room from the kitchen. "I won't have you to dampen my chakra signature after I leave, so I guess I'll have to be quick," a somewhat casual male voice said. "The ship leaves in 10 anyway, so I need to grab him and be on it before then. Just take care of him, okay? I won't let your son die, Kushina-sama. I wouldn't be able to face Minato-sama if I did." "Wait." Kushina reached up and plucked out a few of her own hairs to give to her guest, who took them, but was confused to do so. "Show him that when you give him my letter. Otherwise he'll just try to escape the moment he sees a chance." Walking into a better light for the shaded living room, a tall lanky man came into sight. The young ninja-looking person had gravity-defying white hair, a headband with a plain metal plate over it that was slanted enough to cover his left eye, and a face mask covering his face from his nose down to where it was attached to his black long-sleeved top that had gray stripes running up the length of the arms and pants. Metal bracers sat around his forearms connected to his fingerless gloves, and leather straps crossed over his chest, holding up a special tanto on his back. "Ah, come on, do I look that suspicious?" the man said, apparently smiling from the way his sole visible eye crinkled. "Yes." Kushina deadpanned. "Maybe if you took that mask off you'd be more trustworthy." She wasn't really particularly fond of people with masks nowadays after what had happened to Naruto, even people she'd known from years back. "That hurts coming from you. I can see it all over your face. Still with the bad jokes, I see." With a sigh, Kushina moved into the house and shut the door. "One thing left, I guess." Just make it look legit. It's going to hurt, Kakashi said, making a few hand seals before pausing as a focused blue surge of electricity formed in his hand that lit up the room. The Raikiri, lightning cutter, isn't really a gentle technique. I really don't care, Kushina said, turning her back to him. Your little bug zapper jutsu better put me out on the first try or dash. Aya. Kushina dropped to the floor unconscious after nearly 15 seconds of being electrocuted. Take my son somewhere safe, she said, twitching on the floor before she went out entirely. Kakashi just stared down at her with his hand still outstretched from using the Raikiri. You really are a tough lady, Kushina-sama. And I swear on my life, I won't let your son die. He's a comrade after all. Or he will be anyway, once he meets his father. He left the house entirely unseen, heading out to get to Naruto and leave with him as quickly as he could. This was the will of Kushina. The request she had sent out days before out of desperation when she'd seen the writing on the wall. And if it was something that would save the life of Namake's Minato's only son, Kakashi would get it done in a heartbeat. Jinchuriki or not, it didn't matter. XXX, with Naruto, civilian side of Uzumaki clan village. Thanks a lot, Naruto called out as he left the blacksmith's smithy and shop with a full supply of ninja tools and some extra in his backpack. There wasn't anything like feeling the weight of a loaded-down pouch on his backside and knowing that you were well armed. Everything seems better when you've got some shiny black kunai in your pocket. Running down the street as he usually did to get to wherever he was going, Naruto's mood dimmed when he realized that he was just going to be running back to the clan side of the village. The place where it always felt like he had hundreds of eyes on him at all times. When no one would even smile hello to him or address him with a good morning. What was the point of running back to that? All of that crap would still be there whenever he got back. There was no rush. And it was all getting even worse, because of the fact that he had Kurama sealed inside him. At least he still got some smiles and some nods sent his way when he was on the side of the village not populated by ninja. His lineage wasn't common knowledge there, and even people that knew didn't care since they weren't Uzumaki. They definitely didn't know about the whole Jinchuriki thing yet, and even if they did, ninjas barely knew what to make of the anomaly, so how much would they really know about it? That could be worse though, because ninjas who barely understood reacted negatively. The unknown was scary, and would be even more so for those that couldn't defend themselves in the slightest. He wasn't thinking about that in the slightest, however. It didn't cross Naruto's mind. It was just nice to relax and sit down somewhere where he didn't have to worry about how people saw him, or saw his mother for having him as her child. I've got to keep going though, Naruto thought to himself, for Mom's sake. I'll turn this around. I'll show everybody that I'm a great ninja one day, and it won't matter who my dad is, or what I've got sealed inside of me. And he'd have to find something to do about Kurama as well. That big old grumpy fox didn't do anything to him to warrant being stuck inside of him, but he didn't know enough about his predicament. Nor did he know anyone that would actually know how to help him, especially not in the village, if anyone even would help him here to begin with. If any of the adults knew what to do for him, they would have done it already. That was how he felt. So by that train of thought, there wasn't anyone in his clan that could do anything, except Kushina. The seal was hers, so if anyone could find out what to do, it would be his mother. Hands in his pockets, Naruto felt that he still had some leftover money from the blacksmith. I guess I'll go get something to eat and go back. Gotta keep working on that jutsu Mom taught me. XXX. It wasn't hard to follow Naruto, even if none of the Uzumaki clan members keeping tabs on him were censors. With bright yellow hair, he stuck out like a sore thumb, so even traveling to the civilian side of the village didn't do much to throw them off while letting them keep a great distance away from him. Their place on the rooftops of the bustling little town allowed them to keep a great view of him while allowing them to hide themselves. The little 10-year-old was technically a ninja, but he wasn't used to eyeing his surroundings enough to know when he was being watched by people that had experienced doing so for years and years. Still though, it was kind of scary to imagine the power of a Biju in such a little body. If he lost it, everyone was going to pay the price, and Kushina's son never seemed to be the most level-headed. Everyone had seen him throw a fit, and all of the clansmen knew what his voice sounded like due to its usual exuberant volume. It didn't exactly instill confidence that he wasn't a bomb with a fuse of unknown length. Hell, sealing something that powerful wasn't supposed to be done for a reason. There was a purpose behind it being one of the top taboos, and it was probably because it couldn't be safely done, and the risks of it failing were too monumentally high and abundant in number to attempt. Hey, don't you guys have something better to do than watch a kid? They didn't even feel the added presence amongst them until it had spoken. Turning around to face the man that had snuck up on them, they all got a quick eyeful of a red-eye with rapidly spinning features and fell dead asleep on the spot. A good look at his face wasn't even an option due to how quickly the genjutsu had set in on them. Kakashi looked over his handiwork and nodded to himself. Killing them was the absolute worst thing he could do right now, so that was a last resort in this case. Either way, that should buy me a good window until they wake up, but if I don't have Naruto on that ship in a few minutes, this isn't going to end well. If everything was blown, he could probably take on his fair share of the ninjas that would come for him, but the numbers would wear on him, as would the fact that no ship would be leaving Unyielding until he was captured. And then if he managed to attract the attention of Nagato himself to venture forth to stop him, well, he didn't really want to think about a morbid outcome such as that. With that nasty little thought in mind, he took off to go meet the new Jinchuriki before such a fate would befall him. Naruto wasn't that hard to find. If nothing else, Kakashi had to admit that the people posted to watch Naruto had to have been patting themselves on the back for getting such an easy detail. While a member of the Uzumaki clan would stick out anywhere else in the world, someone that had such prominent features of another type would stick out amongst their ilk. When he caught up to Naruto, he saw him standing off to the side outside of a sweet shop, seemingly trying to decide on what to get. The pensive look on his face was a bit amusing to Kakashi, who figured that it would be the same look someone would have when deciding a matter of grave importance. Instead, Naruto was just trying to pick between getting a little cake or buying a gigantic bag of sweetened almonds. I wish there was a place around here that sold ramen, Naruto thought to himself grumpily before shaking his head. Nah, it wouldn't be as good as Mom's. Kakashi just rolled his eyes and took his place in line that Naruto was setting aside for when he made a decision, and bought both things that he saw Naruto had an eye for. Noticing he had Naruto's attention, he handed him the bag of almonds. There, Naruto took the bag from the stranger since he'd seen him buy the food on the spot, but raised an eyebrow at the odd man in the face mask with his eye covered. Who are you? Naruto asked, following him once the man started walking away. He wasn't from around there, otherwise he probably wouldn't have done that. Why'd you do that for me? Oh, I'm just a traveler, Kakashi said, smiling down at the boy from behind his mask as he walked along. And you looked like you needed help making the decision. Huh. You couldn't choose one over the other. In cases like that, when your choices are so hard you can't make it, it's best when you can have both, isn't it? Naruto looked down into his other hand and grinned when he saw that Kakashi had given him the other small cake as well. You're pretty weird, you know that? Naruto said, though the expression on his face showed that there was no malice or accusation behind it. Why is your eye covered like that? Kakashi said, as if considering whether to tell him or not. Well, I'm kind of hurt that you called me weird. If I tell you what's behind my headband, you'll probably just think I'm even weirder, so I probably shouldn't say. No. I didn't mean weird as in weird bad, I meant it as in weird cool. And he did. Kakashi was cool as far as Naruto was concerned. He looked cool, he carried himself aloofly, which was awesome, and that mask was mysterious and badass. Like crazy awesome instead of just crazy, Kakashi said in comparative understanding. Yeah. That. Kakashi just chuckled before stopping. Okay, you really want to see? He asked, getting a frantic nod from Naruto. You'll have to keep it secret for me. Can I trust you with that? Another nod, and now Naruto was bouncing on the balls of his sandaled feet in anticipation. All right, Kakashi said as he reached for the headband. Was it wrong that he felt bad about how well that worked? XXX. 5 minutes later, docks of Uzumaki clan village/civilian side. Yumino Irika wasn't really much for the ninja life. He'd been a member of his own small clan that had been whittled down over the years to his father and his mother, the latter of whom had married into the family. Being complete small fry when it came to pecking order, his family did ninja work for subsistence pay and never really stepped on the toes of the infinitely bigger clans, even back when they had more size to them population-wise. His clan was so small that even when dropping his family name of Yumino around Yuzu-no-Kuni parts, no one had any idea that it was a clan name. This was due to the fact that they only operated around a single village that hired them in Hai-no-Kuni. It wasn't that glamorous or honorable in existence, and Irika found this out after his parents had died, and he tried to go it alone for a little while. He had some savings and was still young enough and smart enough to go into business for himself somehow. He was able to make way more money with around the same level of danger or less simply traveling at sea and trading. That way at least he was his own boss. It damn sure bumped his life expectancy to up past 30 to be a traveling merchant, which was the age where most ninja and even civilians caught in areas of constant conflict were expected to die before reaching. He was only 21, he didn't need to be thinking about that. He couldn't even freely let his surname fly lest some ancient enemy of his clan run across him. That was the way that things were. He still practiced the ninja arts, but he had never been much of a talent to be on the lookout for back before he'd gone into maritime trading, so it never really stood out. His clan never really had anything that set them apart, other than one thing he could do which helped him at sea quite a bit. For one thing, he never really had to hire any ninja from clans to protect his cargo. He could typically do that himself. But that was neither here nor there. What mattered right now was that he'd been given a request letter from Kushina a few days ago to sail to the mainland and bring someone back to get Naruto out before things went wrong, someone he would recognize on sight from her description. He did, and he returned with him. Let it be known that Kushina had great instincts. And at the moment, Iruka sat off to the side and raised an eyebrow at the sight of Kakashi just casually strolling back onto his vessel with a little boy in tow, obviously hinged enough so that an untrained eye wouldn't think it was Naruto. "Now how in Kami's name did you get him to do that willingly?" the young captain asked. He knew quite a bit about Naruto. From what he would have surmised, if he knew what was happening he would have fought it kicking and biting the whole way. "I figured he would have raised so much of a fuss himself that you would have either been late or had the whole clan breathing down your neck by now." "It wasn't willingly," Kakashi answered with a shrug. "Apparently Sharingan isn't something that's well known since the Uchiha are so far away. They'd work on that though. Both the general world knowledge thing and the illusion spotting thing." "Sucker for a genjutsu?" the former ninja Iruka asked rhetorically with a chuckle as he watched the lucid boy be steered up the gangplank onto his ship. "I heard his mother used to be terrible at them too. She still says she's bad at using them. I almost felt bad until I remembered that it was for his own good," Kakashi said, patting an almost non-responsive Naruto on the head. "Kushina-sama said that he's going to be beyond pissed when he snaps out of it, but for now he thinks that I'm walking with him to the clan limits." "Setting sail then," Iruka said with a shrug as he quickly pulled the gangplank up, reeled the anchor up, and went to get things started. "I can't come back here again to trade after this, but if Kushina's son is safe I guess I can live with having one less friendly port to stop in. I owe Namikaze-sen anyway." With the nimbleness of a trained ninja, Iruka swiftly made his way up the mast of his small ship and let the sails fly free to get them going. Kakashi nodded and sat Naruto somewhere safe on deck, sighing as he placed his hands on his shoulders. "You won't be able to come back here for a long time. I'm not very good with children, but I'll do my best. I promised your mother that I would," he said quietly as he could feel the ship begin to pull away from port. "Kakashi-san?" "Yeah?" the man in question responded. Iruka sounded quite alarmed at something that he could see from high up, and then he noticed what it was. The men he'd rendered unconscious from before had woken up in time to chase the ship down the docks. "Man, these people are a bunch of diehards," he commented as he lifted his headband back up. That wasn't the only thing though, as Iruka could see multiple ninjas crossing the bridge from the clan side of town into the civilian portion. It was only a matter of time, but luckily no one would be able to give chase in any kind of suitable ship until they were well down the river and on their way out to open sea. Full canvas it was then. As Iruka opened the sails all the way and the ship started climbing to its top speed, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief as they had finally run out of dock to give chase from. Good, because he didn't want to fight on a ship and risk damaging it. Especially when it belonged to someone else. Wait, why were they making hand seals? Why were they jumping onto the surface of the water? Why was the water ahead of the ship doing that weird thing? Crap. A water-based jutsu. Behind the ship a whirlpool started to take form and Iruka's ship was already feeling the pull backwards into it. In a panic, Kakashi started making a large number of hand seals as fast as he could before water began to rush out and up dozens of feet into the air before crashing down at the whirlpool with as much force as Kakashi could remotely muster. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. The violent collision of water on water disrupted the whirlpool, and the push of Kakashi's jutsu ebbing on the surface of the water forced a wave that gave Iruka's ship a little push farther ahead. Now that was what one would call taking a bad situation and turning it upside down. By now having dropped down to the deck to steer his ship, Iruka just shook his head and kept his eyes straight ahead. People wondered whenever the topic rarely came up as to why he quit. It was a no-brainer when one had to think about dealing with things like that. I can't beat people that can do any of that. Seriously, it made Iruka feel like the smartest man in the room right now when it came to ninja life. He had been in a clan that was too small-time to be worth the attention of anyone that would pit them against the bigger clans, and he got out when he was presented with an alternative way to make ends meet. And that leaves us with Dash. Kakashi trailed off as he could hear a loud warning bell ringing from the village that they were leaving behind them. No time to spare. Good work, everybody. I'm the only other person here, Kakashi-san, Iruka said. I know. Good work steering. I guess. I don't really know too much about ships to know if you were doing a good job or not. And this man was going to be responsible for a brand new Jinchuriki that was also a manic 10-year-old boy with little respect for authority? And let it not be forgotten that he had more or less been abducted to begin with. That was going to be one miffed kid when he woke up. Tahai no Kuni it is then, Iruka said, already with his compass at the ready for when they exited the mouth of the river. Nobody's going to catch this ship in the open water. Kakashi just sat down by Naruto and lowered his headband back over his Sharingan eye. Still a drain on my chakra, even for just that long. Kakashi reached over and used his hand to close Naruto's eyes before breaking the genjutsu he'd placed on him earlier. Being around you is going to suck when you wake up. XXX, Uzumaki Clan Village. Kushina's house. Kushina was being looked over by a pair of medicnin that had come to her place after it became known that the Watchers had lost track of Naruto. She just sat silently in a chair, back exposed with a miserable look on her face while they worked to heal her. The door was open and outside she could see Nagato issuing orders to several teams of ninja who took off to search as far and as wide as the word that Naruto was missing was spreading all over the village. Now that had been attended to, Nagato turned around and walked back inside where Kushina still looked to be in extremely rough shape from whatever had happened to her. Oh Kushina, you ever have one of those weeks? Kushina said, voice sounding dry from the attack that had dealt her damage. One of those weeks where everything that seems like it can go wrong does, and you're not even around for most of it to happen. Nagato-sama, one of the dutiful medics said as the other ran her hands over Kushina's body with a green glow to them. Kushina was attacked from behind and suffered rather serious injuries from the ambush. Nagato nodded and checked outside to see several more shinobi being relayed his orders through another before heading off to find the lost Jinchuriki. Speaking of which, whoever attacked you took Naruto. Now do you see? Kushina asked a bit bitterly. But I would be lying if I didn't say that I'm kind of glad this happened. Of all the terrible things that could happen, at least I don't get to watch my child die. You haven't figured out the seal yet, have you? He hadn't. He didn't understand how something as rudimentary as doubling up on a 4-symbol seal could be so effective. It was so crude and seemingly basic, but there was something to it he just couldn't get. It wasn't as plain or as simple as it seemed somehow. I had one more day before something drastic needed to be done, Nagato said with a frown before dismissing the medics, allowing Kushina to cover herself back up. But now it doesn't matter. How someone got far enough into the village to disable you, 3 of our shinobi, and take Naruto, I'll never know. Someone got onto the island and sealed something inside of Naruto without anyone knowing it already. I'm not surprised someone could get here too, she replied, covering her own tracks when it came to responsibility as to how Kakashi had gotten so far in without being detected. It's not like there aren't plenty of places to hide, and you didn't really put out anyone to sweep the countryside in case they were still here. It tied in with Kushina talking about how Naruto had been assailed by a man in a mask, but for some reason the 3 ninjas that had been defeated by him couldn't identify him by sight. All they knew was that he had on a mask. That was too vague. Sharingan hypnotism was just too much of a boon for some users, especially some that could get as creative as Kakashi. Still, Nagato couldn't help but hold some suspicion towards Kushina. She was being surprisingly quiet. This was the way she had been for the last few days, a marked difference from the usual spirited, cheerful, somewhat arrogant temperament that she possessed on a daily basis. Hell, being attacked the way she did should have had her all wound up wanting to get the bastard who did it back at all costs. Even if she didn't believe in the chances of him finding out a safe way to get the Biju out of Naruto within the next day, he figured that she'd want to get Naruto back if only to have a little bit more time with him. You're right, Nagato said, walking forward and putting a hand on her shoulder only for her to turn away from him. But you have to be honest with me right now, Kushina. I don't know what it is, but I don't like the smell of this. If you know anything at all about what's happening past what you've already told me, I need you to share it. You have no idea what can happen if you don't. She could feel his chakra as if it were touching her soul. That wasn't good. This was a Rinnegan power he was using to interrogate her. With it he could just remove her soul to find out what he wanted to know, but he was giving her a chance to tell the truth before taking that final course of action. Kushina partially turned her face to him with a look of displeasure. Don't you think I'd like to know where he is? Where he's going? You want the truth, Nagato? I have no idea what's going to happen to Naruto. I wish I did. I wish I could go to him and get him right now, and I wish I could kill the people that did this to my family. Is that what you want to hear? It's not what I want to hear, Nagato said, removing his hand from Kushina without removing her soul and ending her life. But you're not lying. He backed away closer to the door before speaking again. I don't think you should stay here by yourself. Come and stay at the mansion. You can help find Naruto, and it's best until you heal from your wounds. Is that an offer or an order? I can make it an order if need be. Well then I guess I have no choice. Nagato-sama. That brought a flinch from the clan leader. Kushina hadn't ever referred to him with a noble honorific the way that all of the others did, and now it was done clearly as a method of expressing her ire for the current circumstances. Still though, I'll have someone assist you with moving in. He needed to keep an eye on her, as he knew that there was something up. And maybe he could get her to see him in a more personal light. You're still my friend Kushina. And he wished she could be more than that. But you know the survival of the clan has to come first. Kushina just nodded and Nagato took that as his moment to leave, which he did in a shunshin. Wrapping her arms around herself, she looked over on the wall at a picture of Naruto and herself. Kakashi, you'd better get Naruto to Minato. Wherever Minato was in the world. XXX, Naruto's mindscape. Okay, where the hell am I now? Naruto asked, walking through a flooded corridor that seemed to be like some kind of utility tunnel. There were pipes on the walls and it was wet and dank all over. He had no clue where he was and he was so confused out of his mind that all he could consciously do was follow the indescribable pull he felt, navigating him through the labyrinth of pathways. Damn those eyes. It happened to me again. He heard echoing off of the walls. Was that Kurama? Stuck inside of the weak, defenseless body of an adolescent human brat. Well, that wasn't a nice thing to say. Did he even know Naruto was listening? I'm not weak, you big, stupid fox. And I can hear you, by the way. Running with his footsteps splashing up water, Naruto charged his way to a gigantic gate, behind which Kurama was lying down. Are you pissed? No. I love having my freedom barred with me stuck inside of this goddamn cage. Kurama lunged forward and slammed his body futilely off of the bars, scaring Naruto back. Of course I'm pissed. Your bitch mother made the seal stronger. Well, don't yell at me. It's not my fault. And the rest of Kurama's statement then caught up with Naruto. Don't call my mom a bitch, you big red douche. If she didn't fix the seal dash. If she hadn't fixed, I would have broken out by tomorrow, Kurama bellowed, tails waving wildly in anger. Your body, and the strength of the seal that bound me, both were too weak to keep me here. I would have busted out by sunrise tomorrow. 5 days, and I would have been on my way. But, remembering what Kushina told him, Naruto paled. But that would have killed me. That would have killed everybody around me when you broke out. That wouldn't have been my problem, but this is my problem. The gigantic fox began to calm down after finally getting a chance to vent to someone that would listen. You wouldn't be a sport and tear that tag off of the bars for your old friend Kurama, would you? Well, doing it would kill him. That tag with the word seal on it was obviously the mental representation of the seal as well as Naruto's will to maintain it, and pulling it off meant that Naruto would be straight up breaking it. Breaking it in such a crude manner would outright kill him. You couldn't undo seals with force and expect nothing terrible to happen in return. Uzumaki clan members and seals. Naruto was at least that knowledgeable about them. Naruto just stared up at the face of the fox and tilted his head to the side. I'm not taking that stupid tag off without a really good reason. The intelligent creature of mass destruction took a second to think about it before his red eyes looked down at Naruto's. I'll be your best friend. The thought was tempting, and Naruto had to admit that the idea of being real friends with something so awesome was seriously tempting. That was something that he wanted for a year after he stopped being afraid. There was one big problem with that though. I'll be dead. I'll remember your sacrifice for about 2 weeks, Kurama said solemnly. Also, I won't eat whatever's left of your corpse after I get out. Common courtesy, you know. he concluded with a toothy smile, only for Naruto to turn a direct about face and march his way back from whence he came. Hey, I'm all powerful, you little shit. You're all stuck behind that gate right now from what I can see, motherfucker. Naruto quipped, hands up behind the back of his head as he walked away. There's a lot of stuff I've got to figure out and do before going suicidal to free you comes up. It's definitely on the table though, right? Come on, what do you really have to look forward to? You're probably going to die before you're 30 like everyone else anyway. Stop trying to make me kill myself already. Naruto bellowed one last time before turning the corner to leave. I'll figure it out, just chill out or something. I'm a peacock, Kurama. You've got to let me fly on this one. Right, you'll figure it out, I'm sure. Kurama snarked sarcastically. I'm not sitting here waiting for you to kick the bucket so I can die with you and respawn 5 years later. Kurama's claws crashed through the bars but didn't get very far due to the seal as Naruto walked out of sight and literally out of mind. And peacocks don't fly like regular birds, you little dumbass. Triple X, somewhere in High no Kuni, Naruto's eyes slowly opened and he started moving around on the ground underneath a tree in a forest somewhere. It wasn't his neck of the woods though. He only needed to be there for a few moments to know that he felt absolutely nothing familiar about his surroundings. Ugh. Where am I now? He asked aloud, sitting up on the ground while rubbing his head. The smell of food cooking filled his nostrils and Naruto looked around the trunk of the tree he was under to find the white-haired guy from before tending a small fire with his back turned to him. Naruto pressed himself to the trunk of the tree and felt around on his person to find that he was still fully armed. By now his brain had fully caught up to what was happening and realized that he wasn't home, and this guy had something to do with it. So should he try to attack him before the guy realized he was awake, or make a break for it? Decisions. If he could beat the guy and do so without killing him, he could try to interrogate him and figure out just what was going on and why. If he ran without trying to fight, he had a better chance of getting away if he was outmatched, not that he would ever admit to being outmatched. Also, running away was such an ugly way of putting it. Uzumaki clan ninja didn't run away. They deliberately withdrew and assessed their situations before finding better ways to continue a fight on their terms. Naruto flipped open the kunai pouch at his thigh to arm himself, but before he could even reach for a weapon, a voice cut through the tranquility of the forest and stopped him cold. Oh, you're finally awake. You slept for quite a while, you know. So the choice was now either run when the guy would definitely know you tried to take off, or fight him when he definitely knew you were coming. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained with his back to Naruto while he tended the fire and watched how the fish he'd caught from a nearby river were cooking. There wasn't any need to face him right now. There were only 3 things he'd do. He'd either sit down and talk like a reasonable adult would do, he'd try to escape, or he'd try to fight. One of those things were off the table because Naruto wasn't a reasonable adult. He was a 10-year-old ninja far away from home with plenty of reason to be paranoid and scared out of his mind, even if Kakashi hadn't basically abducted him from his village. So he'd either fight or run, and Kakashi was prepared for both, so why not make sure that he didn't overcook the fish? Do you want something to eat? Kakashi asked amicably. The fish are almost ready. Sneak attack! Jumping from the branch of an overhanging tree down onto Kakashi with a kunai in hand, Naruto felt like he was going to get him, until he wound up hitting absolutely nothing but a random log. I didn't even see him move. That kawarimi was so smooth. No, it's not really a sneak attack if you call out that you're doing it beforehand. Kakashi chided from 10 feet behind Naruto, getting him to nearly jump out of his skin. Good morning. Now that you're awake and got that out of your system dash. He was cut off by a quick lunge from Naruto with the kunai to stab him in the stomach, but he easily stopped that by grabbing Naruto's wrist and stopping the stabbing motion before the point of the blade ever came close to touching him. It wasn't even a matter of a test of strength, as Naruto tried to push forward to drive the knife into his enemy. Kakashi was holding him back and making it look easy, because it was. He was 10. Kakashi had 13 years of age on him and an uncountable number of years of experience. Who are you? Naruto grunted out, not budging Kakashi's arm an inch. I'd be more inclined to answer if you put the kunai away, Naruto. How do you know my name? Same answer? Fine. Naruto replied. If you won't tell me, I'll just beat it out of you. This was said while he was still completely unable to stab Kakashi, or even remove his wrist from the one-eyed man's grasp. Just as soon as I get out of this, Naruto emphasized by tugging fruitlessly to free himself. It was probably wrong, but Kakashi was rather enjoying himself. This kid was odd, and it almost made him forget that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. This is actually fun. And then it stopped being fun. From the trees, a small platoon of Narutos jumped down and set themselves upon Kakashi, having gotten themselves in position while the original had been dealing with the adult ninja. You don't know fear until you see 20 of the exact same person flying through the air at you with nothing but bad intentions. He can make that many with just the regular Kagebunshin no Jutsu? Kakashi thought with one wide eye. Kushina told him that she'd taught Naruto a special clone jutsu to help him out back when she was warning Kakashi that he'd probably try to fight him after he realized what was happening. She had neglected to mention, however, that she'd made sure he knew the super steroid-enhanced version of a basic jutsu that a kid his age should have been using. The Uzumaki clan definitely didn't know how to do things half-assed. Thank God she didn't teach him the forbidden version, because he knew for a fact that she knew it. Shifting his grip on Naruto's wrist, Kakashi spun around and pulled Naruto off of the ground to throw him into the air and take out several clones on contact, forcing them to disperse in puffs of smoke. From there he had a side that he wasn't surrounded on that he could quickly move to when the rest landed and came after him. Naruto and his clones on their end were getting frustrated. The guy was completely keeping out of their reach altogether, and they couldn't even touch him. He was moving just fast enough that they could see him and keep up, but couldn't land anything on him. Not a punch, a kick, a shuriken toss, anything. I'm sorry. I know you're really trying here and I don't want to be that guy, but the speed you're moving at dash, Kakashi said as his hand slowly crept up to the sword on his back before he suddenly streaked forward in a single rush straight through the wall of clones that had been pursuing him. All Naruto could be sure that he saw was a flash of white light from when the weapon had been swung. Against me you might as well be wading in mud. The recipient of the sudden action was left wide-eyed and astonished. That was the speed of a high-level ninja that was able to survive out in the cold world that they called the elemental nations. The ability of a man that had the ability to live past the life expectancy for most people in the world, and he was supposed to take missions to deal with people like that. So far the most he'd done had been some pitiful little deliveries across the island. Kakashi's cut had come so quickly through most of Naruto's clones that there was a lag time between when the blow was struck and when they finally expired. Kakashi had made a concerted effort to get as close to Naruto as he could without harming a hair on his head, and letting Naruto know that if he wanted to kill him, or strike a disabling blow, he could have done so easily. Letting out a sigh, the white-haired man resheathed his amazingly cool tanto and walked back over to Naruto, flat out ignoring the other 3 clones that he knew were clones due to how defensive they seemed to be over the one that he had kept track of as being the creator. I don't want to hurt you. That's not why I took you away from your village. Now if you want to keep fighting we can do that if it will make you feel better, but at some point you have to move forward with this. Having said his bit, Kakashi walked past Naruto and the rest of his 6 remaining clones to return to the fire. That didn't take so terribly long. Come on, the fish aren't burned that bad yet. Naruto just looked between his clones who all just shrugged at him. They were at a loss too. What else could he do? He didn't know where they were in proximity to Yuzu no Kuni to begin with, and if this guy wanted something from him he really could have just taken it already. Hell, he put him in a situation where he could fight back. Dispelling the rest of his clones, the displaced 10-year-old slowly walked over to Kakashi and the fire only to see 3 fish bones on the ground already. Great. So he wouldn't even get to see what the guy looked like behind his mask while he was eating either. Now I know you probably have a lot of questions, Kakashi said, trying to break the ice with an amicable tone. I'll answer whatever I can honestly. Just remember that I'm on your side first and foremost, Naruto. Suspiciously, Naruto sat down across from the fire at Kakashi, at least separating the 2 of them by that small obstacle if need be, and just stared at his face until he felt the need to say something. Silence never really sat well with him. Time not running his mouth wasn't time well spent. So he decided to start off with something simple. Who are you anyway? What are you all about? Introductions. Of course. How could I ask you to trust me if you don't know the first thing about me? Kakashi said, apparently giving Naruto a smile from how his eye closed in a seemingly pleasant expression. I'm Hatake Kakashi of the Hatake clan. I have no real desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future. Never really thought about it before. And as for my hobbies, well, I have lots of hobbies. With each answer that Kakashi gave Naruto past his name, the whisker mark youth's face fell more and more. Those are terrible answers. That was the worst introduction in history. In the end, all Kakashi did was tell him his name and clan affiliation. Can I hit you? No. Kakashi denied him bluntly before smiling behind his mask again. Now it's your turn. Naruto squinted his eyes at Kakashi and scratched his own cheek before talking about himself. Alright, the name's Uzumaki Naruto of the Uzumaki clan. I like my mom, the ramen my mom makes, and doing stuff. Stuff? Yeah, stuff. It's better than what you said. Naruto pouted, getting defensive over his answers. Carry on then. The masked ninja was going to allow it lest he be accused of hypocrisy. I don't dislike much, except vegetables, I guess. Naruto continued, trying to come up with some on-the-spot answers for things he never really thought about or had to explain to others. No one else ever really cared to know except Kushina. I even hate when they're in ramen, but at least they're a bit better than. And my dream, to kick some masked guy's ass straight to the moon. I hope he's not talking about me. Kakashi thought to himself before bringing something up. I noticed that you didn't say that you hated your father. He knew for a fact from Kushina that Naruto didn't have any love for him. At the topic of Minato, Naruto just gave Kakashi a wide grin that was a bit alarming when coupled with what he said next. Well, I can't hate somebody that I've never even met, can I? It was kind of disturbing just how little of that smile reached his face. I don't really know how I feel about the guy. My mom loves him to death, talks about him all the time, but I don't get it. Kakashi could only imagine. He didn't have the best relationship with his father when he was Naruto's age, but at least he had one. There were a lot of good times in there, and there were moments when his father happened to be his hero. If Naruto was earnestly bitter or not, Kakashi couldn't tell yet, but time would tell. I can tell you that your father is a good man, Kakashi said, hearing Naruto snort as he grabbed his own fish on a stick to eat. It's because of him and your mother that I took you away from your village to protect you. If I hadn't, by tomorrow you'd have been forced to undergo the extraction process that your clan developed for removing a Biju from a Jinchuriki. That doesn't sound so bad, Naruto admitted. So that meant that someone had come up with a way to do it safely, right? Kakashi just shook his head sadly. It would either kill you or cripple your system of chakra. Even if you survived, you would probably never be a ninja again. Whoa. That was different. What? Why? I'm not gonna do anything. I didn't put Kurama in me, it wasn't my choice. Why do they have to kill me? It was a bone-chilling thought that he had been less than 24 hours away from having his very essence sucked out of his body. All he wanted to do for them was be a ninja and show them that he wasn't the sum of what they thought he was because of his father. He wanted to prove he was a real Uzumaki clan ninja. But that was never going to happen as long as he was a Jinchuriki, and the only way out of it would kill him. Just the fact that you exist as you are could flip the entire world on its head. You have no idea just how much of a shift that you can cause as a Jinchuriki, do you? The distraught look on Naruto's face clearly showed that he didn't, thus Kakashi continued. Kushina-sama asked me for help. It won't take long for your clan to find out that she had a role in your escape, and she's willing to endure the consequences as long as I keep you safe. What? No! Naruto shouted, spitting out a mouthful of fish. We've got to go back. We've got to get my mom. Nagato isn't a dumb guy, you know. He'll figure it out quick. And no one could defeat him. Back before Naruto was born, when Nagato unlocked the Rinnegan as a little kid his age, he was labeled as one of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. Back then he and Kushina were on a 3-man team that were sent to reinforce the Senju clan during one of their many large-scale operations. According to lore, on a team comprised of Senju ninjas at least 10 years his senior, not only were he and Kushina the only ones to survive, but they completed the mission and almost the entire kill count for the mission rested at his feet. The details on it were sketchy, but no one ever doubted the amount of power Nagato had. When he left the village to go train, everyone knew it because they could oftentimes feel the results of his more destructive techniques being practiced. The guy didn't seem exceptionally dangerous. He actually seemed kind of apprehensive until there was a time for him to cowboy up, and then there was no mistake about exactly how perilous it was to tangle with him whatsoever. Your clan won't kill your mother no matter what, Kakashi assured Naruto, walking over to set a hand on his shoulder. If they killed her, word would get out somehow, and if that happened they can assume for a fact that they would definitely never see you again. So they need her in good condition. It would be in their best interest to find you, and that's why you're with me. Kushina-sama didn't come with us and allowed herself to be a hostage for a good reason. We can't go back. Besides, what would they look like? One lone adult ninja and a kid taking on the stronghold to free the noble maiden being held prisoner? Not a chance. They wouldn't even be able to get any of the ships that routinely traveled to Yuzuno Kuni to grant them passage lest they include themselves as enemies to the Uzumaki clan as well. The only reason Kakashi got as far into their village as he did the first time was because Kushina had planned every single move of his operation out in advance for him and worked her own village system beautifully. She was definitely good in a pinch. It had been the perfect storm, and it would never work again. As proof to what he was saying, Kakashi showed Naruto strands of Kushina's long red hair and proceeded to hand him a scroll that Naruto unfurled and began to read. She told me to show you her hair when I gave you this in case you didn't believe me. I didn't open it. Naruto nodded and gulped heavily as his eyes scanned across the characters on the parchment. Naruto. I know things seem very strange and very scary right now, but you're going to have to be strong for me and for yourself. I would do anything in the world for you, and that's why I couldn't let you stay in the village. You didn't get a fair shake to begin with, and because of what you have sealed inside you wouldn't have lived to see the end of the week. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, baby, but in matters of the single person against the group will always win out. Nagato and the rest of the clan are afraid of what it will look like if there's a Jinchuriki in our forces. There's no way we can prove that we didn't seal away the Biju inside of you. There's no proof and no trace of the masked man that you talked about anywhere on our island or in our records. I can't let them kill you with the extraction process, so I'm asking you to go with Kakashi here. He's a friend of your father, and I knew him back when he was your age, before you were born. You can trust him with your life and he'll never let you down. Don't worry about me and what might happen to me staying back here either. Nothing bad's going to happen to me, and even if it does, your mother is tough. Even tougher than you for sure. You get it from me. And I'll be fine on my own in the village as long as I know you've got a fighting chance at having your own life. Keep this scroll with you always, Naruto. I already gave Kakashi a scroll with everything that you'll need. Sorry about deceiving you with the errand, but you'd probably have just acted like a little dumbass if I flat out told you about all of this in advance. Remember that you're not just a Jinchuriki, some human with a Biju inside of them. You're my son and I love you with all my heart, so go and make me proud. I'll see you soon. That's the promise of a lifetime, baby. And what did I tell you about making promises? Don't break 'em. Naruto said under his breath to himself, wiping a few building tears away. He wasn't going to cry like a baby in front of the weird guy in the face mask. That wasn't cool at all. I'm gonna save you, Mom. Just you wait. No matter what I have to do, I swear. There was really nothing that Kakashi figured he could add to whatever had been written down in that scroll to ease his mind any more than Kushina already had. Naruto stared at the other fish he had left to eat and didn't feel too hungry at the moment. So we're just supposed to run away until someone catches up and takes us out, or what? No, actually I'm going to take you to your father. Just like Kushina-sama wanted me to do. Blue eyes opened wide and the stick fell from Naruto's hand in shock. Kakashi not only knew his father, he was going to take him right to him. Nerves quickly set in and Naruto's hands started to shake. What would Minato think of him? Did Minato really want to see him to begin with? Why didn't he ever show up, or send any word? What had he been doing for 10 years to stay away from his wife and son? We just have to find him first. What do you mean? I mean we have to track Minato-sama down. I have no earthly idea where he is right now. The only sound that could be heard was that of the crackling fire, the animal noises from farther out in the woods including one incredibly loud crow cawing, and the heavy silence between Naruto and his apparent-to-be caretaker. Every time Naruto started to be impressed with Kakashi or the things he said, Kakashi had a knack for saying something to bring Naruto's opinion of him back to earth. He had to be doing it on purpose. That was the only way it seemed logical for someone to shoot themselves in the foot that many times. Don't worry though, Kakashi commented brightly, patting Naruto on the back. Minato-sama is a world-famous ninja known for the major cause he's seeking to accomplish. He simply has to constantly move around because he has no clan and no home. All we have to do is pick up his trail. His confidence was kind of inspiring though. The nonchalant way he approached the topic actually gave Naruto some hope, yeah? Mom talks about Dad like he's some kind of superhero or something. The way people kept talking about him, it was like Namake's Minato could handle any problem no sweat. If I can find him, and if what Mom says about him is true, he can definitely help. I can tell him and he can save Mom. It was an odd thing. Moments before, Kakashi saw nothing but trepidation, confusion, and fear of the future in the eyes of the boy next to him, but in a matter of moments something changed: confidence, determination, and the formation of a purpose and a goal that was going to be achieved by his own two hands at all costs. It could be chalked up simply as a child making up his mind stubbornly on something, but it was more than that. Kakashi already knew that no matter what he said, Naruto was always going to endeavor to save Kushina. To get back to her somehow, someway. That was something he made his mind up about. But he looked like he had a plan of action. A basic plan of action, but still a plan nonetheless. And it seemed like it wouldn't be something that would make the task Kushina requested of him very difficult. Naruto quickly polished off the rest of his food and followed Kakashi once he stood up. "So you'll come with me to find Minato-sama?" he asked Naruto, glancing down at him with his single visible eye to see Naruto nod spiritedly. "That's good to hear. It'll be good to have some constant company again for once. Just don't slow me down too much, would you? We'll have to keep moving if we ever want to find him. Don't worry about me," Naruto replied with a grin, kicking dirt on the fire to put the rest of it out. "I'm not stopping until I'm face to face with my old man." He needed some answers from the guy that he'd been waiting years to ask, and above all else he needed to save his mother. With a shrug, Kakashi unsealed a bag and threw it over to Naruto, who put it on his back. He wasn't going to carry that kid's stuff around when he was perfectly capable of walking and doing it himself. "Let's get going then. He could be anywhere in the elemental nations." Taking a deep breath as he shifted the bag around securely, Naruto just looked around at his surroundings and trailed behind Kakashi as they left the area. Just what was out there waiting on him in the world? As long as it led him back to Yuzu-no-Kuni and the safety of Kushina, he'd be fine with everything. No matter what was to come, he could endure it. In the coming months and years he would look back on that mindset time and time again and later marvel at just what he'd originally expected out of his involuntary journey. How short he expected it to be, even at its longest. In his wildest dreams he couldn't have imagined just what he and the people around him would have to deal with, or how long it would truly take to resolve it all. The problems of one boy and one clan that were a regional issue at best, winding up as a catalyst that led the world to change. Who could have anticipated that? Chapter 3: Go with the Flow. It had been a tense few days for the Uzumaki clan following the apparent abduction of new Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. The ships sent out to try and give chase didn't catch up in the short voyage that it would have taken to reach Hai-no-Kuni from Yuzu-no-Kuni, and there had been no information on a little blonde kid and a white-haired older ninja coming through any of the nearby port towns that they would have had to use on that coast. That probably meant that they'd hopped off in a cove somewhere or jumped ship without the captain stopping at all, letting them waterwalk or take a rowboat close enough to shore where they could just leave without docking anywhere. So there was no sign of Naruto anywhere. He could literally be anywhere in all of the elemental nations. For all they knew, they were off track entirely, and the ship that had absconded with him could have given them the slip by heading out west to Mizu-no-Kuni instead. The sun rose and set, and the days rolled past until it was time for the set meeting with the Senju clan to maintain their fostered clan friendship with the Uzumaki. Nagato had been dreading it, and from the window of his mansion that could see all of the village. Since sunrise that morning, after seeing to the preparations meant to greet his guests, Nagato had been standing at the window of his office staring down at the port reserved for the Uzumaki clan side of the river until a ship made it there to dock. With a sigh he left his office and began the long trip down to greet the Senju before his secretary and guard could even inform him that they had arrived. "I just want to keep the Uzumaki clan as peaceful as possible," he thought to himself as he walked the halls. "If you're going to follow me like this, you might as well walk with me by my side down to meet with the clan head." "Thank you for the invitation, Nagato-sama," a smooth female voice said from the shadows of the mansion before right next to Nagato a woman appeared in a whirlwind of paper. "It's an honor to walk by your side." Nagato just rolled his eyes and smiled as he began to walk again with this new woman falling in step alongside him. "You know I'm the only one around here that can tell when you're being sarcastic, Conan." The Conan woman had neck-length blue hair with a large light blue paper flower in it on the right side, a small piercing under her lip, and a stony expression. Her clothing consisted of black leggings, white high-heeled sandals, and a navy blue robe tied around her body and neck that exposed her arms, the sides of her ample breasts, and started its downward slit at her stomach to show her pierced navel. A small smile broke through her serious facade upon being called out by the Uzumaki clan leader. "And what makes you think I'm being sarcastic, Nagato? That hurts. You know I have nothing but respect for you. I know. You're a good person and a fine friend to have for all these years. Well, I feel that one of your childhood friends has to show some sort of loyalty. It was clear to Nagato which particular friend Conan was referring to, as he really didn't have that many left that were still alive, and there was really only one in particular that she'd always had a particular distaste for. Kushina is being kept under watch in the mansion for suspicious activity already. I've already seen her, Conan said dryly. In the garden just out back. I was watching her, and she somehow knew I was there and waved at me. Not exactly the way a distraught mother was expected to act, but then again Kushina was a cheeky woman and Conan knew that she wasn't exactly a fan of her either. I don't trust her, Nagato. Well, what would you have me do? The red-haired man asked as the sun greeted them upon their exit from the mansion down the gigantic staircase that would take them into the clan side of the village. She didn't lie to me. I went straight to her and put her on the spot with her life on the line. She spoke no lies. The Pierce beauty just let silence fall between the two of them. She knew that Nagato would never just kill Kushina. Conan was actually surprised that he was willing to use the threat of soul removal on her to try and interrogate her. Personally, she would have preferred that he turn the heat up via interrogation with the King of Hell, but he wouldn't torture her. Not Kushina. She was just happy as she was though, even with Kushina putting up her big fake smiles while walking around the mansion that she was technically prisoner in. She was happy that even though she wasn't a member of any clan, let alone the Uzumaki clan, they treated her almost as if she was one due to her long-standing friendship with Nagato and her abilities as a kunoichi. It was a cold world out there, especially when one was a shinobi with no clan at their back. Life as a close confidant of the Uzumaki clan's most powerful ninja and leader was infinitely better than her life as a child, teenager, and young woman had been. And she and Nagato were moving to greet one of the main contributors to the tumultuous nature of the world today in the Senju clan. Accompanied by a select group of Uzumaki clan ninjas, they came to a stop as Nagato moved within range to greet them. Most of these clan members wore traditional armor, as well similar to what many Uzumaki clan members wore, only theirs seemed to be less elaborately plated than the host clan's choice of bodily protection. Their leader didn't wear any armor at all though. Senju Tsunade, widely considered to be the most powerful kunoichi in history and one of the most supremely powerful individuals living today. She had long blonde hair tied in two tails down her back and wore red lipstick while sporting a small green diamond mark on her forehead. Despite being at least 12 years Nagato's senior, she looked to be in her 20s or so. No one ever called her on it though, unless they had a death wish. The powerful woman dressed in markedly more casual attire than those she had chosen to take with her, choosing to wear an open deep green jacket. Underneath that she wore a sleeveless gray kimono blouse with a dull blue-gray obi holding it closed quite low enough to show off a good deal of her sizable bust. Her pants were the same color as her obi, and she wore heeled sandals to complete her appearance. Senju Dano. Uzumaki Dano. Nagato smiled amicably and extended his hand that Tsunade took and shook. I hope you had a safe trip getting here. He could feel the bones in his hand creak just from such a simple gesture. She probably wasn't even trying to do it. This is probably her holding back as much as she can. There wasn't any trouble. It's just as beautiful here as the last time I came, by the way, Tsunade commented, looking around the serene setting that she found herself in. It's been a few years. It actually was extremely pleasant to come out to Yuzuno Kuni. Compared to literally everywhere else in the world, it was an extremely peaceful place. It was big enough for the Uzumaki clan to live on and operate with good business as the only ninja clan, and small enough that you couldn't really fight a war there. Not like Mizuno Kuni, another sea-based nation that consisted of too many islands to count. That place was a breeding ground for constant conflict. Well, it's wonderful to have you back, Nagato said as he and Conan fell into step with Tsunade and her entourage, joining their procession to the mansion. I'll show you myself the prepared rooms where you and your escorts are to stay. A stiff nod came from Tsunade and a preoccupied look came to the face of the young-looking lady. I hate to bring it up so quickly without even getting settled in first, but some disturbing information has been drifting around for most of the last week. I think it would be best if we got to the bottom of the rumors as soon as possible to either dispel them or confirm them. The mood between Conan and Nagato sobered quickly from the bright front the latter had put up upon greeting Tsunade. Things quickly got serious again. I understand, Nagato said. Come with me. X, meanwhile, with Naruto, High no Kuni countryside, Naruto was a little frustrated with the way that things were going. the rate of their progression being chief amongst the things frustrating him. 5 days since he had decided to follow Kakashi's lead in the search for Namikaze Minato, and pulse-pounding times of ninja awesomeness were not being had by all the way that he'd expected. Now, to be fair, Naruto didn't rightly know what to expect from the mainland of the elemental nations, but from the stories the picture that came to mind of what to expect from the country of Hai no Kuni was big forests, pretty blue rivers, and a desolate battlefield every few miles or so where if you were lucky or unlucky, you could stumble into the midst of a huge conflict or two. He did not expect to be sitting on top of a big long cart being dragged by a team of oxen down a sunny highway. The reason for this particular predicament was due to the fact that they had absolutely no money. That was going to be a problem if they didn't know where they were going and how long it would take to get to wherever in the world it was. Kakashi, being an intrepid young man with sources and a fellow nomad ninja in a similar vein as Minato, had connections for garnering contracts and wound up dragging Naruto to sea to one. Their clients for the time being were a father and a young daughter that owned and operated a traveling business, a roving ramen stand that traveled all over the elemental nations and had taken their trade to Hai no Kuni for the time being and needed bodyguards to traverse the dangerous lands. Naruto was an instant fan of theirs and was all for it at first. They paid them in regular installments for the duration of the contract, were willing to go anywhere that they could get business if there was a place in particular that their bodyguards wanted to go, and most important to Naruto, they fed them for the free. Yes, please. But it was just that they weren't ninjas. They were regular people, a middle-aged man and his 15-year-old daughter. Not a bad thing or something reprehensible, but they didn't move very fast compared to shinobi. Naruto, you shouldn't be so hasty to get into trouble," Kakashi called from where he was simply walking alongside the cart, reading calmly from a small book. "We have no idea where Minato-sama is and where to begin looking. Running all over the countryside for nothing isn't going to do anything for us but get you killed." "Nothing's gonna kill me until I get Mom back," Naruto stated resolutely, sitting and pouting on the roof of the cart. "You work with my old man, right?" "Yes, I'm a confidant and a follower. I could even say that your father had a major hand in forming the kind of ninja I am today. So why don't you know where he is?" "Because with that logic, every time he needs to go somewhere new, he would have to find me and tell me first. Do you have any idea how difficult it would be for him to actually find me when he needed to?" "Well, it would probably be significantly easier for a few reasons that have yet to be explained, but it would still be rather tough even for him. Not nearly as tough as it would be for Naruto and Kakashi to locate Minato himself, though, that had to be emphasized. Such was the life of a nomad ninja. The nomad ninja, they had no home. Their home was where their spirit roamed, or so went the lyrics to that tune. How was it supposed to go again? Oh, he'd remember it sometime later and make sure Naruto memorized it for kicks. "Gah! That doesn't make any sense!" Naruto cried out, rubbing his spiky hair in exasperation. "You're friends with him and you say you work for him, but you can't find him and he can't find you." "I didn't say that I work for him, I said I'm a follower," Kakashi corrected with an amicable smile up at his current young charge. "I said that I believe in what your father's cause in the world happens to be. He's someone that I think has the ability to change the elemental nations for the better, and I'm not the only one who thinks so." Naruto just squinted down at Kakashi, his face twisted in an expression of confusion. He didn't get it. "Right. Whatever you say." He tried to keep his skepticism from bleeding through into his voice, and he failed miserably. Seriously, his father couldn't have been that big of a deal, could he? Maybe it was because Naruto had never seen the man in person, so he couldn't imagine what kind of guy he was. He didn't know. "Stay sharp, Naruto," Kakashi told him when he figured that Naruto was zoning out from the expression on his face. "Just because we don't know if anyone is after us doesn't mean that no one is out to get us." Naruto just looked around at their surroundings. For once they weren't in a forest. They were on a high road constructed in a grassland area with more than its share of rolling, green, lovely hills. "Like who? We're literally the only ones out here. 2 other guys and a billy goat walked this road coming the other way, and that's been it all day." And they had bought food from the ramen stand that stopped to feed them, thus slowing them down further. "Bandits, local gangs, traveling street killers, other ninja clans," Kakashi listed off on one hand as he continued to just read. Naming only a few, of course. You don't have to look very hard to find a threat. We aren't on Yuzu no Kuni anymore. Naruto just silently mimicked Kakashi's subtle chiding about how they weren't on his home island any longer. He knew that, even if Kakashi hadn't been trying to fill his head with all kinds of general knowledge of exactly what Hai no Kuni was all about. It was one of the more dangerous places to hang about for a clan ninja to live, which was really saying something. There were two clans, larger than any other, that found themselves constantly at each other's throats, dominating most of the landscape between each other, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. For every other clan in the country that wasn't Senju or Uchiha, they were basically either with one or against them both in this. Completely sovereign clans that didn't choose to favor one over the other found themselves as proxy enemies of both simultaneously, so it wasn't a good place to refuse to side with one or the other. Neither the Senju or Uchiha clan had many fans outside of those that had chosen to join up with them, but it was nowhere near an equal partnership for the ones that did, as they were basically the buffers for their larger comrades and forced to defer. That wasn't important right now, however. It would be the moment they came across a Senju or an Uchiha, but until that point in time they would be fine. For the time being, their goal was to protect that ramen cart and pick up Minato's trail. Good little ninja that he wanted to be, though, Naruto kept a sharp eye from his elevated position peeled on, looking for anything that he would perceive as threatening, until a hatch next to him on the roof opened up and a teenage girl of 15 wearing a white robe with the sleeves folded back to behind her elbows climbed up with a sigh. She had brown eyes and long brown hair covered partially with a solid white bandana. She was the daughter of the man that owned the traveling cart. Just a regular civilian girl, and one of Naruto and Kakashi's two clients. Grinning at seeing Naruto sitting so close to the hatch, she reached out and pinched his cheek, much to his chagrin. "How's it look up here, Naruto-chan?" Ugh, she just had to be 5 years older than him, didn't she? He was a deadly shinobi, for goodness sake, not a pet or a cute little kid. Getting the view from inside at the bar window isn't really that fun, even if Dad seems to be okay with it. "It's not fun up here either," Naruto said as she climbed the rest of the way up and sat down next to him. "Hey, it's dangerous up here." He heard Kakashi snort from where he was walking alongside the cart due to the young ninja's change in attitude from mere moments earlier, but Naruto ignored it. Taking a moment to scan the surroundings of the cart, the girl frowned at Naruto's apparent warning. "There's nothing out there." Just because we don't know if anyone is after us doesn't mean that no one is out to get us," Naruto said, trying to remember and quote Kakashi verbatim from just before, once again hearing a snicker from the face mask-clad ninja. "Shut up, Kakashi!" It wasn't his fault. He was distracted by the smell of the magnificent food that the cart served. The frown remained on the girl's face. "Ah, that's a shame. And here I made you something to eat and everything." With that, she placed a steaming hot bowl of miso ramen right in front of Naruto, who was torn between trying to keep an eye out and stare down at the godly sustenance that taunted him with its close proximity. "See, can't eat," Naruto said, stopping his own hand from involuntarily moving toward the bowl once the girl presented a pair of chopsticks and put them into the bowl ready for use. "Gotta keep lookout." His stomach protested loudly at his apparent commitment to excellence. "It's okay, Naruto," Kakashi consented from the ground with a helpful smile. "There's nothing on this road anyway." "Hate you!" the hungry young ninja shouted down to Kakashi. "Hate you so much right now." Perhaps Naruto needed to amend his list of dislikes to include guys with masks, because he wasn't the biggest fan of them right now. But upon being given the go-ahead, Naruto immediately dove into the food presented for him before it could get any cooler in the spring air. "Thank you, I am." He felt the need to slip the thanks into the girl as he started chowing down, since he probably wasn't going to stop to take a breath until he was good and done. "Man, it was good stuff," I am smiled at the gratitude, but it wasn't really a happy one as she sat and watched Naruto eat rapidly. He was so adorable, a little pint-sized ninja. But even so, "I don't think you like me very much, do you, Naruto-chan?" That got Naruto to pause in his eating, a mouthful of noodles hanging limply. He finished the rest of what he had to eat at that moment, and stopped chewing before answering. "What are you talking about? What makes you think I don't like you?" "Well, yeah, you introduced yourself and you smiled and all of that, but the only person you really seem to ever say anything to is Hitaki-san." "That's okay," the pretty ramen waitress said with a shrug. "I just thought you were a cute kid, and you seem nice. Kind of loud dash. Amongst other negative traits. But you seem like you need a friend." Naruto's face asked the question even if his mouth didn't. Was it really that obvious? And he didn't mean to come off as if he didn't like her. She was a kind girl, but Naruto didn't feel like he was in a situation where he could stop and smell the roses. Kakashi had told him something a few days ago that stuck out in his mind. He wasn't going home anytime soon, so it would probably be for the best if he found a way to make some friends or something out in the world. It was dangerous to do so, yes, but Kakashi was well aware of Naruto's black sheep status in the Uzumaki clan. If he didn't have someone out there to befriend, what was he going to do with himself? Hang out with Kakashi all day? No, Kakashi wasn't the child-friendly type. He liked them when they weren't miniature killing machines, but he wasn't really the best person to be around them for long periods of time by himself. It was a secondary reason that he took the Ichiraku ramen contract to begin with, because Naruto needed some sense of structure if only for a little while. And Ayam apparently fell in love with the little bastard at first sight. He was the most adorable thing she'd seen since her father had packed up from their original home and taken their business on the road permanently, and it was quite obvious that she wanted to hug him or put him in her lap, or something. But with everything happening that he had yet to get used to, Naruto was about as cuddly as a pit viper right now and roughly as dangerous as one to boot. "I'd like a friend," Naruto admitted in a bit of an embarrassed grumble. "It's alright with me, I guess." Was it? Yeah, she was a good person and he knew as much. Ayam let out a pleased squeal and gave Naruto a quick hug with a big smile on her face. "Can I put you in my lap?" "No," Naruto said, confused at what was going on now. Why would she ask him something like that? How strange. "Could you call me Ayam-nichan?" she asked with big doe eyes. Unlike with Karen, this hadn't been done to death with Ayam, meaning that it still had some sway over him. Even weirder still. "What? Why? Can I feed you?" "What, Ash?" "No. Hell no. But you're so cute and little." "I'm not little, I'm 10. Naruto knew he was short even for his age. He didn't need it being brought up when he had to live it every day. He'd grow eventually, damn it. "Right, you're little. If you can give me 2 of those things I asked for, I'll get you seconds in just a bit." "Okay, you can put me in your lap." Ayam-nichan. Viper meets Snake Charmer. XXX, Yuzu no Kuni, Uzumaki Clan Village, Clan Leader's Mansion. It was extremely disconcerting information to hear firsthand, and it was a rumor that Tsunade would have much rather debunked than had proven correct. But as she sat in front of the desk in a private meeting with Nagato, it was exactly what she was hearing from him. "You mean to tell me that you really do have a full-blown brand new Jinchuriki out there, and you don't know where he is?" Tsunade said, fingers tapping on the desk she was sitting in front of impatiently. "Because someone took him from your village?" "That's correct," Nagato said. "A few days after Uzumaki Naruto's Jinchuriki status became known to us, he was abducted." His fingers netted together in front of his face as his Rinnegan eyes stared directly at the unnaturally young face of the Senju leader. "We believe he was created and abducted by the same person or organization, as there was no way that word left this island of him being the container of a biju. Were you ever going to tell us that you had a Jinchuriki in your midst? The situation was to be remedied before your arrival. He had been taken the day before preparations for the extraction process were completed." The explanation from Nagato was as guarded as could be. Just because they were supposed to be friendly with the Senju clan didn't mean that he was going to cough up some of their most sacred secrets, and knowledge of their more sensitive techniques. There was a reason that they were the ones called to deal with every single one of the very few Jinchuriki incidents that had occurred in the world after all, because they had the consensus best methods of dealing with them. And Tsunade put on a bit of a strained smile, and it showed all over her face. "Alright, which biju does he have then?" "That's indefinite at this time." Nagato's eyes drifted downward when he heard the force of Tsunade's fingers drumming on the desk crack the hard wood. Just tapping her fingers idly had punched holes in the desk. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't damage my furniture, Senjudano." His concerns over the condition of his furniture was ignored by Tsunade abruptly standing up. "So you not only have a kidnapped Jinchuriki out and about with Kami knows who, but you don't even know which one he has in him?" Sure, it wasn't definite, but with the info available and a knowledge of tailed beast patterns of appearance, one could break it down. The Ichibi never left the desert, the Nibi would never turn up anywhere near large bodies of water, the Yambi and Gobi liked more mountainous areas, but that still left 5 more that it could possibly be. Once again, while he couldn't lie very well at all, Nagato was not going to let on to their most intimate secrets. While he hadn't been able to find a way to deal with how fine the seal work on Naruto was, he had discovered other things from his research. The whisker marks would have only been the possible markings of 2 creatures, one of whom had been eliminated by the region that they lived in. Naruto had the Kyuubi in him. Of all creatures, it had to be the one with the most tails, didn't it? He hadn't told anyone outside of the need-to-know spectrum which tailed beast Naruto had within him, because it really didn't matter if you didn't know, but it was something kind of scary to think about. If he told Tsunade that the Kyuubi was the one inside of Naruto, she and the Senju clan would collectively overreact. Well, overreact wasn't quite the best word because it was certainly a big deal, but it would be damn close to appropriate. That clan didn't have the best long-standing history with that particular Biju. No one had a good history with any of them that they'd come across in recorded history, but for the Kyuubi in particular, with the Senju clan being used as a weapon in battle against the strongest ninja in their clan's history by their most hated enemy would do that. We can handle this ourselves, Nagato insisted with a bit of a diplomatic edge. Yes, she was older and more experienced, but if Tsunade believed that he would back down on this, she had another thing coming. If this had happened to any other clan and word had gotten out about it to you or to us, we'd be the ones going out to handle it regardless. So what makes this time any different? Because this time you're the one it's happening to. Tsunade pointed out with a narrowing of her eyes. That kind of puts some scrutiny on you, doesn't it? Who better than to try and take control of the Biju than the only clan in the world that everyone knows for a fact can handle them? Are you kidding me? Not at all. Take him away in a staged kidnapping, keeping him out of the eyes of the rest of the world and training him for your own devices. Tsunade presented as a possible scenario. Not a bad plan to begin making a play for the top. It did sound like something that could be done with their resources, but that still didn't stop Nagato from bristling at the accusation because it was entirely untrue. I don't think I like what you're insinuating. And how, pray tell, did you even come across the information that led to this conversation anyway? The child that the Biju was sealed inside of was attacked by one man, wearing equipment to conceal their identity and any discernible features. Well, apparently they wanted the word to spread. But you don't know who it is or where the rumor originated from? Tsunade slowly sat back down and inspected her colorful nails as she spoke. It's been passed around so many clans in Hino Kuni so quickly it's alarming. There's no idea where it started from. But it turned out to be true, much to my chagrin, and I'm certain that you know what this means, Uzumaki Dano. Of course he did. He wasn't a political novice, but even so, after the conversation he'd been having, Nagato was feeling a tad vindictive today. No. Go ahead and enlighten me. Cheeky upstart. Tsunade said with a narrowing of her eyes. Fine. And so she laid it out. Everything. With the fact that the origin of the rumor wasn't from the Uzumaki clan, it would seem like they were breaking the precarious balance that the world already sat on. That would make them no friends on that front. And as they were so closely linked with the Senju clan, it would seem like they were using their position as an actual close partner to the most powerful clan in the world to do as they pleased to consolidate the power of both. Having even one Jinchuriki between them would make them horrendously imposing to do battle with. But the threat would hang in the air that the Uzumaki clan could always make more if they could locate the extremely elusive Biju necessary to do so. They needed to find Naruto somehow before the hackles of the other clans in the rest of the world were raised. If one clan got a wild hair up its ass and decided to raise the stakes by trying to make their own Jinchuriki, starting an arms race of sorts. And that wasn't even mentioning the fact that being set on an island and having the Senju clan as a close ally would do nothing any longer once the Uzumaki clan found themselves in the crosshairs of the others. Hearing it all started fully putting the weight of what was going on firmly on Nagato's shoulders. We'll handle it. We'll handle it before everything starts coming to a head. You may be able to subdue the power of a Biju. Nagato pointed at the green crystal necklace worn by Tsunade. So you should head up the search through Hino Kuni. We'll handle the search at sea until one of us pinpoints him. And you're sure about that? Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow. How exactly do you plan on locating him at sea? He could be anywhere. You said it yourself? Nagato just shook his head. We've got powerful sensors, you should know this. We'll be fine on our end. There are only so many places one can travel to from sea, even if it's a vast place. What about extraction? Isn't it unsafe to kill a new Jinchuriki? No. At least not any longer. And definitely not by the time that one of us will find Naruto. Nagato pulled out a picture of Naruto that was taken after he had taken his first missions on the island as a ninja. If you find him, you can end his life, and the same thing will happen to the Biju. It would reform eventually, however, but it would solve the problem. Nagato didn't expect it after saying such a thing, but Tsunade clearly had a problem with killing a child. Surprising considering the nature of the relationship between Senju and Uchiha had children Naruto's age on the battlefield taking on adults as full-fledged shinobi. Her face looked hesitant as she looked at the picture of the blonde boy, as if looking at an image of a ghost of the past. Nagato tried not to let it show that he saw it, but he didn't think she was paying attention to anything other than the image. Tsunade cleared her throat to regain composure before speaking. And you say that killing him is the only option? The only option other than extraction, Nagato said. But the process has an almost unanimous chance of killing him and a 92% chance of effectively ending his career as a ninja on the off chance that he somehow survives. I see. Outside, Kushina leaned against the closed doors. The meeting wasn't necessarily secret. It was just possible that it was to get heated and no one on either side should have been nearby in case tempers flared. It wasn't forbidden for anyone to be near, and she had listened in for most of the meeting. Taking a deep breath, Kushina shut her eyes and placed a hand over her heart. I gave you as much of a head start as I could, Naruto. I believe in you and I believe in Kakashi. She opened her eyes as she felt another presence nearby. Konan. Kushina. Konan's footsteps brought her nearly face to face with the Uzumaki redhead. You always know when I'm getting close. She heard a jangle of a chain, but figured it was in her head as she hadn't seen anything. It's rather annoying. I'm good at what I do like that, Kushina said wryly. I was never the best at ninjutsu, but I'm very tricky. The blue-haired woman's amber eyes narrowed at Kushina, who stood off of the door to face her, ill intent leveling between the two. You know, I never figured what your problem was with me after all these years. My problem? Konan said, moving close enough to stand chest to chest with Kushina. Where should I start? Everything that I would have dreamed of as a child you have right in front of you, but what are you willing to do to preserve it? This village, your peace, the trust in you that Nagato-sama has. You don't believe in the bottom line and what's in front of you. What about the greater good, Kushina? Whose greater good? The clan's? Kushina replied, baring her teeth at the insinuation from Konan. And how much should I give up until someone like you thinks that it's enough? I lost my parents on the battlefield as a little girl. I gave up my husband for the clan's traditions. I gave up my career for the clan's peace of mind. And now my only son is missing and slated to be killed. So I'm so sorry, Konan. She finished with the thickest sarcasm that she could muster. It was not lost on the close friend of the clan leader. Sorry, you say? I'm sorry that I love the family that I had dash. No, the family that I have, because Minato and Naruto are still out there somewhere. I'm sorry I can't help but love them more than a clan that will turn their backs on me for having a child with the man I adore. She didn't back down a step, even though Konan knew for a fact that Kushina hadn't taken a mission outside of routine deliveries and things on the island she'd taken with Naruto since he'd been born. She hadn't fought a real battle in years. Those men, Naruto and Minato, they were her daily peace. If not for this clan, you'd have never had enough peace to find that man of your dreams. If not for Nagato-sama protecting you on that Senju mission decades ago dash. Kushina just laughed before Konan could finish that statement, and moved right past the paper-manipulating Kunoichi, much to her confusion and anger. She was playing off the events of the mission that Nagato first established his name in the world on. She was laughing like she knew something that no one else did. What are you laughing at? It's a family secret. Kushina replied cryptically as she brushed past Konan and walked down the hallway of the mansion. But if you really have that much of a problem with me, you can either sit on it the way you are now, or we can go out to this isolated little ravine that my baby discovered to play in, and we can settle up like women. Nobody has to know. Before Conan's hand could reach the doorknob, it stopped in midair, shaking in excitement momentarily at the thought before she quelled the desire to go and do so. You're never supposed to leave the mansion, and if I took it too far and killed you, Nagato-sama would never forgive me. Well, whenever you feel like you want to, I'm right here. Kushina threw her hands up behind her neck as she left, somewhat reminiscent of how her son would stand or walk when he was playing something off. I'm not going anywhere for a while. It was a good way to end a conversation to piss people off, she'd come to learn. From how she could feel Konan trying to burn a hole through her back with her eyes, it had clearly worked. I'm going to go find Naruto myself for Nagato. This time it was Kushina who visibly reacted, stopping mid-stride for a few seconds before continuing on along her way without turning around. She didn't have to. Konan knew that she'd gotten to her. XXX some time later, with Naruto, High no Kuni countryside, a yawn found its way out of Naruto's mouth as he diligently sat on the roof of the ramen cart and kept an eye on all of the scenic surroundings that they'd stopped at in order to sell food for a short time. In the mid-afternoon they'd managed to reach a very busy crossroad area with several paths leading in all sorts of directions, with people visible traveling at the time they'd reached it. The owner of the ramen cart saw that then was just as good a time as any to set up and make some money. Naruto wondered why they didn't just go the rest of the way into a village that was only a few miles away down one of the roads, but Kakashi just rubbed his head and said that they'd probably wind up doing that in a little while. The traveling crowd was the target demographic of Ichiraku Ramen, so seeing to folks outside of the village was a priority of sorts at the moment. Kakashi had gone ahead into town to scout things out a bit just in case there was something worth being wary about, leaving Naruto for the time being to watch over the cart and the people lining up for a meal. This place really does good business, he thought to himself with a big smile. That was good that so many people in the world knew how spectacular ramen was. It was also a gorgeous spot. Aside from the roads that joined and separated at that very point, there was a view of a sprawling grassy hill that sat by a pristine, blue body of running water that most people chose to go over to and sit down by while they took a rest and ate. You bored up here, Naruto-chan? Ayame asked, poking her head out of the hatch during a lull in customers. Nah, I'm fine, Naruto assured her with a grin. After dropping his guard a bit around the civilian teenager, Naruto was just as nice as she knew he'd be. I can sit up here and watch out for stuff. The last few times you and Tuchi-san stopped I got to train a bit, so I've got to do my job right? Ayame opened her mouth to say more but was cut off by a shout from back inside. Ayame, you can play with Naruto after we pack up. Come back down and help with the cooking. After hearing her father requesting her assistance, Ayame just spared Naruto a wave and went back inside. Customers just kept coming though, and Naruto had to wonder how much money they were making as time dragged on. Naruto felt the need to count the number of people, and he could only shake his head in amazement when the number served had pushed past 100. As he watched over everything going on around him, Naruto noticed that someone's eyes were on him and looked over at a girl his age standing out of line and looking up at him with curiosity shining in her steel-gray eyes. She had brown hair put up in two buns with bangs falling over her forehead, and wore a pink sleeveless blouse with yellow straps or whatever on the chest keeping it closed. She had dark green pants and blue sandals on her feet. Much like Naruto, she had a kunai pouch on her right thigh. Are you a ninja? She asked as she looked up at Naruto. Naruto just squinted down at her and scratched the side of his face. Does it matter? He then had to roll off of the back of the cart when some shuriken were hurled at his head. Hey! He shouted as he stomped around the cart and got into the girl's face. What the hell was that? It would have probably been a bit intimidating if he was at least her height, but sadly he came up about 4 or 5 inches short. Damn it! Why couldn't he grow already? You are a ninja, the girl said, sounding quite smug at proving that point by forcing Naruto to dodge or eat a chest full of metal. I don't know why you're so mad. I made sure that I would have missed even if you didn't move. The sight of how pleased she seemed to be at proving her point left Naruto at an immediate loss for words. Who are you supposed to be? Tenten, the tomboyish girl said, grabbing Naruto's hand and shaking it as a greeting. So what clan are you from? What makes you think I'm in a clan? The big spiral thing on your shirt. That's a clan insignia, isn't it? She noted the blank look on Naruto's face and laughed slightly at his expression. You're kind of a dummy, aren't you? It definitely wasn't a Senju or Uchiha marking, which every living person in Hai no Kuni would know on sight, but the girl knew a clan insignia when she saw one. Still, as proud as Naruto was of being an Uzumaki clan ninja, he was told repeatedly by Kakashi to do his best to make sure that he didn't go around spouting his clan of origin when he was alone. So, Naruto said, trying to change the subject without getting into his surname. Are you a ninja? What clan are you from? I don't have a clan, Tenten said with a sad bit of a smile that got Naruto to frown. I just live around here, and one day 2 years ago or something, a man stopped around here for a while. He was a ninja too, and he didn't have a clan either, so he taught me some basic stuff. She reached out and brushed at Naruto's hair. He looked a lot like you actually. That's why I came over here. What was his name? Naruto asked, a bit in awe of the fact that she might have seen who he thought she'd seen. Was it Minato something? Namikaze Minato-sama, Tenten said brightly. You do know him. She knew his dad. Holy shit. That was literally the best news he'd heard in over 2 weeks. He'd have given her a huge hug if that wouldn't have been totally weird. Also, she referred to him in the exact same way that Kakashi did. And she was his age. Oh, if it turned out that Tenten was his daughter or something, he now had a new reason to keep searching for Minato. To cut his goddamn pecker off for leaving his mom all alone in Yuzuno Kuni without word for 10 years and spreading his seed across the world. It was totally insensitive, but Naruto needed to ask for peace of mind. Placing his hands on Tenten's shoulders, he tried not to mince words. Do you know who your parents are? Tenten raised an eyebrow in confusion as to why that mattered, but she nodded. Yeah. They died a few years before that. A casualty of one of the bigger Senju/Uchiha battles. I'm not a ninja from my parents or anything. Oh, thank Kami. But that was really sad though. And just before it could begin to show on Naruto's face and he could comment on it, Tenten just shook her head and calmly removed Naruto's hands from keeping a hold on her. She was far from the only sob story of a similar ilk that one could find wandering around in this world. It was the kind of world where living past 30 was a major accomplishment. Naruto had been told by Kushina and later by Kakashi just how messed up the elemental nations were, but this was the first time he was actually seeing it. Looking around, Naruto could actually make out that it was true once he started paying attention. He couldn't see a single customer out there that he'd guess as being any older than 25 at the oldest. The oldest person he'd even seen so far was the man inside of the ramen cart, wearing the white robe similar to Ayam's with the white hat serving food. Tuchi. That was the oldest person he'd seen thus far, and he was only 41. It was true so far, that living to 30 thing. That was horrible. In the Uzumaki clan village he didn't think there were many old people then, but there were way more than he was seeing now. Was it going to be like this everywhere? I can show you the battlefield if you want to, Tenten said a bit sadly. It's not far. A few miles away. The land still hasn't really recovered yet. It's no Valley of the End or anything, but it's still a pretty ugly scar on the earth. That's okay, Naruto said, giving her the biggest grin he could muster given the somewhat morbid circumstances. I've gotta stay with the cart. I'm the bodyguard, you know. I can't really leave it. And that put things back into perspective for Tenten. The original reason that she'd run out to the cart to begin with that day upon hearing from the nearby village that there was a traveling ramen cart that had set up shop and was selling to travelers passing through. There are bandits around here. She'd originally come to warn the owners of the cart, and if need be finally put some of the training she'd been doing to use to fight the bandits that had been killing and stealing from people on this highway for the last year or so. It was terrifying to think of, to go and fight people that had already killed a bunch of others. But the world was already a terrible enough place for most of the people living in it without the weak needing to be subjected to that kind of life around here. There wasn't any need for people making existence any more miserable for the populace than it already was. I can beat up bandits, Naruto said with a shrug. He'd had some missions in Yuzuno Kuni where he and his mother had run across some bad guys, and even though she did the lion's share of the fighting by far, as in roughly 94% of the ruffians that were come across were handled by Kushina, in the 8 situations where they'd been in real battles Naruto had fought as well. They didn't have chakra, but they were grown men and he'd been 8 years old when he fought his first one. These people used chakra, Tenten said, knowing the difference between some highwaymen and people that were actually dangerous to those that knew how to defend themselves as a ninja. They're actually strong. How do you know? Naruto asked only for him to receive his answer from a third party. Because she already tried to fight us before. Chattering amongst the people came before they started to clear out away from the ramen cart at the sight of 3 individuals coming up. What Naruto didn't get was why people were running away from 3 people that didn't look that much older than him, maybe 2 or 3 years. One walked with something of a hunch. A boy with a lavender poncho with extremely long sleeves, a straw raincoat on his back, snake-patterned pants, and a head covered in bandages like a mummy with the exception of his left eye. Naruto could understand that one at least. That was a freaky-looking guy. The second boy of the group looked a lot like a run-of-the-mill thug with sunken black eyes, spiky black hair, a beige shirt with a red kanji for death on the front of it, tight black wristbands, snake-patterned pants, and a snake-patterned scarf. The last was a girl that was kind of pretty, with long black hair that almost reached her feet tied with a small bow at the end. She wore pale green zip-up vest and snake-patterned pants and a scarf. Weird kids, but there was something threatening about their presence, Naruto had to admit. Do you guys want ramen? Hey, for all he knew they could have been customers. Tenten's hard palming of her forehead let him know that he was way off base. Guess not. Oh Kami, he really is some kind of idiot, she muttered to herself under her breath. This is the bodyguard. The dark-haired boy that looked like a thug asked, pointing a thumb at Naruto with a laugh. He's a total runt. I don't know whether to burp him or get Kin to breastfeed him. He got a hard punch from the girl for that remark, but he only laughed harder. The mummy boy, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward, leaning strangely ahead with his arms hanging downward, sleeves dragging on the ground. Let's be civil about this today, since it is still light outside and all. If your little ramen cart forks over all of its money and valuables, we won't kill you. And that'll be your only warning. Yeah? Naruto asked, knees bending and fists clenching to get ready for a fight. 3-on-1? That was going to suck. I'll give you one warning too. Go away and I won't kick your asses to the coastline. The three would-be assailants all shared looks of amusement between each other before the girl of the bunch leaned forward in a patronizing motion and looked over at Tenten. You didn't tell him what we did to you last year when we first showed up and you tried to play hero, did you? It was 3-on-1. Tenten said, bristling at the apparent reminder of something that she wasn't particularly proud of. I could take any of you in a 1-on-1 fight. Unfortunately, things didn't always shake out that way, and it seemingly wouldn't again today. But it's not, and it won't be. The girl, Kin was her name, said with a pitiful shake of her head. That little sense of justice, or whatever you call it, isn't as strong as your sense of self-preservation, otherwise you would have accepted the offer we gave you after we almost killed you the first time. You could have joined, you know. Naruto shouted, feeling quite forgotten and offended that he had been. Yo! Ramen cart! Me! You threatening? Gonna kick your asses. Remember? The mummy boy just chuckled deeply and gestured his head for the spiky-haired boy. Well, Zaki, you heard him. Show this baby how real being a shinobi can be, even for kids like him. Zaku walked forward, cracking his knuckles as he seemed to tower over Naruto. Well, it's not really gonna be a lesson he can take with him anywhere, except to the afterlife. Come on, runt. Show me what you've got. Naruto was going to step forward to fight when Tenten grabbed his arm to keep him back. I wouldn't. These guys are dangerous people. They will kill you if you lose. The blonde looked at her and then back at the ramen cart, taking note of the concerned faces of Tuchi and Ayam. Naruto turned back to Zaku and got Tenten to let go of him. I guess I'll have to win then. Make it quick, would you? Kin called out to Zaku from the sidelines as her partner squared off with the diminutive Uzumaki clan member. I don't want to be out here all night. And that next bit of underestimation was the last straw as far as Naruto's temper went, as he outright attacked Zaku with a straight-ahead dash and a punch that Zaku crossed his arms over his body to defend. He blocked but slid back a few feet on the dirt road. Ooh, the runt isn't that slow. As he blocked, Naruto squinted at the sight of something embedded in the palms of Zaku's hands. Are those tubes, or pipes, or what are those? While he was thinking, he was almost caught off guard when Zaku retaliated and came at him in return, delivering a knee to Naruto's belly that lifted him off of the ground due to the height of the attacker and the recipient. G.U.H. He isn't that fast either, or that tough apparently. Kin pointed out with a laugh at Naruto's expense as she saw him go limp over Zaku's knee. Would you stop playing with him already? Alright. Zaku grabbed Naruto by his collar and lifted him off of the ground before placing his other hand in front of his face. I guess blowing his head off would be enough to get the message across. Let me play you a lullaby, Junior. All of his posturing to a seemingly unconscious Naruto came back to bite him, literally, as Naruto did. The little ninja seemingly came back to life and bit down on 3 of Zaku's fingers, eliciting a scream of pain and agony from him as he swore he felt his fingers break instantly from how hard he'd been bitten. Kin and her mummy-like partner couldn't believe what they were seeing as Zaku ran around the road screaming about getting Naruto off of him. It didn't seem like Naruto was going to let go until he snapped one of those digits off to take home with him. Eventually Naruto did let go, and crouched to the ground before jumping at him enemy and uncorking a haymaker of a punch that knocked the older ninja down over in front of his teammates. Grr! He growled and sneered as he got back up to his feet, wiping away the blood at his lip. You're dead. Tenten gasped as she saw Zaku make hand seals to gain access to some sort of technique. Be careful! Those are the signs for his jutsu. Too late, little girl! Zaku bellowed, storming in Naruto's direction as the latter pulled out a handful of shuriken to hurl his way in order to deter his direct attack. Zankuha, decapitating airwaves! From the tubes in his hands, he fired out a powerful blast of air faster than Naruto could dodge from his position. His shuriken were blown away, and so was he. Covering up did little for Naruto, as he was knocked away far and hard enough to fall off of the road down the side of a hill. Oh no! Tenten tried to run over to look down and determine Naruto's fate only to be stopped by a trio of Saban being thrown at her before she could reach the hillside. Enough already! No. The bandaged boy said as the three of them walked together to bear down on Tenten as one. We warned him, and we warned you too! Tenten quickly drew as many weapons as she could hold and threw them at her enemies only for them to be blown out of the way by Zaka's ninjutsu. This was how they had handled her so easily during their first encounter. None of her projectiles could reach her targets since Zaka could just blow them all away. Fine. She'd worked on what she'd do in that situation after being defeated the last time. Tenten pulled out a scroll and suddenly unsealed a short staff with a metal weight attached to the end. It won't be that easy this time. Kin smirked and threw more Saban Tenten's way only for her to deflect them with a skillful spin of her staff prior to her directly rushing Kin, who hadn't been expecting a follow-up after such a smooth defense. She really wasn't going to let them dictate the fight this time. The bandaged one stepped in the way and blocked Tenten's staff strike with his right arm, revealing that he kept a metal gauntlet with multiple large pores on it. Well, you got better, he said as his arm stung from the power behind her swing. But you forgot about something. Or maybe you never knew about it to begin with. That's so cruel, Dosu. Kin remarked from behind the human mummy. You know you didn't have to use that on her for us to win this. Tenten didn't know what he was talking about until she realized that the ringing clang of her hitting the gauntlet was lasting longer than it should have, and it was making her feel dizzy and ill. What is this supposed to? I don't. Sound waves amplified and sent straight into your ears, honey. The dark kunoichi continued as she moved to the back of the team formation. It's dangerous, right? A little more subtle than what all those other clans throw around out there, isn't it? Kumaizen, resonating echo drill. Dosu explained. Yes, I didn't have to use this the first time for us to beat you down. But I think your tenacity deserved a gift. To show you what you could have had if you'd have accepted our offer to join the Snake Clan after we showed you our strength already. You could have been given the same level of power. I don't need to rely on other people. I can be strong without handouts. Tenten said, dropping to the ground, breathing heavily to try and settle her stomach to keep from vomiting as she was seeing double. And if attacking people that can't fight back is what you call power, you can have it. Sokka flexed out his hands and laughed at her mindset. TCH. Well, I guess you're happy being a weakling, and we all know what happens to weaklings. He extended his hands forward as Dosa backed away to leave her to her fate. They get blown away. A sharp whistle directed his attention away from the downed girl, and all of the bandit ninjas turned to see Naruto standing up again, looking rather pissed off. Well, look who woke up, Zaka said, cracking his neck as he held one hand down, still aiming at Tenten. Come on again, runt. I only need one hand to take you on. I'll do you a favor and kill both of you at the same time so you don't feel too lonely in the afterlife. Better idea, Naruto said before spinning around in a circle. In a puff of smoke, he hurled a massive pair of shuriken at Zaku, who merely grinned and leaned out of the way, allowing both of them to miss. They even veered past Osa without making contact with him or Kin as well. Crap. His laughter was loud and mocking in return. Oh man, you suck. Oh, this is Dash. Ah man. You are the worst ninja I've ever seen. His taunting was cut short when both he and Dosu heard a dull thump on the ground and turned around to see Kin face down and unconscious, with only 2 puffs of smoke dissipating around her body to mark that anything had happened to her. What the hell? Zaka's eyes almost bulged out of his skull. Nothing had happened. Those shuriken hadn't made contact with anything. They weren't anywhere around, and they hadn't hit the ground either. What did you dash? Looking down at where he had Tenten, he no longer saw her there. What the hell? What? Naruto droned, somehow with Tenten back next to him again, holding her head that was still smarting from Dosa's attack. You were standing still. I know how to aim a shuriken. How'd you take out Kin without either of us seeing? Dosa asked, narrowing his eye at Naruto, who just stuck his middle finger up at him as an answer. I don't like you. I don't care. You guys are creepy anyway, Naruto replied. He wasn't going to give away a bread and butter combination like a pair of Kage Bunshin combined with a hell of a henge if his opponents didn't figure it out already. He put some real effort behind his emphatic rude gesture before looking over at Tenten, who was slowly recovering. Are you alright? Tenten shook her head as things finally started clearing up for her. She definitely didn't recall getting hit with Dosa's jutsu the last time around, but Naruto had managed to take out Kin before she could use her jutsu. That was entirely unexpected. Wait. the bun-haired girl said, reaching out and touching Naruto to make sure that it was the real deal. Zaka hit you with his airwave thing. How did you get up? He sent you flying. She then noticed that he was absolutely soaked. You landed in the river, didn't you? I blocked the hit and the water broke my fall, Naruto said in confirmation, but even so it still hurt like hell, not that he was willing to sell any injury at the moment. Can we finish this already? Naruto was staring right at Dosu. Take your pick. Which one do you want? Blowhard Jackass or Mummy Man? Tenten thought before shrugging and making her selection without saying anything. Instead she just rushed directly at Zaku. If the odds were even and she was going to pick one or the other, she'd choose the one that looked the most normal. She'd also pick the one that Naruto already proved he could lay out. Maybe she could do it too. He wasn't that tough all alone. Naruto had shown that much. She'd been training so hard so that she'd never lose so easily to someone again, and numbers did matter in battle. It was fortunate that Naruto managed to even it up. Where before she couldn't get the thought of being outnumbered out of her head, her chest swelled with confidence now that things were all square. TCH. Zaku shoved his hands into the dirt before releasing the air from his palms again. Zankuha, decapitating air waves! He blew a trail into the ground that was meant to explode upwards underneath Tenten, but she was quicker than anticipated. She wasn't that fast last time. But last time had been a year ago. He was forced to avoid swings of Tenten's odd staff, taking care to dodge the metal weights on the end of it. All Tenten could do during their first run-in was throw weapons and move like a ninja. How did she learn Bijutsu? You can't keep dodging supersonic blasts! Zaku bellowed, taking aim again and again, firing with each hand and missing. The actual use of the jutsu might have been supersonic, but his ability to aim it sure wasn't. Hold still and die! Tenten spun her short staff in one hand as she seemed to be timing Zaku's blasts. One shot per hand, alternating, gives me 2 seconds to counter between attacks. The range of the jutsu is 15 feet. Breaking it down in her head, she waited for a good step of hers between blasts before stopping on a dime and swinging her staff right at Zaku, only for the metal weight on the end to fly off attached to a chain. He couldn't muster his jutsu fast enough to blow it away and took a large metal lump right in the face. It cracked his teeth, caused him skull fractures, and put him down in a bloody mess that didn't get back up. Hitting a button on her short staff, Tenten retracted the chained weight with a smile on her face. How'd you like my Kasari Fubu, chain wine staff? Customized it myself. No response. Don't worry, I'll wait for an answer. Vindication felt so sweet. Was he dead? She couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. He was going to kill her if she hadn't beaten him, and they started the fight to begin with. She wondered how Naruto's fight was going. XXX, moments ago, Naruto had expected an answer from Tenten, not for her to pick her mark and take off and fight him without even saying anything. Meh, he'd have probably done the same thing given the circumstances. So that left him with Dosu. Fun. Well, there was only one thing left to do, kick his ass. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created 10 clones that all drew kunai and immediately attacked Dosu. There was no way he would be able to outmaneuver them all. His posture was terrible, even in the middle of battle. That meant that his ability to move would be slow, right? Not really. Dosu was faster than him and showed it by ducking and dodging through the straight-ahead attack of the clones, avoiding slashes and stabs until he allowed one to come close enough to bounce off of his gauntlet. My melody arm is just too powerful for someone to fight against in close without being a taijutsu master. Naruto's clones fell to the effects of the sound waves of the gauntlet, stumbling around dizzily, and some even vomiting on the ground before dispelling as Dosu walked right through them. Well, wasn't that annoying? That was an A-rank jutsu. Naruto deadpanned, trying to think of something useful to win with. Well, when it's being used by an E-rank ninja, it might as well not be, Dosu replied. You fight like a child. Looking around as if he could have possibly been speaking to anyone else, Naruto eventually figured that he had been referring to him and proceeded to state the obvious. I'm 10. What do you want me to fight like? I think I'm pretty good actually. Statistically, someone has to. That's a real jerk thing to say. Why would you do that? Because I'm trying to kill you, Dosu said before banging on his gauntlet again and rushing at Naruto, who was trying to make every effort to stay away from him. That's useless, you know. If you can hear the vibrations, it's already too late. Thus proven when Naruto stumbled over his own feet due to Dosu's sound jutsu disorienting him. When it comes to sound, I don't have to touch you to hurt you. I know. Naruto grit out as he stood back up, ignoring the pounding in his head with every echo of the gauntlet. Reaching into his backpack, he pulled out a foldable Fuma shuriken and held it up as the clamor started fading out of his head. Okay, so he can't make the sound last. He can control it, but he can't maintain it any longer than he can make the noise to start with. Which was why his gauntlet was designed to be somewhat hollow, so that the reverberation could last long enough for him to control it into Naruto's ears. Dosa simply stood in place. Naruto's shuriken was a pretty nasty-looking weapon, but it would never touch him. Still though, if he let it fly past him and took his eyes off of either it or Naruto, he would pay for it the way that they did earlier with Kin going down in defeat without them ever finding out how. Naruto got his sense of balance back under control enough to aim and let his shuriken fly. Dodge this! Instead of trying to move, Dosu just lifted his gauntlet and deflected it with a resounding clang that immediately hurt Naruto in return due to the sound that he'd pre-prepared to launch with his chakra. I dash! Any smart remark he was about to make died in his throat immediately thereafter, as he felt a blow to his chest, smooth, sharp, and forceful enough to knock him back a few steps. But I dash? How? Sticking out of his chest was a second four-bladed Fuma shuriken. That didn't make any sense. How did he land that? A genjutsu? No way. Kage shuriken no jutsu, shadow shuriken jutsu, Naruto said as he ran over to retrieve his first deflected shuriken. A second shuriken flying under the first one in its shadow. Nice, right? Kakashi taught me that one. Who? Dosa asked before his single visible eye rolled back in his head and he fell back to his death. Naruto frowned but walked over to Dosa to yank his shuriken out of the downed young ninja's chest with a gross crunch and squish. Tenten walked up as he went over into the grass off of the road and wiped the blood off of the weapon. You killed him, yeah, Naruto said, folding his weapons back up and resealing them away. 1 second. He said before throwing up right then and there. It had been the first time he'd actually killed someone. While some of the impact was taken out of it because Dosa's face had mostly been covered, the blood spilling out on the ground, the feeling of the rib bone he broke pulling the shuriken out, and the weight of his body hitting the ground for the final time couldn't be prepared for. Killing a human in battle wasn't like killing an animal while hunting. Tenten was grossed out, but rubbed Naruto's back regardless to give him some sort of relief. The ramen stand was still easily in sight, as were the people inside of it who had seen the whole battle. It wasn't the most impressive ninja fight of all time, but the fact that kids had engaged in that sort of violence would have to have left an impact on them. Where the hell is Kakashi? Naruto asked, letting his stomach settle from the bout of sudden nausea. X, nearby hidden in the trees, a young man with long silver hair, a frayed blue vest, and dark-colored pants gnashed his teeth angrily at the sight of his 3 charges being defeated by some puny blonde kid and the girl with the weapons that he'd sicked them on when they first came to the area around a year ago. That girl didn't have that much inherent talent when they beat her then. And where the hell did that boy come from? He wasn't that good though, so he himself could go out there and pick him off. He could pick the both of them off and salvage something of their loss. Recruiting weak pawns like that. The man said to himself in disgust at the loss of the younger ninja trio. How can I ever get Orochimaru to grant me with the power I want if I can't even bring him kids with true skill? The first time they faced the slightest bit of adversity in battle and they folded. Absolutely horrible. And he'd wasted a year training those 3 that he'd recruited. What was it all for? To let them get beaten by 2 snot-nosed preteens. Reaching for a large shuriken that he kept on his back, he endeavored to take a shot at the 2 of them right then and there while they were walking back down the road to get to the ramen cart. It would be so easy. There was no wind, and it was a clear shot from where he was hidden in the trees. Just a single throw with the correct trajectory. Well, Naruto didn't need my help, did he? And he made a little friend too. Turning around, the silver-haired man found a kunai placed right to his throat with another silver-haired man in a face mask hanging upside down from an overhanging branch. How did he get that close, and why did it look like he was smiling under that mask? Looks like I made one as well. What's your name? And Mizuki. He was caught dead to rights. This man for all intents and purposes had his life in his hands. I know you. You're copy ninja Kakashi. There's no mistaking your appearance. I really don't like being famous, but I guess it can't be helped. Kakashi mumbled to himself before addressing Mizuki. Now, guess what's about to happen? Why, you're going to kill me? Oh no. Thank goodness. The soft-hearted fool was going to let him go. Oh, he'd take this straight to Orochimaru and the rest of the Snake Clan, and they would blacklist Kakashi and put him on their hit list forever. He'd never survive. I'm going to interrogate you and then I might kill you depending on what I find. What? No! Oh, it's happening. Now if you're good it won't hurt a bit. Kakashi lifted the plated headband over his left eye and Mizuki let out a shriek of terror at being caught in Kakashi's Sharingan Jinjutsu. XXX, back with the Ichiraku ramen cart, Naruto, Tenten, Tsuchi, and I all paused in what they were doing when they heard a cry of mortality echo out in the open air from no discernible location. Still though, it sent chills down the spines of the civilians. Tsuchi said, sweating slightly after all of the action they'd come across that evening. Anyone gonna check on that? Instead of trotting off to do so, Naruto just chuckled nervously and shook his head. My job's to protect the cart, you know. I can't really leave you guys by yourselves until Kakashi comes back. Just in case. It's okay to be scared, Naruto-chan, as long as you keep your big sister safe. I said, snatching Naruto up off of the ground in a big hug while he kicked and flailed to get free without hurting her. I'm not scared of anything. Tenten just stared oddly at the byplay before making an observation. She's your sister? She doesn't look anything like you. I'm his sister in spirit. I said with a sly smile before putting Naruto down and going over to Tenten and lowering herself enough to be at eye level with her. And I'll be yours too. Thank you for helping Naruto-chan protect us. She even spared Tenten a full bow. You didn't have to do that for us. It was awkward for the young kunoichi to be praised in such a way by such a pretty older girl. Thanks, but that was just as much for me as it was just to help. I was thinking for a long time that I couldn't be a decent ninja because I don't come from a clan, and Minato-sama only taught me basic stuff firsthand. So that staff thing that you used? Naruto asked, remembering her chain wind staff. Dad didn't teach you that or give that to you? Tenten shook her head and blushed even more that Naruto seemed to be amazed by her ninja tool. I made it myself. I like weapons, she said quietly as if it were something embarrassing. But Naruto, you're saying that Minato-sama is your dad. That's so cool, you're so lucky. Yep, Naruto said with a big, wide grin. And I never met him either. That's so awesome. Well, that was certainly a mood killer. I'm glad you like him, but I've never seen the guy one time in my whole life. That was no good. The entire reason Minato trained Tenten to begin with when she kept bugging him about it was because he said she reminded him of the fact that he had a son. She always imagined the son of a man like that to be an incredible shinobi. But Naruto didn't seem that much more advanced than she did. Sure, he knew a pretty elite jutsu to make solid clones of himself and had some other cool tricks, but it was clear that he was still just a kid. He didn't seem a bit like his father aside from the way that he looked. Even so, he managed to save her when the chips were down, and she was grateful for that. Tenten set a hand on Naruto's shoulder and smiled. Well, I remember him telling me that he was going to work his way west, towards the desert. Why would he want to go to the desert? She asked, rolling her eyes when she merely got a shrug from Naruto. Is there anything you do know? Naruto had to think about it for a second before coming up with his answer. Kicking ass. Okay, seriously, you didn't fight that good, said the weapon-loving little girl with her hands sternly on her hips. You let Zaku and Dosu get some good shots in on you, and if the whole team hadn't been totally underestimating us the whole time, that would have been way harder. At that moment, Kakashi appeared on the site in a shunshin that scared everyone, including Naruto, who even tried to stab him before he came out of the whirlwind. It was blocked by Kakashi grabbing his wrist, of course, but he still tried. Don't do that. But it's good to see that you made a friend with such a good head on her shoulders. It's a refreshing change of pace to see a child with some humility. You weren't even there, Naruto said, throwing his arms up victoriously. I was so awesome when I tricked those guys the first time. I think I got a case of awesome poisoning. Was that before or after you had to bite that one boy to get free? I couldn't tell. Gurk. So he had been watching. That begged the question of why the hell didn't he help? Exactly, Kakashi said with an eye smile. And to answer the question that you didn't ask, I wanted to see if you could handle yourself in a fight. You need a lot of work, but seeing as how I didn't have to step in, I'd say that you're passable, for now anyway. Like he said before, Naruto would be a work in progress. There was nothing wrong with that. He was still extremely young. Besides, any 10-year-old with the ability to learn an A-rank ninjutsu over the course of a day was something that just couldn't be left alone, even if he was hard up for improvement in many other places. And he'd already learned a simple shuriken jutsu that Kakashi had taught him as a method of sleight of hand to keep him busy with training. You nurtured a potential powerhouse like that, especially when he was a Jinchuriki. Kakashi didn't know the first thing about handling a Jinchuriki, and didn't know anyone that did, but he figured he'd have time to learn. It couldn't be that hard to teach a kid how to not get himself murdered in the real world, could it? Out of the corner of his eye he saw Tenten walking away and cleared his throat to get her to stop and come back around. "And where are you going, young lady?" Tenten went wide-eyed and pointed lamely in the direction of the village nearby. "Oh, I was about to ask you if you wanted to come along with us. But if that was what you really wanted to do dash. Wait, you want me to come with you?" Tenten asked out of disbelief. "Why? You helped my idiot charge out of a real pinch, and you don't look like you really want to go back to that place," Kakashi explained. "So how about it? Do you want to come with me and Naruto here to find Minato-sama?" Well, he half explained his reason for wanting to take her with him. He wasn't going to bring up the fact that there was no way he was going to leave that girl by herself when this was apparently a developmental territory for the forces of one of the most terrifying ninja forces in the modern world, and that they'd just beaten up 3 top prospects and their handler. At least that was what he'd gleaned from interrogating Mizuki. Orochimaru, one of the biggest legends of the current era, hired him to scout for unattached children with the potential for great strength. He would have tried to get more, but there was apparently a mental defense inside of him that turned his head to liquid jelly before he could delve for deeper secrets. Poor bastard. Thankfully he was in the woods. The kids didn't need to see that. Aside from that, mercifully needing to whisk her the hell out of there in case things went from dangerous to downright unsurvivable wasn't the only reason to take her. Tenten had given them a lead in a possibly right direction to locate Minato. West, into the desert nation of Kaze no Kuni. That was to be their destination to begin searching for Minato after they made it the rest of the way through High no Kuni. Even if they didn't find him there, it was better than what they had before, and it sounded like the kind of place that Minato would go to campaign for his cause amongst the sand nomads. And then there was the fact that she'd make a pretty nifty sparring partner for Naruto. Someone around his level to work with and train with, and another person around to help him make sure that Naruto didn't get himself killed. That girl's use of that staff. Weapon use like that wasn't very common. Very few ninjas learn how to use much more than kunai or shuriken. He had to test her out some, but he was quite certain that the odd short staff she'd utilized was just the tip of her bukijutsu potential. Ayam and Tucci were both all for it. Ayam because that meant she got another new adorable ninja kid to dote over, and Tucci because having another ninja around, even a little one, meant that less scary stuff would occur within dangerous proximity of his daughter and his livelihood in the ramen cart. At least in theory. Further down the line in hindsight it wouldn't turn out to work that way in reality. But for now the man could dream about being insulated with the protection of 3 ninjas instead of just 2 as he spread ramen-based goodness across the badlands of the elemental nations. "Of course it's just an offer," Kakashi said, allowing Tenten an out if she really didn't want to go with them. "You don't have to dash. I'm so in." There was no need because Tenten accepted enthusiastically. "Let's go right now." She wanted to leave that place behind and be a true ninja for real. "I'm gonna prove that being a woman and not being a clan ninja doesn't mean that I'm not just as good as a male ninja or a clan shinobi." It would have to wait until tomorrow morning though, because there wasn't really any traveling light left available to them. Still, it was as good a start as any. Chapter 4: Casting Lots. Sunrise was usually the time that Kushina would wake up at. She'd always gotten up at that time when she was younger, because it had always been a good time to train, to get it all out of the way for the day so that she could have the rest of the daylight to do useful things or things that were more fun. After she had Naruto she didn't get much sleep through his early months to begin with, but after that she would sometimes wake earlier than him to just get a glimpse of him while he slept. Such a little terror, you would never know it from watching him sleep, but damn it you would when he was awake. She'd get a few good minutes of that, and then she'd kick his ass out of bed to wake him up and play Mama Kushina for the day. It was a bit of a habit that she hadn't been able to break, until it was forced to be broken by her son's necessary exile. So that left her with the habit of waking up super early in the morning without anything that she needed to tend to for the first time in her adult life. No missions, no son to feed or terrorize out of bed and into action. Nothing. All she had to do was train. Nagato was restricting her to the mansion without saying so, but since it was a house arrest that was going unsaid, there was also nothing that was restricting her from training. There was plenty of space for it outside, especially early in the morning. She needed to work all of the energy she had off somehow. There wasn't any use to waste all of that energy that she still had, even if there wasn't anything really productive she could do. Well, you're a diligent one. Kushina paused in the practice of molding the chakra for the jutsu she'd been working on and paid attention to the arrival of the Senju clan leader watching her training as she entered the area. Tsunade-sama, she said quietly, sparing her a blank smile. Good morning. What are you doing up at this hour? I could ask you the same thing, Tsunade said as she looked around and tried to figure out the nature of what Kushina's training had been, since she hadn't caught her in the process of actually using a jutsu. Everyone else is just starting to stir, and you look like you've been at this for at least a half hour. Good guess. I'm going to have to ask you not to smile at me like that. It's so phony it might as well be hinged onto your face. Good, because Kushina didn't like smiling like a step forward when she really wanted to glower. She just didn't want to offend a clan head. Well, sorry, but there's not really much for me to be excited about, Senju visit or not. Tsunade nodded and sat down on a bench off against a castle wall, beckoning Kushina to come and sit with her. The red-haired mother looked around, wondering why Tsunade was awake and her guards weren't, but she got up and walked over. Once again, she wasn't going to offend a clan head. Not while she was already on thin ice anyway. A woman 20 years Kushina's senior, Tsunade was the person that every kunoichi in the world tried to measure themselves against. Kushina could include herself in that group, as even now she was instinctively sizing up just how well she'd do if forced to battle the legendary lady. So it's your son, isn't it? Tsunade asked, getting Kushina to stiffen. I already know. Nagato Dano was very forthcoming with what we needed to begin putting word out to locate him. I've already sent a hawk back to the rest of my clan to have them on the lookout. Why would you want to come out here and talk to me about this? The violet-eyed redhead glared at the leader of the world's most vaunted clan. The last thing I want to talk about is how the two clans that are supposed to be my family and distant relatives want to hunt my kidnapped son down just to ritualistically sacrifice him. I don't want to be rude to someone that could probably have me killed, but unless you want to hear me try to pick which one's worse, I don't want to speak about it. Tsunade just rolled her eyes. She couldn't have Kushina killed, even if seeing a mother that was apparently conflicted between clan and family ties act the way she expected upset her. If there was one thing she knew that would bring out the lion in Nagato, it would be messing with that woman. She'd picked up on that much when the conversation on new Jinchuriki Naruto drifted in the direction of his origin. Yes, she'd learned something about his origin that was of interest, and was also more than likely a good explanation of why things were the way that they were with her family. You've had a hard time of it since you married Namikaze Minato, haven't you? The busted blonde said, getting a scoff of sorts out of Kushina. There's a reason your clan has the rules that it does. I don't agree with them, but they have a reason. Your clan has a lot of powerful fuinjutsu. I know you're aware of the fact that you're not exactly a popular clan in the world. People were actually afraid of the Uzumaki clan and what they could potentially be capable of. Kushina already knew the reason why her marrying Minato was supposed to have been a bad thing. Yeah? If one of us married the wrong person, we could lose all sorts of clan secrets that could be stolen by other clans and used against us and blah blah blah. I know. I heard it every day from everybody when Minato was in Yuzuno Kuni courting me. And the thing was that they did actually have a point, because Kushina did actually wind up sharing some of her fuinjutsu knowledge with him. But he shared something else with her in return. He taught her some special things, and he gave her a child before he was basically forced off of the island for his rather controversial views. Tsunade gave her a wry smile. The whole origin of the custom is originally meant to be that you can't marry outside of the clan with the exception of civilians. You want to know the original reason? Kushina just shrugged her shoulders. It was originally enacted to make sure there wouldn't be any Senju/Uchiha offspring. Wow, Kushina said in return. She honestly didn't know about that. Yeah, and as Uzumaki they would be close enough to Senju where that would be a thing for them as well. What, did that actually come close to happening? It had been a gambit from many years prior, an early attempt at peaceful relations between the two clans a few decades after the time of Hashirama and Madara. A proposed marriage to closely interweave the two bloodlines, Senju and Uchiha. A conflict then arose from what was supposed to be an attempt at brokering a truce, all over one reason in particular. Which side would be the one to claim the result of such a union? In other words, who would the family live with, And who would be the recipients of the offspring? That was a major deal. Any child born with both Uchiha and Senju blood would have a claim of the strongest possible lineage in all of existence. The fact that it had never even come close to happening before or since was a testament to just how bitter clan feuds, this one in particular, really were. That fear sort of bled over into the thought of clanless ninjas managing to obtain bloodlines such a way and begin their own clans. Minato doesn't want to use clan ties for anything. What he wants doesn't have anything to do with making himself to be anyone's better, Kushina said, feeling like she was explaining the same thing that she'd done thousands of times since opinion on Minato soured over a decade back. And that doesn't matter right now. This is about Naruto. I'll try to make sure he's caught alive so that there's at least a chance he'll survive, Tsunade said, but it did very little if anything at all to console Kushina. The other option present is to outright kill him. More or less that just meant that the two options were kill him, or torture him for days trying to drain the Biju from his body, which would wind up killing him anyway. She'd been studying her own seal that she'd put on Naruto since she actually had access to the person she'd placed it on for 4 days after she'd done it. To make it as strong as it needed to be to help Naruto's body adjust and to prevent the Biju within him from breaking free and definitely killing everything around it when it did, the seal bonded the two so closely that no matter how the extraction was done, the shock of losing the Biju within him would irreparably damage his chakra network and the organs close by to a fatal extent. It wouldn't matter if she told anyone in the clan this information or not, because they would still try to extract it from him. And if she did inform them of this point, she would wind up getting executed or something along those lines, because by then it would be clear that she was the one to make the seal, if she knew something like that about it that no one else could figure. No, she wasn't going to go out like that. She'd see Naruto again. She'd see Minato again. All she had to do was be patient and be prepared for whatever may come her way. Even if what Conan said was true about volunteering to go out and search for Naruto, if that bitch harmed a hair on her baby's head, house arrest be damned, she'd find her and make her pay herself. I'm going to begin heading back home today, Tsunade said, standing up to conclude the conversation. There are probably a mountain of things that have piled up while I've been gone, so we can just add this to the very top. Good luck. Kushina nodded and stood up to bow slightly to the Senju clan's leader. You as well, Tsunade-sama. Me being lucky is the absolute last thing that anyone here wants. It'd mean that I'd have my son safe and sound, Biju or not. XXX High no Kuni, Western countryside. Waking up in the early morning was something that Naruto was used to living back in his village. It was a bit harder nowadays since they were always on the move, and because somehow I am always wound up somehow getting a hold of him, or Tenten depending on her mood to cuddle with a kid. But anytime he felt like a lazy bones and wanted to sleep in for long enough to allow Tucci and Ayam to wake up, the thoughts stuck out in his mind. His mother. He was laying down in his sleeping roll trying to find an excuse to get a few hours more shut-eye when his mother had put herself at risk just to cover his tracks and give him a chance to live. No, not a chance. If he ever became that kind of despicable person, he would rather turn himself into his clansmen and let them take his life, because he didn't deserve Kushina's potential sacrifice. So no matter what, even if he had to find a way to worm himself out of Ayam's grasp, he'd get up, go out, and train until he had to go. Got to get my mom back, Naruto thought to himself, standing in a nice little clearing a few minutes away from where camp had been set up for the night. He'd get in a little training on his own before Tenten came and found him to work alongside him before they'd get back on the road that day. Got to get some good training in now while I can. It looks like we're not gonna be stopping much today. Upon waking up, Naruto had been greeted with cloudy skies. Ever since picking up Tenten, they'd traveled for 3 days in a westerly direction based on what she had said, to try and pick up a more recent trail on how to find Minato. They'd been training together under Kakashi's guidance whenever they'd gotten time to take traveling breaks for a few hours, and they'd quickly learned where Tenten's specialties lay. She was excellent with weapons. Better than Naruto. She threw projectiles better than him to the point where he was seriously jealous. And she could hit anything with anything, not just kunai and shuriken. Anything that could leave her hands with a decent trajectory would hit its mark. 40 yards away, bullseye. Moving target, didn't matter, bullseye. Target behind an obstacle such as a tree, didn't matter, bullseye. How she managed the last thing, Naruto was totally confused by even days after seeing it. She didn't even know she'd figured it out. Apparently the method she used to deflect her own throw and hit her mark just felt right, and he couldn't even dream of replicating the feat. It wasn't just with throwing things either. Put a weapon in her hands and she at least knew how to utilize it in a respectable manner, if not in an overwhelming way. She loved weapons, so much so that she oftentimes contemplated trying to swipe Kakashi's white light chakra saber to try it out for herself. But it was apparently something passed down from Kakashi's deceased father, and she had respect for him, so she never felt mischievous enough to do such a thing. Working with someone his age that actually felt like being around him was really fun, he had to admit. If only he'd been able to train with more kids back in the Uzumaki clan village, those days could have been so much more enjoyable. Speaking of training, it was time to work on some of the things that Kakashi was trying to beat into his head. With Tenten, it seemed like she had it easier. Kakashi would show her something that he thought she could pick up and let her have at it after a few explanations, showing her how it was meant to be done once or maybe twice. For Naruto, it seemed like he had to repetitively hammer his lessons into his skull like a spike. Kakashi seemed used to training done in a manner that he would comfortably show Tenten, but there was something about how Naruto needed to be taught that he wasn't accustomed to and seemed to have trouble with. He couldn't hold it against Kakashi that he seemed to be better at instructing Tenten than him. In actuality, he spent far more time teaching him than her. Either way, he was doing good in his own humble opinion. Aside from the neat shuriken jutsu that actually won him a battle, that Tenten had also learned shortly thereafter along with a few others. Damn her for being good with weaponry. Kakashi had done some other things for his small set of techniques. Hell, Kakashi apparently had 1,000 of them, or more, so there had to be something he could hand off. Okay, basic jutsu, one hand seal. Naruto thought to himself. The field was full of 30 Narutos standing in a triangle formation, all facing each other. He needed to get the jutsu down before he started using it in spars and the like, and this was the best way he could think of. Kakashi had tried to teach him a jutsu from a few different elemental types. Naruto had tons of chakra, so it wasn't prudent to baby him with low-level stuff. Kushina had already proven that much by throwing Kage Bunshin no Jutsu in his face before sending him off. He needed to get them into good enough shape to take on people older than them and more used to ninja-based combat before that became a liability later. Both of them weren't afraid to fight, but both of them also weren't used to fighting ninja either. That was going to be a problem if he didn't put them through their paces good and well. Tenten's levels of chakra weren't nearly as high as Naruto's, so Kakashi had to be more selective in what he taught her, playing to her strengths of weaponry for the time being until she was great enough in that area to start shoring up her weaker ones. In that same respect, you had to give Naruto a jutsu that did what was needed for him. The past week had been a series of trials and errors though, as fire, earth, and lightning-based techniques weren't really the youngster's forte. He knew something of water ninjutsu, but that was mostly because he lived by the sea for his entire life, so not knowing anything with that element would be silly. The things Kakashi knew that had to do with water were a little bit out of his league though. Naruto could do some things that manipulated prior existing bodies of water, but creating water straight from his own chakra required nature manipulation experience and control that was a little bit over his head. Kakashi tossed the wind jutsu Naruto's way to see if he could get something going with it. He wasn't going to make the same mistake he made in experimenting with teaching Naruto a fire ninjutsu. That day really didn't work out well at all for anyone. Naruto used to think fire was kind of cool until the first time he tried spitting it from his mouth and almost burned down a portion of the forest and his lungs. Apparently that wasn't supposed to happen and he'd overloaded the jutsu past what he could control. Okay, let's do this. First one to feel it and blow the other two away first wins. Last me standing in each formation moves on to do it again after this round, Naruto said to his field full of clones, getting a stiff nod from the chakra-comprised copies as they pressed their hands together in front of their own bodies and started to get the feel for the right kind of chakra in their bodies. They would know when they got it when they felt their chakra convert into a breeze, and then they would harness it, blow the other two away, and take the win. Those were the rules of the game, and it was more productive than making a row of Narutos and making them practice the jutsu like they were martial artists going over katas in formation. That method worked too slow to learn a basic jutsu. Nope, put the pressure on Naruto and he'd learn it faster. That was how it worked. Hence the clearing wide three-way game of chicken. Futon, Repushu, wind release, gale palm. From the sound of the wind blowing and the dispelled clones that Naruto could feel, one of the division matches had been completed. Now two. Damn it, he needed to find the feeling that he needed faster. Wait, he felt a tickle of air. Was that from him or from his clones? No, it was him because it moved over the backs of his hands first. Alright, Just a little bit more and he'd win. It would be humiliating for the original to be knocked out of his own tournament with his clones. Stop thinking about winning and just win already, Kurama said inside of Naruto's head. If you can go for the kill, you do it. You're lucky you're playing a game with yourself and not fighting a real battle. Shake that mindset sooner rather than later. Demonic chiding aside, Naruto was going for the win until his other clones that remained in the field heard rustling in the foliage at the edge of the area. An unsaid agreement was made to drop the competition for now so that some of the clones could investigate. Without saying a word, 4 of Naruto's remaining clones pulled out a weapon just in case and started carefully walking to the edge of the field. Their mission to investigate didn't last long, however, as they were peppered with shuriken and destroyed. Naruto was left with flashes of red eyes in his mind and held his head upon hearing Kurama's angry growl at the memory from the clones. Kurama, were those the same eyes that the guy who dash? Yes. Uchiha eyes. Remember what I just said about going for the kill? Yeah? Don't hesitate for a second. What the hell made Kurama think that it was going to end in a fight? It was kind of difficult to think that it was when the first sight Naruto saw of the actual Uchiha's body was a boy his age walking out from the brush holding a kunai up defensively. He had black hair that was spiky in the back, black eyes, and wore a blue t-shirt with a high collar, white shorts, white and blue arm warmers, and blue sandals. He seemed to be looking around at the scene of the 14 remaining Naruto clones strangely before staring at one thing in particular about them. Yeah? One of Naruto's clones asked in a bit of an uppity manner. He wanted to get back to training so that he could win the tournament of clones and prove he was the best Naruto. What do you want? We're kind of busy. The Uchiha boy just looked at all of them and narrowed his eyes on them. TCH, it's not the leftovers from that Hyuga escort party, he said to seemingly no one in particular. It's an Uzumaki though. A weird-looking Uzumaki, but still an Uzumaki nonetheless. Naruto's clones all got defensive at the identification of his clan, only for several to be taken out from elsewhere. Scatter! One of the surviving clones said before he too was exterminated. All of Naruto's clones, and the original himself, took off to make a run for it into the forest, followed by 3 blurs that came from the surrounding area to chase after them. The Uchiha boy prepared to give chase as well when he felt a hand hold onto his shoulder to keep him from doing so. Turning around, he paled a bit at the sight of an older Uchiha looking down at him. Itachi? Like the younger boy, he had black eyes and black hair, but longer, and in a loose ponytail down his back. His face contained very specific teardrop lines and a stoic, stony expression on his face. His attire consisted of gray light armor covering his torso and black pants with guards covering his forearms. Clearly a man used to constant combat from the looks of him. Sasuke, why would you waste effort pursuing that boy? Itachi asked of his younger brother, who took a step away from him when he was able. He isn't the target we're meant to capture. Everyone else is going after him, Sasuke said in argument before trying to run off again, only to have Itachi stop him once more. What are you doing? I haven't fought a single battle since we got sent out here. I found him. I should go after him. He's an Uzumaki. The fact that he was spoiling for some action after finding out that he was actually going to be sent out with his big brother for once made him more eager to get into a fight than normal. For once he had a chance to be impressive in front of Itachi, whose entire career was just one big chain of big moments. And getting to take down a member of a clan that was a well-known ally to the Senju clan would only prove to be a big moment for his career as well. His Sharingan turned on out of the sheer excitement he had at the thought. This campaign in the West was his first distance dispatch as a full-fledged member of the Uchiha clan. Did you ever stop to consider why you would find one Uzumaki clan child all the way out here? If you ever see any of them on the mainland, it's never this far away? Itachi asked Sasuke as a means of making him wait and think. They were way too far west to simply come across an Uzumaki. The Hyuga clan isn't allied with the Senju clan, which means that an Uzumaki wouldn't be here to help them fight against us. Aside from that, the current conflict between the Uchiha and nearby Hyuga clan hadn't even been going on long enough for the latter to even begin trying to seek assistance from any other Hi-no-Kuni clans. And the boy had been alone, technically. That clone jutsu he'd been using didn't count. Whatever, Sasuke said, realizing that Itachi was never going to let him go chase after the blonde kid he'd come across. There went his chance to show his talent to his powerful big brother. As long as you don't leave me behind when it's time to actually do missions. He didn't just want to be someplace filler. We'll see. Itachi said before narrowing his eyes in the direction that Naruto had run off in to evade the Uchiha who had gone after him. There was something about that boy's appearance that lined up with the rumor making the rounds around the country. The Uzumaki clan's Jinchuriki? Apparently the new Jinchuriki didn't look like any other Uzumaki, and he was just a child. Those marks on his cheeks did seem extremely out of place. There was work to do, but Itachi had to say that he was intrigued. Later, perhaps, when things weren't so busy. Right now they needed to locate the person of interest that the Uchiha clan had been pursuing when Sasuke had come across the other child. X, with Naruto, scatter wasn't supposed to mean that they were all supposed to take off in the same damn direction, and yet that was what Naruto's clones had done when the excrement hit the fan and he wound up being chased. I could have told you that was going to happen. What with him being an Uchiha and you being a person that's not an Uchiha? Kurama said in hindsight. Not now. Later. Luckily, the original Naruto was able to bail out from the pack by creating one last clone to make a timely substitution with. The rest of the Uchiha clan members went on ahead to chase his clones. How he could tell this was because he felt his copies systematically getting picked off. His clones were smart though, because they were using the chakra available from splitting off from him to create more of themselves at opportune moments to continue retreating. Hopefully they'd get sick of the never-ending numbers and quit pursuing the poor replications. I think they're gone, Naruto thought to himself, hiding underneath a large bunch of gnarled roots beneath a tree sitting by a ledge. It was starting to rain, so if he played his cards right that would cover his tracks better. Okay, gotta get back to the cart. Everything will be fine as long as I don't let him back to the cart. Once he got back to the cart it would be like home base in a game of hide-and-seek as far as he was concerned. He couldn't take too long though, or Kakashi, Tenten, Tuchi, and Ayam could be in some trouble if this was bigger than just a few Uchiha forward scouts. What the hell were they doing there anyway? From everything he'd ever been told, the Uchiha and the Senju stuck to the east and the center of Hai no Kuni to fight with each other. Kakashi had been paying close attention to the rumor mill as they traveled and dealt with customers at the cart, and nothing about any mounting battles between the two clans had been spoken of lately. It wasn't his problem though. What was his problem was getting back to his people before things got worse. And then things got worse. Kind of. Because Naruto's little temporary hiding place was infiltrated. Not by an Uchiha, at least he didn't think she was one. A girl his age with a short, level-styled dark blue-colored haircut, fair skin, and white eyes who seemed totally scared to death of the sight of Naruto and the kunai in his hand. She wore a cream-colored jacket with a hood and fur around the cuffs, dark blue pants, and blue sandals. The two just stared at each other for the longest time until the girl's eyes drifted down to his kunai and stayed there. Naruto's eyes did the same before panning back up to her face. Sure. Hopefully she knew the score of what was going on right now. From how she'd been breathing somewhat heavily, she'd been running. The girl just nodded and her eyes flickered away before looking back at Naruto. Ayano, you're not an Uchiha. No, I'm not, Naruto said, moving past her to get closer to the roots they were taking cover beneath. Wait, how well did you lose them before you hid here? The girl held a hand to her chest before closing her eyes, reopening them with veins bulging around her temple and the features of her eyes becoming more distinct. This only lasted for a second or so before she deactivated it and let out a tiny eep sound. Not very well, I'm afraid. Naruto actually turned his head back around to give her a distinct look of annoyance mixed with fear. What the hell do you mean, not very well? Once again the two stared at each other as Naruto could hear movement through the leaves coming closer. He had several seconds to contemplate whether he should just run and ditch this girl who led the enemy straight to him, or do the right thing. Ugh, as if it was ever even in question what he was going to do. Katan, Gakaki no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Without the girl's consent, or even informing her of what he was about to do, Naruto scooped her up and dove out from underneath the tree just before it burst into flames. Why? Why did he have to take her with him? Whatever issue the Uchiha clan had with her, it wasn't his problem. I hate Hai no Kuni, Naruto shouted to himself as he could feel the three people in pursuit right behind them. 2 guys, 1 girl. These were different guys from the first squad that had gone off on a wild goose chase after his clones. I hate it so much. Fuck this country. The poor girl that was being chased for whatever reason couldn't really do anything but hold on tight and curl up as best she could in the arms of the strange boy she'd come across while fleeing from her clan's newest enemies. What are we going to do? I don't know, Naruto replied in an alarmed manner. I didn't have a plan when I grabbed you. I didn't have a plan before I grabbed you. I'm making all of this up as I go along. Ninja-san, drop. Naruto didn't know why he listened to the girl that shouldn't have been able to see a damn thing due to how her face was buried in his chest. But he did as he was told, and by dropping down a branch managed to avoid several kunai from spiking his brain stem, letting them hit the trunk of one of the trees. How'd she know that was about to happen? It didn't matter. It was time to actually do something about this. Because these guys were just as quick as the ones that had been after his clones, and he was carrying a girl, so he was slower now. He couldn't stop and fight while holding on to this girl though, and even with the ability to litter the forest with clones, taking on the Uchiha clan 3-on-1 wasn't his idea of a fun morning. But there was one thing he could do, since it only took one hand seal that he could do in his sleep. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created 3 clones that turned around to face off with the 3 adults pursuing him, but they didn't seem to be deterred by the numbers in the slightest. They're all solid clones. Take them out. All 3 of the clones clashed in midair with the Uchiha adults, and were quickly defeated. In theory, they were defeated at least. Ga! One of the Uchiha said as he struggled while holding his hands on his face after passing through the puffs of smoke from the destroyed clones. I can't see. What did that brat do to me? His 2 fellow clan members moved closer to him and set his hands aside to find an explosive tag stuck to his visage, burning down ominously. Their faces morphed in horror, and they tried to flee away from their doomed comrade after seeing what had attached itself and attached stubbornly to his face. But it was already too late for all 3. Boom! Farther away, Naruto flinched at the sound of his tag going off. He stuck a tag of his own to the back of one of his clones and activated it after creating it instead of having them use their own supply, which would have vanished from existence the moment that they dispelled. The point of the trap was to make the enemy destroy the trapped clones so that the tag would be concealed in the smoke and would stick to them. He was hoping that they'd underestimate the clones in the taijutsu department because he was a kid and wouldn't waste the projectiles on taking them out from afar, and he was right. Man, he wished someone from the village was around to see that. Actually, he didn't, because it was kind of raining hot body parts and blood spray. Not nice. Landing on a branch far enough away that Naruto knew they weren't being pursued any longer, he set the girl back onto her feet and held onto her so that she wouldn't fall out of the tree as he admired his handiwork. That worked way too well, and he was really feeling himself at the moment. That really blew Em away, didn't it? Yes. Heroic one-liner, check. The girl couldn't really believe it either. A boy that looked to be almost exactly her age managed to overcome a team of Uchiha clan shinobi that were at least several years his senior. Albeit it took a lot of running away. But if he had really been that overmatched, his little trick would never have worked. Averting his gaze over to the girl next to him, he gave her a big grin to reassure her that things would be fine. If anyone asked you and you tell this story to somebody later, it was 8 guys instead of 3, and I carried you out of that tree after it caught on fire. Speaking of fire, he then realized just what big beacons the fire from the explosive tag and the burned tree were going to be. It was like trying to learn that fire jutsu from Kakashi all over again. We should really get out of here. Like now. He went to pick her up again, but quickly found out that it was not necessary when the girl started jumping from branch to branch all on her own. She could do that the whole time? Why the hell didn't she tell him that from the start? Naruto shouted, heading off after her. Who are you? XXX. Sometime later, Ichiraku ramen cart. You killed 8 enemy ninja with one move? Kakashi asked incredulously. Sitting inside of the cart as it traveled down the rainy road was the best way to make sure that Naruto and the girl he'd brought along with him could stay hidden in case any Uchiha came along to try and check things out. And you were surrounded? Yep. Naruto said, sitting down between Tenten and the girl with the strange, pretty eyes. Ask her. She was there. 8 sounded much cooler than 3, thus he was sticking with it. The girl seemed to be uncomfortable with being put on the spot so brazenly and looked down to the floor while poking her fingers together. Yes. There were Uchiha clan ninjas chasing after the 2 of us. You fought Uchiha? Tenten asked, wanting to yell at their misfortune of coming across that particular clan. Wait, you got away from them in one piece? Hinata nodded with a small, timid smile. Naruto-san was very brave. I so totally wasn't. Naruto thought to himself, still grinning smugly Tenten's way. His bun-haired partner wasn't believing any of his crap either, and it showed all over her face. I was 30 seconds away from freaking out. It was a head-scratcher for Kakashi to figure out how Naruto was making the number of clones that he'd apparently made. He knew for a fact that while Kushina had taught him Kage Bunshin, she hadn't taught him the ultra-forbidden idiot version that would kill anyone else without a shadow of a doubt. So that meant that he was making around 30 with the regular method for training because he was stretching the limits of what Kage Bunshin no Jutsu could do before needing to upgrade to Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Good foresight, Kushina. Or maybe she didn't have the time and privacy to teach him just what he needed to do to go farther than that. Gurk, that thought was kind of scary, that Kushina would have been entirely willing to give Naruto a kinjutsu if she'd been granted the time and the seclusion needed to do so. Mama bear indeed. Kakashi stroked his chin in thought before smiling over at Naruto. Perhaps you're more capable of handling yourself than I thought. Alright, I'll begin training you more intensively now that I've been assured that you can take it. Why did that fill Naruto with a deep sense of dread? Ayame was almost beside herself. Not one, not two, but now 3 cute little kids currently populating her father's cart? What deity did she need to pray to out of thanks for this? Just like Naruto and Tenten, this little girl was absolutely adorable. And she was so shy and polite, she had to be taken out front with her father driving the cart so that she'd stop doting on the 3 of them, but every so often she would look back in with a forlorn look on her face. It didn't occur to her that at least 2 of these kids were deadly assassins. They were kids, they were cute, and she wanted one to sit on her lap so she could baby the ninja children. Still though, while Kakashi could definitely feel some modicum of pity for the white-eyed little girl that his blonde charge had brought back to camp, he wouldn't be doing his job if he wasn't suspicious. So mind telling me what a Hyuga is doing all on her own being pursued by the Uchiha clan? At last check they didn't venture this far west. What's your name? Hinata. The Hyuga girl said nervously. Now that they knew what clan she was in, what would they do to her? There was a chance that in an effort to escape being captured or killed by the Uchiha she might have positioned herself for something worse. What are you going to do now? Well, that depends, Kakashi said, watching their current tag-along shrink into herself just from his one-eyed gaze. He wasn't even trying to be intimidating. What happened to you? You were being chased already when you ran into Naruto, correct? Apparently, a new clan conflict in the area was breaking out between the Hyuga clan, who were noted for operating in the western portion of the country, and the Uchiha clan, who were beginning to step on their toes. The Hyuga clan had a strong economy due to the amount of clan members routinely hired out for guard service of the nobles of the countryside. They were the best one could ask for when it came to sentry duty due to their respective clan trait that let them see everything they could possibly need to in order to effectively protect their targets. The Uchiha clan were trying to extend their reach into the region, and were being hired to infiltrate certain places that just so happened to be under Hyuga guard. Needless to say, after this happened more than a few times over the course of a few months, tensions rose for both. But the Hyuga clan didn't anticipate actions that could be taken as open war to be done. Hinata had been on her way back from a particular guard assignment that she'd taken as a good omen that things were beginning to look up. Not a single thing had happened on her mission. Her team hadn't had to fight or deal with any trouble from enemies hired by rivals the way that their client had anticipated, but it turned out to be a trap. Their client favored the Uchiha clan, and only hired her clan over the last several months to help the Uchiha by getting them a better idea of Hyuga manpower, and what they were capable of. And when it was learned that she was, well, a rather important member of the clan, they were informed and the Uchiha clan dispatched a numerically superior force to capture or kill her. Her team didn't survive, but they weren't the targets. They were in the way and were killed in a short battle as Hinata fled with them. She was the last one standing of the team, the youngest, and the most important to protect for so many reasons. By the end of her story that she'd had a bit of trouble talking about due to the fact that she'd had to watch so many of her own clansmen fall in order to keep her safe, Hinata was close to tears. Tenten just looked on and nodded sadly, understanding that this sort of thing happened all of the time. So, Ayame said, sitting off and listening raptly from the front of the cart where she could hear everything inside. They started a war with your clan just to get your mercenary business? That was her understanding, at least. How cutthroat. She wasn't a ninja, so she didn't understand their motivations to do what they did. It was just difficult to come to grips with why a little girl like Hinata, who didn't seem like she could harm a fly, would be put in the kind of situation that would force her to watch people kill others while trying to murder her. I heard some stuff from the adults on Yuzuno Kuni, Naruto said, getting attention put on him where he was sitting between the young Kunoichi pair. About the Uchiha clan. They say things like they're stretching themselves thin with how long the war with the Senju clan's been going. Yeah? Tenten said, brown eyes looking at him curiously as to what his point was. She didn't know much about the ninja rumor mill since she was totally clanless, and the only news she heard were some of the things that she'd been able to glean from travelers passing by her village. It's been going on for so long nobody can remember a time when it wasn't. That was exactly the thing though, as Naruto was getting to. Yeah, and both of them are running out of money to fight with, he said, much to his partner's surprise. You couldn't keep up a war for longer than a century for free. For the longest time they'd been the go-to clans for any kind of necessary mission services in Hai no Kuni because they'd been the strongest. They still were, so both clans were in a process of expansion to try and keep the flow of money coming into their coffers, and that required more than their traditional clientele. They needed to expand outward. The Senju clan allegedly started stretching its attempts for business north past the border in that direction, while the Uchiha clan did the same to the west. They kept fighting over business between each other in the east around the coast where business was most bountiful, and the center of Hai no Kuni where both clans were situated. Kakashi rubbed Naruto on top of his spiky head for knowing that much about such a sensitive subject. But his clan was close enough to one of the main players involved that adult conversation would trickle down to him if he listened hard enough. When it comes to fighting regional wars, the Uchiha and Senju would much rather fight clans like the Hyuga than fight each other. It doesn't cost nearly as much, and usually winning one puts them in a better position to continue waging war with the other. Most of the time, the clans that they pitted themselves against would back off rather than fight one or the other, but if things turned violent on a wider scale, neither had any problem with battling them with the same intensity that the Senju clan and Uchiha clan would use against each other. Internally, Kakashi was kicking himself at not being able to read the current climate of the region better. If he knew things were getting tense in that way, he would have taken them out of the way instead of continuing on straight through. It was too late now, though. They just had to keep moving and get themselves out of the hotspot as soon as possible. Still, though, I need to go back home, Hinata told them, standing up from her seat to bow and ask their permission. I know I've been enough of a burden already with needing to be protected by Naruto-san, but right now I don't think I would make it back on my own. I see, Kakashi said, deciding that it was a better option than just walking west and hoping that they didn't run into any more unwelcome surprises. Hopefully Naruto had filled their quota for the day this morning. Your home wouldn't happen to be west, would it? We were kind of going that way when Naruto brought you here, and it would be really helpful if Kakashi. I'm just saying. XXX, Uchiha clan fortress. They lost both of them? Walking through the halls of a well-outfitted, bustling hilltop hideout with his older brother Itachi, Sasuke was definitely now kicking himself for being held back from continuing by Itachi. How'd that kid kill 3 of us? They were older than him. Older doesn't mean better, Itachi said, chiding Sasuke for that kind of mindset. You should know that by now. In theory they were stronger than him, but that lends itself to its own list of things they could have fallen prey to. Itachi saying something like stronger not necessarily meaning better was sort of lost on Sasuke, as Itachi was really the last person he really found that appropriate to hear such a thing from. Itachi was stronger and better than anyone else really. Rumor had it that he possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan, but he didn't show it to others with the exception of their father due to him leading the clan. Either spoke about it. Itachi wasn't comfortable when it came to using or referring to it. Sasuke figured that he might as well have stayed at home and kept taking missions there. His first time facing some real danger on the battlefield in a distance campaign, and he only got to fight a few Hyuga clan members more concerned with keeping their heirs safe than trying to win. At least they were taking steps to begin actively engaging the Hyuga clan now. An ambush like before wasn't going to help him prove anything to himself or to his family. So what's the strategy? Sasuke asked. The 2 of them walked outside of the fortress past some of the guards to overlook the lush valley that they'd put their fortress at the center of, atop an incredible multi-tiered hill that allowed them to oversee almost everything. There was nothing around for miles, making their stronghold a proper hideout, but it wouldn't hide their place from the Hyuga clan if they could get a general read on their location. That was why this campaign needed to move quickly. They'd already positioned strike forces just outside of 3 villages under the protection of the Hyuga clan, ready to make a move at Itachi's discretion as he was the head of this whole operation. Most of the clan members seemed excited about the fact that they could possibly eliminate a rival in short order, since many of them in the current generation were so used to fighting against an enemy in the Senju that they couldn't ever seem to wear down enough to break. Itachi, however, didn't seem to share the same sentiment as many of them. They couldn't tell if this was a business-as-usual kind of thing for the battle-hardened Uchiha powerhouse, or if he was feeling disenfranchised for some reason or another. Actually, most of them couldn't see any difference in Itachi at all other than those close to him like Sasuke. But for those that could, he definitely seemed off about something. "We have a flanking formation on the Hyuga clan grounds," Itachi said, kneeling down to draw a diagram of what he was explaining in the dirt for Sasuke's benefit. "Do you see?" he said, pointing to 3 settlements around one large one. "They're in a semicircle around the Hyuga grounds, right?" "Yes," Itachi said. "The plan is to cause a diversion in one, and attack from the angles provided by the other. Right now it doesn't matter which. If we use the middle one we can attack from the 2 exterior angles, but if we draw attention to one of the exterior villages we can use the other 2 to fold over and smash them from one side. Standard procedure in our clan's method of approach on a stronghold." Itachi was so cool. The way he talked about taking the fight right to an enemy's fortified position as if they'd already won. Man, Sasuke wanted to be just like his older brother. No, he wanted to be stronger than his older brother. He'd show his father that he could be just as good as Itachi was. And this was just the beginning. XXX, one day later, with the Ichiraku ramen cart, Hyuga clan grounds. "You all live there?" Naruto asked loudly as they stood at the foot of a grand hill with a huge castle at the top of it. By huge it was 7 stories off of the ground, starting at the top of the hill, and the sheer amount of ground it covered around and across seemed like the size of a small village. Like, nobody lives in a house surrounding it or anything? Everybody gets to live in the castle? That's nuts. He was so jealous. He'd never even seen the inside of the Uzumaki clan mansion before, and Hinata lived inside that big, huge castle. "Don't be so loud, Naruto," Kakashi said. "We're not exactly friends of these people." Before he could even finish his sentence, they were surrounded by 10 other obviously Hyuga clan members with their strange jujutsu active, glaring suspiciously at them. Yet. "Hello there," the white-haired adult said as Naruto and Tenten huddled around him in a makeshift manji formation. "Where are the rest?" one of the Hyuga clan members said, coldly staring down the new arrivals with their featureless eyes. "Hinata-sama left 4 days ago for her mission with 6 other members of our clan." "So where are they?" "We don't know," Naruto said, finding that to be the wrong answer when he felt himself layered in the pressure of their collective killing intent. "Seriously, we don't know. I found her running away from some Uchiha guys in the forest. Not helping, not helping, not helping." Tenten chanted under her breath before she saw that all of these Hyugas had some strange green mark on their foreheads. 2 canes on opposite sides of a manji-looking design. What the hell was that? Hinata moved from behind them to try and talk down her clansmen from trying to find a reason to kill the group that involved her technical savior. Upon seeing her endeavor to defend them, her presence starting disarming things before she'd even spoken. "The team I left with was attacked by the Uchiha clan on the way home," Hinata said sadly, taking a moment to let it sink in as to why she was the only one who had made it back. "These people went out of their way to escort me home. They're friends." The eyes of the Hyuga clan snapped back onto the ninja trio. "Yes. Friends. Totally friends," Naruto said a bit louder than necessary, netting him a pinch on the arm from Tenten. Hey, this was the first time he'd been surrounded like this. Being all cool like Kakashi wasn't really his forte when he wasn't sure he was a few seconds away from a hopeless fight, let alone when he was actually facing one down. Sparing the small boy one glance with their strange Jujutsu Kekkai Genkai, they all dropped their jaws at the sheer amount of chakra they could see coursing through his body. And then they looked up at Kakashi and noted the very particular trait he was hiding behind the sloped left side of his headband over his eye. Copy Ninja Kakashi, and some Uzumaki kid with way too much chakra and a seal on his belly holding back even more that they couldn't really sense. "Hataki-san," one of the Hyugas said with a half-bent bow. "Thank you for returning Hinata-sama and braving the Uchiha clan to do so. We're all aware of your reputation with them." It was nothing," Kakashi said, a bit confused at the sudden change in attitude, but not really hating the shift whatsoever. "All in a day's work, I guess." Sometimes he forgot that he was supposed to be famous. Lately it was kind of hard to remember when he was basically babysitting a pair of preteen killers, one of whom was glaring at him for stealing his hero Thunder. "Our clan patriarch would love to speak with you. Please, your children and the merchant folk with you will be allowed onto the premises as guests until you depart. It's not safe in this area." Yeah. They already knew that. XXX, outskirts of nearby village, the contingent of Uchiha clan ninjas stood over 200 strong, prepared to head forth and take on the stronghold of the Hyuga clan. As it now stood, they were out of range of being seen by the damn Byakugan that every single one of them possessed. But once they began their approach, they would never get close enough to even begin launching distance attacks unless Itachi's stratagem worked. The Hyuga clan castle grounds sat at the edge of a cliff overlooking a main lowland road beneath that they could easily monitor. But a short ways away in that direction there was a ridge that could actually overlook the castle. Once they made a ruckus in one of the towns to attract the attention of the Hyuga clan, the ranged artillery would move forward up onto the ridge and begin bombarding them from afar. This clan was notable for being poor in regards to distance fighting, both in the ninja arts and in overall warfare. It was just that their Byakugan usually made up for that discrepancy. This rain would wind up playing into their hands as well. It wouldn't hamper their fire techniques one bit. Sasuke was antsy as he waited with many of his clansmen for things to start. They were all advancing as close as they could to the castle before the first bit of action began, which would attract attention to one of the other villages and begin pulling the Hyuga clan in that direction before they got themselves flanked. The castle itself would be wide open as well, not that they would be able to really defend from the Uchiha distance attack. Sasuke. The young Uchiha found his attention garnered by his brother's call. I have a mission for you. He did? Yes, finally. Rumor has it that a small path leads to a bridge away from the castle meant as a way out in case the grounds are ever overrun. I want you to investigate and see if this is true. Oh. Some mission. This was just a way to keep him out of the real battle. Damn it, why did things always have to be this way? It wasn't Sasuke's ideal position to be in whatsoever. Itachi, why do you always try to do this? Why can't I fight on the front lines like everyone else? He said, his onyx eyes shifting to the red of his Kekkai Genkai, revealing two tomos surrounding the pupil in each orb. I can do it. I know, Itachi said, which is why I'm telling you to do what I say. We can't spare a party to head around the back unless they be seen. If this rumor of an escape route is true, we have you to set a trap and cut off their escape. They'll have no way out. And the Hyuga clan would have to surrender or be destroyed. Sasuke was listening raptly now as Itachi set his hands on his shoulders to make him listen. Once you find this place, set your traps and send a signal. Depending on the tide of the battle at the time, I'll either meet you there myself or a squad of 12 will. A job like this was actually dangerous. He would be moving ahead of the others. Scouts are usually the ones that find themselves in the worst peril during combat. Yes. Give him that. He was perfectly fine with that. This was what he'd been waiting for. Sasuke just smirked and nodded his understanding to his role before Itachi gave him a push to send him off, which he did without hesitating. Maybe in another time it would have been considered insanity to send a 10-year-old off to do such a thing. All Itachi could really feel was sorrow at the fact that a ninja that hadn't even reached his teen years yet could be completely accepted going off to do something like this. Sasuke might have been older than Itachi was when he'd first been sent out to do this sort of thing, but there was still a hope in his older brother's mind that Sasuke wouldn't turn out to be anything like him no matter how much Sasuke wanted to be. XXX, Hyuga Clan Castle, Clan Head's Office. Kakashi personally despised sitting in Saiza. He was a hard-working ninja that was currently burning the candle at both ends, training a pair of kids and protecting a roving ramen cart. When he chose to relax, he would rather not do so by sitting on his goddamn heels behind him in a straight-back position, but he was the guest here. And he needed some information on this part of the country that civilians apparently didn't have if he didn't know that the Uchiha clan were out there. Sitting in front of him, seemingly far more used to the uncomfortable position, was the host of the day, Hyuga Hayashi. A stern-looking man, at least a decade older than Kakashi, with a high forehead, long black hair, white-colored eyes, and loose-fitting white robes with a brown haori over them. The clan of noble shinobi, and when taking note of this man and many of the others he'd seen since arriving there, they really looked the part. What brings the infamous Hatake Kakashi to this part of Hai no Kuni? Hayashi asked, watching Kakashi closely as he stared right at the masked man who was holding a small cup of tea. Rumors say that the normal areas where you've been spotted for the past 12 years have been around the East Coast. Kakashi knew he was to be expected to drink, but he'd be damned if he took his mask off for any reason whatsoever. He didn't take his mask off to sleep, when he was half dead in a hospital, or to get laid, so he definitely wasn't going to do it today. Well, would you believe me if I said I just felt like a change of scenery? Not in the slightest. I didn't think so. And the children with you? Hayashi continued, calmly sipping at his tea. A clanless little girl and an Uzumaki with monstrous chakra, even by their standards. Oh, Kakashi didn't like the way that this seemed like it was about to go. Which one, Hataki-san? Kakashi just stared at him before sighing. Byakugan? Byakugan. Hayashi confirmed, allowing the veins around his temple to bulge at the sides of his eyes to turn on his Kekkai Genkai. We can see almost anything. It's just that not too many of us know exactly what we're looking at when we see inside the child. Jinchuriki are a mysterious sort, and Fuinjutsu isn't exactly our strong point. Hence the cursed seals on the heads of your branch family that effectively set up a caste. Kakashi thought to himself, wisely choosing not to say this aloud, if I gave Naruto 3 years to study what it's supposed to be for, in his downtime he could probably come up with something better than that. Naruto might have been a Chibi Uzumaki, but he was still an Uzumaki. It was like those people could read the language of the seals, and it looked like Naruto wasn't that different if a little less learned due to his age. The stoic Hyuga leader remained with his impassive stare on Kakashi. The Jinchuriki rumor is true, after all. An unconventional-looking Uzumaki boy, and I can see the seal on his stomach constantly trying to mix chakra with his own. He saw Kakashi stiffen and held up a hand to assuage his fear. No, I can see clearly that the seal is more than stable. His chakra flow is steady and safe. Were he unstable, his chakra would fluctuate wildly. But still, that rumor has made it this far already? Kakashi asked in a bit of wonder. He'd only gotten Naruto 2 weeks ago. It reached the other side of Hai no Kuni faster than they had, enough to get to people that had absolutely nothing to do with it. Do you know who could have started it? Hayashi shook his head in the negative. It's just something that has spread. We were told by the client of the last few missions we've taken. A man that he'd be having a word with for his treachery. And by a word he meant a palm to the chest for certain. There are more important things to be concerned with. Such as the pending threat of war with the Uchiha clan. About that. Is there any way we can get out of here before that actually starts? Kakashi wondered with an amicable eye smile. The Uchiha clan aren't exactly the biggest fans of mine, as you could probably imagine. For emphasis he tapped his covered left eye. And I have civilians with me. Actually, I would like to, for lack of a better term, pick your brain for possible ways to fight against them. Hayashi requested with a bit of about Kakashi's way, putting the man on the spot. The fact that we both possess Dijutsu is something that has inherently set us against one another, but our respective areas in the country kept us from ever engaging in any real conflict. Their current economy is putting a squeeze on them. Trying to find different avenues to profit elsewhere was the key to their continued survival and ability to thrive at the top of the food chain. And it just so happened that their next avenue happened to be right through the Hyuga clan. X, meanwhile, bluff overlooking the castle, Itachi slogged up the rest of the hill through the rain past a sparse number of Uchiha clan members, all manning one massive piece of weaponry that they were rolling into a good place to take aim, covered by enough foliage that they would only move it from behind when it came time to fire. Things are almost ready, Itachi. One of the clansmen leading artillery portion of the attack force said. Just give us the signal when you want us to fire, and we'll be ready. It'll be a hell of a shot to make, but I think we can pull it. We have no choice. Itachi replied as he tried to observe the Hyuga clan castle through their cover. The only way we keep the element of surprise is at a distance. A vast distance. Without the advantage of a surprise attack, we would be facing perhaps the best defensive clan in Hai no Kuni. The point was understood, if not necessarily liked. The Uchiha clan liked to believe that they could defeat any opponent, but Itachi was the pragmatist of the clan. He was the one that no matter what was always realistically able to gauge their chances in combat with any enemy and was able to logically ascertain a method for them to take. More often than not, it usually resulted in victory. In the last major battle against the Senju clan 4 years ago, Itachi made his name in this manner at the age of 13, actually turning the tide of the battle in the middle of a massive Senju rout, and managing to bring it to a stalemate. So he had their trust as a more than capable shinobi and leader. His eyes bore witness to the clan members loading up a giant bolt and a massive crossbow that was to be their distance weapon with which to terrorize the hallowed grounds of the region's most powerful clan. Prepared to set fire to the arrow at a moment's notice to shoot. It was almost time for the battle to begin.